come get me. Well, hello. Happy Monday, friends. Happy July 6th. I hope you guys all had a wonderful weekend. Whatever you did for the 4th of July. We had a great weekend. Come on. Okay, in or out? Are you coming in or out? I'm accompanied by the shitheads, of course. All right, friends. I've been telling you I was going to do this. I've been wanting to do this for a couple months, actually. But we've got a new person added too. So, first and foremost, tits up, waiters on. LawCow status is a real hefty one. But make sure you have your appropriate moisturizer on today because you'll be making lots of faces like I am. So make sure you have all of them on, your wrinkle cream ready because you will be grimacing just as hard as I am. These people are embarrassments to our justice system. Truly an embarrassment. And I've also got us some new appropriate buttons for today. So, with all that said, is sweat a moisturizer? Well, not really. Not necessarily, Kelly Kill. You probably want some outside influence to that. So let's get going because we have a lot to freaking talk about. All right, normally I would give you an option of how you want to go about this, but I've got it laid out, I think, how I want to do it. I think I want to open with Jess Machado and her recent RO hearing because it was just in June, and then go into Lauren Matthias, and then wrap it up with Julie Skolnick. Actually, we might go Jess Machado because that ties into Turtle Boy, and then finalize with Lauren. I think that's what we'll probably do. It's Jess, Julie, Lauren, and then whatever we get to with Betty. So, and overall, what we're going to be doing is these true crime adjacent spaces that develop these communities, these creators, I should say, that all start their channel. There's a lot of common themes that we'll talk about throughout these creators. So every person that we're going to talk about today has built a YouTube channel exploiting victims. Period, point blank, end of story. It is what it is. Whether you acknowledge that or not, hey, can you be quiet? That's exactly what they've done. Whether it's Lauren, whether it's Jess, whether it's Julie. So Jess Machado built her case covering the Free Karen Reed movement. And I call it that because that's the point she was covering, not justice for John O'Keefe. She was covering the Karen Reed. Okay, you too. Time out. And then she now is in a bunch of drama. Imagine that with other creators and other people around the case. Typical how these communities fucking fall apart and how the creators themselves start misusing the court systems. Then you have Julie Skolnick, who came from TikTok. She claims she is an autism advocate. I've never seen such poor advocacy in my life, actually, embarrassment. Everything you don't do as a parent and put on the internet, basically. But she built her YouTube channel off of exploiting a missing, at the time, 16-year-old autistic child missing from Tennessee by the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. She came to YouTube exploiting his case and misinforming people and making parodies of the mother and the stepfather of the missing child. Moving right along, right down our list, we got Julie, Jess, and Lauren. Lauren Matthias built her channel exploiting victims of true crime, especially LDS associated ones. Hold on just a second, little one needs me. She's so cute. She's so freaking cute. She's so excited for school. I can't even tell you. She hates being on break. That's the baby. The baby. The baby is still 16, but she will always be the baby. She's so excited about school, though. She's like, when we start school, can I use this for school? That's what she had to come ask me. And I was like, yeah, of course. Okay, so Lauren Matthias, mostly LDS adjacent crimes, but exploiting victims has been her bread and butter. To where, as many of you know, she decided to take to her YouTube channel after filing a frivolous RO back in September of 2025 and claim that she was being stalked by Christina. After the RO hearing didn't go her way. We're going to listen to the audio of the court hearings that we have available, which will be Jess Machado's, Lauren Matthias. We're going to listen to Julie's breakdowns and allegedly speculating breakdowns of the court hearing. And then you have Bullhorn Betty. Are there other LawCows I could add to this? Yes. Fuck yeah, there are. There have been so many people in these spaces that have misused the courts, filed for ROs, attempted to misuse the courts, claiming that they're victims, but yet they also try to claim that they're true crime creators. It's becoming a trending thing that as the case resolves itself and there's not as much information prevalent in the case, that the creators create drama between themselves and become the problem, misusing our courts, misusing law enforcement. Oh, so-and-so said this and hurt my feelings. So-and-so threatened me. It's becoming disgusting. And BHB, fuck. Between ROs on attorneys that she's tried, ROs on creators that she's tried and failed, injunctions, she is currently a plaintiff in a lawsuit in Pennsylvania, the RICO and racketeering injunction against Granny and Barbecue. She's also currently the plaintiff in a lawsuit against Sumner County and that whole shit show, also including the parents of the missing child. This is just a common thing. Wash, rinse, repeat. And she's also threatening to sue everybody under the sun. They all kind of do the same thing. They moo and they sue. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to listen to the court proceedings. If I don't have the actual audio from the court proceedings, I will use synopsises. Like in Julie's, I can't play you the actual audio from the court hearing because we were advised against that. And oh my God, we've already witnessed intimidated, these witnesses, even though there wasn't a fucking witness. But there's that. Some of these I feel a little bit more personal about because I got added to police reports because the dumb ass put it all out here publicly. And then when we went back and looked at it, she got her fifis hurt. So today's honor for new memberships and things of that nature. Sasquatch, thank you so much for becoming a member. Look, we got new buttons. Appreciate you. Welcome to the cabana.
Just relax, chat. It's giving Bunny After Dark.
And we've got...
Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. If you're a player like me. But I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something. Brittany, let this be a warning to you. You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina. Because don't come to this turf in Jersey. Because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh. Not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
And one more.
And if you were the devil himself, I'd still watch you. You're brilliant at what you do. You and your husband both. Right? And so the reason that's relevant.
I'm not the devil.
The reason that's relevant, I know you're not the devil. It's making a point, obviously.
I mean, some might argue with you that she is the devil. The devil himself. All right. Get your snacks, get your drinks, get your hydration drinks. It's hot out there. And chances are some of these thirsty bitches, especially these LawCows, need some extra hydration. They should probably lay off the whole milk macchiatos and get them some electrolytes, because thirsty is what we call these hoes. All right. Are you guys ready to pull the Band-Aid off? You know, in true nonsense fashion, we can't just jump in with no lube. We got to lube it up. We got to give you some backstory on how we got here on some of these, because guess what? I don't really know. I really don't know these people, and I'm glad. It's not personal for me. I just really can't stand people who become the victims of their own bullshit. I can't stand misuse of the court, and I cannot stand liars, which they all are. Like I said, we could add in so many different faces to this, and maybe we'll do another whole roundup, because we've got ROs flying in the Nancy Guthrie stuff, and most of those are males, which is crazy to me. But we're just going to kind of piece it out. So we might have multiple parts of this, because the misuse of the courts is becoming very interesting. So let's go. Yeah, that's what they all do. The exploiting happens at high rates in these little communities that form off of these tragedies. And on a personal note, before we get started here really quick, I almost did not come live because I am neck deep in the Charlie Kirk trial. Well, Tyler Robinson is on trial, preliminary hearings. And I was so fired up and pissed off because, listen, there are some really interesting things that I just want to take a note of. If anybody else is following that, we might do some nightly recaps and talk about it, because that's one case that I've talked about quite a bit. And I have some really odd thoughts on it. But a couple things that I want to talk about really quick. Highly recommend Valhalla if you're going to watch it. His commentary has been exceptional, and he has been covering this since the moment it broke from a very transparent, factual base, which you don't get with a lot of these people. So highly recommend Nate's coverage. But a couple things that stand out to me. The judge presiding over these hearings was only a judge for under 2 months, hand-selected and appointed by Spencer Cox 2 months before this happened. Interesting. Side note, Republican. And from what I'm gathering, Mormon affiliated. Very intriguing. And he also served and did some attorney work in America Samoa, which is very interesting. And if you know, like, that's big LDS situation there, very intriguing. And there's also Google searches. I have to do more work into that, but there is if I'm buffering, go out and come back in. Chances are it's probably on your end. Mine's been pretty consistent over here, so if it does go out, try to refresh, and if it's not, let me know. Yeah, Lindsay, it's driving me fucking nuts. Like, this is, and there was just, okay, look, I gotta say it. Charlie, no matter how you feel, was murdered. End of. It's a tragedy. His life mattered. But watching Erica walk in today, the first time since his death, in all black, the first time she actually looks like she's funeral ready. Nate was pointing that out, and I went and found a picture. Sure as shit. The only time I've seen her actually wear what you would think somebody would wear to a funeral. And she seems, her behavior has been so off to me. So fucking off. But in my opinion, Charlie was a cog in the machine. And when Charlie started questioning a lot of things and pushing back and not running with certain things, he became a problem. That's my feelings on it. Sorry, you're not going to take that from me. This is a personal, I'm not a true crime channel. I'm just giving you my personal takes on some of this at this point. The fact that it happened in Utah is not abnormal to me. The fact of how Utah laws work and what they're allowed to do, Kash Patel's involvement, the interest from the Trump regime, all of this. Erica's performances have disgusted me. Within 48 hours after Charlie's murder, there was 3 fundraising attempts from Turning Point USA. Her background associated with military bases out of the country, the whole situation of the pageants and everything. There's so many things that are blazingly obvious and problematic. The instant go-to from people like Bullhorn Betty and JLR about trans Tifa because the partner is transgender was disgusting. There's just been everything you can think of thrown at this. And you have Kash Patel. Ugh, so many parts that I just can't overcome. And I can't stand anything like what Charlie stood for. I am completely against 99.9% of it. Most of his rhetoric I thought was disgusting, but at the end of the day, his life mattered. He has children, and he was used, just like we watched. And unfortunately, the tragedy vultures are doing what the tragedy vultures do, and they're using his death for bullshit. Once again. And you want to know what's really crazy? We've been talking recently about Enrique Tarrio, which somebody pulled my foot and pulled me out of that rabbit hole because his interest in Charlie Kirk's murder and him getting a call to come provide security after Charlie's murder at the memorial services is very concerning to me. By the way, did you know that they have a whole podcast called The War Boys? Enrique and friends. There's so many things that are so problematic and so in everybody's face. Yeah. He claims that the people marching Patriot Front, I'm not saying they're feds, but they look like feds. Isn't that always what the feds say? A fed says, I'm not a fed, but they're feds. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Crazy. Same, Bog, same. I'm really glad we found that Telegram slip too, because it just proves what it is. Hey, Gigi. All right, let's go. But there's my little side rant on that. I am super interested in this, have been all along. I anticipate a lot of the tragedy vultures to cover this. We know they do. JLR is actually streaming it. I am shocked that he is not in Utah, but there was only like 14 spots for public, and he is not credentialed media. So, I'm sorry. Everyone grieves differently. 3 fundraising attempts. Nah, Erica Kirk's behavior is fucking pathetic. It is. I'm just going to say it. She's not grieving the loss of Charlie, and I will stand on that. That is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Her behavior is disgusting. Absolutely foul in the honor of her belated husband. It absolutely gross. Absolutely gross. The pyrotechnics seemed more concerning to her than anything else. Ugh. Ugh. And the fact that you have BB coming out right away and saying, no, he's not Jasmine. He didn't have anything to do with this right away is extremely concerning. Kim, her behavior has been horrific, appalling. Like truly appalling with the fundraising stuff. Like that's not okay. Charlie, unfortunately, mattered. He has children, and watching him be used by his own people, his own group of people that claimed they loved him and cared so much about him, and watching how his life really mattered to these people as it's all just been propaganda pushing and pointing the fingers is so disheartening to me. So disheartening to me. At first, I gave grace to. I was like, oh, she's just a grieving widow. Her behavior is going to be off because they're surrounding her. Like I really saw and thought I was giving so much grace that I thought, oh, it's just because who she's caught up around and they're really pushing the narrative. And then I found out she's the one who has been controlling more of that than anything. Is wild to me. Like she was the one making a lot of these decisions and the choices and giving the green light to do all these things, and covering up shit is just horrific. Absolutely horrific. So, well, yeah, she was groomed into this life, if you ask me, SoCal. She was groomed into where she is today. She's been associated with the Trump regime forever. Yes. Jen Lu, isn't it the same one with the Lego stuff too? Isn't this the same judge from the Figs? I think it is. It's going to be a wild one. I'm so glad Valhalla he's not an attorney, and the guy streaming with him today is not an attorney either. And I appreciate that. Actually, I would go to Andrea Burkhart if you want an attorney's take on things. She's streaming it too. I would not go to Gray Hughes JLR. Oh, speaking of which, we have an 857 Gray Hughes collab from yesterday too. Yep, YBE. At the end of the day, nothing he stood for or pushed is anything I can get behind personally. But at the end of the day, he still was a man with children and was murdered horrifically. And that's that. So it is the same. Yep. And the craziness about how he was just selected and appointed by Spencer Cox under 2 months before this happened. And there's Google searches about the people involved in this case previous to this happening is concerning. There's a lot of concerning shit in this case. And right before I clicked off to go put my stuff together for this, yes, Andrea Burkhart, absolutely, for the legal breakdowns, and then Valhalla for commentary. Valhalla he's ex-military. He's a conservative. He used to be for this bullshit regime way back in the day. He's had an awakening of what's going on here. He's looking for transparency and truth, and I respect that. I don't agree with him on everything, which I appreciate out of his coverage, but he is fact-based. He's funny as shit. He's political, and he doesn't take no shit. Plus, Gray Hughes, can't stand Nate. So that makes me love Nate even more. And he's a good man. He's just a straight up good man. So that's my take from watching him extensively online. It's just a whole lot of weird shit with it. Okay. I do not like Surviving the Survivor at all. Surviving the Survivor pushes a lot of bullshit. They had a lot of people on, just in particular in the Sebastian Rogers case, that pushed a lot of misinformation and bullshit. I've seen it happen quite a few times over there with Surviving the Survivor. I used to hear, they used to also have the lifeboat on quite often as a guest over there on Surviving the Survivor. And if you know anything about the lifeboat, he is nothing but a con. And when you associate yourself with cons, I kind of, oh, he likes blocking people who don't give money. Yeah, Surviving the Survivor is not. Oh, Royal Wheat, it would be interesting to see your take on him, because he is, yeah, it would be interesting to see your take on him. I really like his breakdowns. He's really, really in depth about the gunshot itself and has done a lot of great breakdowns. I don't think so. Kathy Four, I don't know if he did or not. I showed him on my community wall. If you guys don't know who Valhalla is. Yes. Gobsmacked. Yes. Yes, exactly. And he used to be a guest host on Surviving the Survivor a lot. So that's where, over the Adelson stuff. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot with that group. Yeah, that's grimy as shit. But a lot of those channels, that's how they are. I don't think so. I think more like the president of the United States. She's got bigger goals and dreams than JD Vance. You got to remember, JD Vance was a never Trump guy. JD Vance is a puppet and a cog in the machine. JD Vance is the easiest for people like Stephen Miller and Peter Thiel to control, in my opinion. He's just a puppet. He went from being a never Trump guy to but I got to give JD credit where credit is due. He's the only one that, when they were talking about the Epstein files and the disgusting things in the Situation Room, that gave a little pushback, according to documents and reports that have been made. So, all right. Pika. Oh, shit. I'm supposed to block everybody. I actually came and looked, Jen, to see if you were covering it or not. But I figured this is going to be really interesting. I'm like hooked to the edge of my seat. I almost can't come on because I've been so hooked to that, but I've been promising you guys that I was going to do this. So I can't stand her. I can't. Ugh. No, you don't have to apologize. Look, I don't sugarcoat shit. Oh, and interesting. I was, White Boy Lockdown came up on my timeline yesterday, and I popped in there. We were getting ready to go to dinner. Hold on. And one of you had sent White Boy our Telegram find the other day. But crazy, somebody actually was watching the Patriot Front March in DC, and they found an image. So they were kind of tying it all together, like the Telegram chat that we found that JLR exposed. And then they were looking at JLR being in DC and how quiet he was. And we've all been kind of feeling some sort of way about it anyways. And then they were looking at the DC March from Patriot Front, but he was sent an image of what, I can't tell if it's JLR or not. Eyes look similar, but that's hard to say. Like, I will never 100% guarantee. Would it shock me? Absolutely not. But it was really interesting because when White Boy pulled that up, somebody sent him a screen grab of like the people in the march. And the one guy did have similar eyes to JLR. Very interesting. Very interesting. I won't lie and say that we weren't looking through the people too, trying to see if we could find JLR. Yeah, looked very much like him, but hard to say. Definitely hard to say. Yeah, JLR's a propaganda pushing machine. JLR is a part of all this bullshit. Hey, PJ. All right, let's go. So we're going to open with Jess Machado. So I'm going to give you a little backstory to, she tried to do the same thing. She tried to get an RO against Jen Altman. Some of you know more about that. Some of you don't. It's pretty surface is what we're going to do. We're going to listen to her own words, and then we're going to go there. So let's go.
Parking is just
Bog White Boys. You can go to White Boys channel.
Jesus. And it's rainy. Caca. Go ahead, sir. You're good. Oh, is this a parking space? All right, we got a parallel park, Kings and Queens. Stand by. Pray for me.
Date on this is the 23rd of June. Yeah, it's too hard to say if it's him or not for me. Hey,
Yes, bitch. How the fuck did I even get into this spot?
he's back in
20-year-old
Florida
Jessica
now.
could never.
I did, Steve. I did. All of the channels, for the most part, that I'm going to be using today, by the way, are linked in the description. I don't want your personal opinion on the channels that I linked. Look, it's just content for me. I'm just linking who I'm using for content. So I think the one channel is Meredith's channel, and I don't know the history. Don't care to know the history. We're talking about LawCows and how they use these cases to build channels and then become the fucking problem. Well, they scream about wanting justice. They misuse our justice systems.
All right. So purse. So listen, there's a couple of things that I can deal with. And one of those is I can deal with people talking about me on the internet. I can deal with it. I think it's very obvious. There's enough examples out there of me and stuff about me that's really bad. There's whole pages dedicated to my weight and my body. And I think I've been able to really just kind of like navigate through that with ease. And I'm fine with it. It is. I dish it. I can take it. The internet is the wild, wild west. People can essentially do whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. You just, you can't threaten people, and that's pretty much life. What I can't.
You pretty much can't threaten people. Okay. Look. All right. She can deal with the backlash, she claims. Okay, let's see.
Deal with is direct contact. I can't deal with when people directly contact me. And I have currently been dealing with a situation with Jen Altman.
You can't deal with people directly contacting you, but you have a bunny fucking hotline. Again, a reminder, you're going to need to have tits up, bras off, moisturizer, because these are some thirsty ass bitches for attention. When you get to the point where you recognize these things publicly, you have a fucking hotline for people to contact you 24/7, and that you claim that you can handle backlash on the fucking internet. You know that the lines are threats, but then you go misuse the courts anyways for what? For attention seeking? Right. Okay. All right.
That has gone beyond the internet. It has gone beyond what I think would be considered like normal freedom of speech. Jen Altman can and has said whatever she wants about me on the internet. I've never heard her threaten me. I have also said what I wanted about Jen Altman on the internet. I have never threatened her. What currently is happening with Jen Altman is contacting me directly and is relentless about it. And what she says when she messages me are really, truly hateful things. And first of all, I have never proactively ever texted Jen Altman. She has texted me relentlessly. Sometimes I will get mad and I will say, don't contact me. Sometimes I will banter back and forth with her. Over the past week, I set up complete boundaries and told her not to contact me. She doesn't listen. I blocked her on my phone. She went to my other phone. When I blocked her on my other phone, then she emailed me. And then when I wasn't responding, she went to Venmo and she Venmo'd me. And in the Venmo is leaving disparaging, hateful comments.
So she's sending you money with hateful comments. Okay, cool. So how did she get all of these ways to contact you? She obviously had your number somehow, some way. And you admitted you engaged with her.
Jen Altman was emailing me again last night at like 2:00 in the morning. Multiple messages that I have already very clearly stated, leave me alone. I can handle the internet, but I choose to go on the internet. If I'm on the internet and I know there's vitriol there and hate, then that's my problem and I deal with it. And
I'll be very clear. None of these women that we are going to be covering today can handle the internet and the backlash on the internet. That's why they misuse the courts.
I spit it out on the internet as well. I cannot handle the messaging coming at me from all places. The Venmo thing, I joked about it. That is fucking nuts. That is fucking nuts. And so that is why I am at New Bedford District Court. I am going to be walking in here in a minute. I am going to be asking for a restraining order immediately. Happy to have a 2-party hearing with her, but I need somebody to tell her to stop contacting me directly. I cannot handle it that she is messaging me in the way that she has. I cannot handle the Venmo. I can't handle.
Why can't you block? Why can we not be an adult and block this stuff? Why do we have to misuse the court? Hey, Miss Leah. Why?
The emails in the middle of the night, I can't handle it. And I am throwing up the white flag that I can't handle it. I can handle online. I expect it online. I get it from many people online. I can handle it. The sheer number of times this woman has continued to contact me after I have blocked her is turning into a major problem for me, and I can't escape it.
I can't escape it. Sky's Burning, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. Good to see you. Thank you for your continued support. Happy Monday.
Because now it is going into emails. It is going into like money sharing apps. Like I can't handle it. It is causing me anxiety, and I'm not fucking fluffing anybody because I'm a tough bitch. But I choose to get off the internet and not talk.
Yes, this is on her way into court, Lindsay. This is the 23rd on her way into a court. This is what she was saying. So that's why we went here, so people would understand kind of the setup and the situation of all of this. Casper, good to see you. Thank you so much for your continued support and being a member for 5 months. Thank you.
Talk about her, or maybe I just did it yesterday or the day before. Internet is separate. There's nothing that I'm going to say in front of a judge today where I'm going to talk and say, like, she said bad words about me on the internet. That's not what this is about. It's about her sending me the bad words and forcing me to see them. That is my problem. That if I blocked.
My God, can you imagine? I have some crazy fucking emails, some crazy fucking unhinged, like 35 to 50 plus emails from people that just contain insanity. I can't imagine going and trying to get an RO on all these people. And they've contacted me multiple ways, email, multiple different forms. I just can't even imagine doing this shit. I can't. I just can't. Vibrator, thank you for being a member for 24 months, 2 years, love and nonsense. Thank you, Vibrator. Appreciate your continued support. That's a long ass time to put up with me.
She knew I blocked her, and she sent it to another phone because she knew I blocked her. So she sent it. I can't handle that. And I don't think that I should have to go through the extreme of like getting rid of my vent.
Oh, I admit, Jasmine, I haven't checked my email in probably like 5-6 days at this point. Like I took a break from all that shit too. I'm sick of I'm sick of opening it. So I apologize. I have not looked at my email in a while.
Where I make money so that I can avoid hateful comments from her. And so I don't know if this is going to work. I'm not really sure. You know, I know some people are like, you know, weaponizing. This is not fucking weaponizing. I don't want this fucking woman to contact me. I don't want her to contact me. She can stay on the internet all day long, make fun of my weight, talk about what kind of bad parent I am, wish I'm dead.
Okay, another thing that really bothers me with Machado, I just have to admit, she claims that everybody is body shaming her. Everybody says she's fat. Everybody is, ma'am, I haven't seen a whole lot of that being done. Yes. Is it done? Absolutely. Are there people that go there? Fuck yeah, there are. Just like that happens with all of you. I've seen you do that quite often to others, but you blame people for body shaming you constantly with no proof. No fucking proof. That's your instant go-to. Oh, they said I'm fat. Like, it's so weird.
And she can fucking, if she wants to, she can keep reporting my fucking YouTube account. Fine. She cannot contact me like this. She can't. It is fucking nuts. And so I'm in New Bedford court today because my sister works in Fall River District Court and I can't go there because she works there. So I'm going to go in here and I am going to handle business and see if somebody will fucking get this crazy bitch to stop texting me. Because
please tell me right off the bat, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about her going in and filing for an RO? If she's got rabid bunnies in here, you're welcome to communicate and talk. Please explain to me why you think that this is acceptable use of the courts. Yeah, girl Bubba, all the time. I get told I look like a dude on the fucking daily by some crazy looking people, but it is what it is. It's like people say wild shit on the internet. That's the internet. Sure, Dan, sure. Hello. It's stupid, right? It is such a waste of court time.
I'm done. So have a great day.
I'm done.
It's all your favorite Jess Machado songs on one CD. Wake up in
You guys,
the morning feeling like P. Diddy.
my subs have not heard this. By the way, she thinks that she is the first one to do an AI diss track. She wrote a bop, is what she calls it, to Broken Baker. And she thinks she is like the first, and everybody, she's like, I do all the trending things. Bitch, I've had about 15 fucking diss tracks via AI made about me. You're a little late on that. Get in line. You're not special and you didn't do anything special. So your little diss track doesn't work. Moving along. Okay, we don't need to, I'm not gonna force you guys to listen to that. Actually, hold on, I will. And look, I'm starting to realize there are people over there that I kind of thought I liked in the community of the Free Karen Reed Turtle Boy situation. Not so much. Not so much. When you really start looking under the hood, they're a lot different than what you see very surface level. Yikes is all I gotta say. There's a lot of problems, a lot of problematic creators over there.
Grab my glasses. I'm out the door. I'm gonna hit this city before I leave. Brush my teeth. Say goodbye to Jack. When I leave for Bunny After Dark, I'm not coming back. It's all the hits you've always loved in one place. Just so everyone knows, it's all right because I got Jeff his new guitar, and that's okay because my...
So the creator singing that is Jimmy, Auntie Deb. Yeah, he's a creator in that overlapping space. So you can listen to that on your own if you would prefer to. I don't care to listen to it. Let's move along to the actual court hearing. This one's actually really fucking short. Crazy. Link to this channel. Old Mayor is Dead is the channel. I'll drop it in the chat. or I'll drop the link for the video in the chat. That's where you'll find this. Oh, here we go. This is New Bedford. Yep. He's at New Bedford. Oh, this isn't the Bob Sheet Road. I thought he was okay until he promoted Bullhorn Betty.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Machado. So I was just carefully reading your affidavit. How did you first come to know Ms. Altman now that I've read the affidavit?
I was a reporter for the Karen Reed trial. Ms. Altman was there as a part of that, as a supporter of Karen Reed. My first interaction with her is she approached me outside the courthouse, identified herself as a fan, and I think took a selfie with me. And I can't recall if that was in trial 1 or trial 2, but it was one of those trials where I covered both. So that was my first interaction with her.
Oh my God. Took a selfie. We took a selfie. I met her during my coverage as a reporter. Oh.
My second interaction with Ms. Altman was also pleasant.
So the first interaction, do you know when that was? Sorry to interrupt you. Do you know about when that was?
It was either during Karen Reed trial 1 or Karen Reed trial 2. So either in 2024 for Karen Reed 1 or 2025 in trial 2.
And when was trial 2? What part of 2025?
I think we got a verdict at the end of June in 2025. So
Okay.
somewhere in that time frame.
All right. Did you work for a news organization or
I'm an independent journalist. Actually, during trial 1, I worked for Fall River Reporter and New Bedford Guide, actually. And then in trial 2, I was independent on my own.
Okay. All right. So I interrupted you. The first was in the summer of 2025. And then what else were you going to say?
The second interaction I had with her actually is both she and I were victimized by a individual by the name of Stephen Cody. He also was kind of like a fan of the Karen Reed trial. And I had to actually get a restraining order against him. And she also was victimized him. He was sending things to our home, Chinese food deliver order.
So there's already other ROs in existence with other characters in this space, as many of you are aware of.
Like all the time. And she reached out to me to let me know that she had also had a restraining order against him and her experience. And I used that information to obtain my own. He's currently incarcerated for violation of that for someone else. But the second interaction I had with her was also pleasant with no concern.
All right. So you had no concerns on the 2 in-person interactions.
Correct.
And then I know she's been sending you derogatory emails and texts. Do you have any idea where that came about from or how it came about?
So,
Or
I mean,
why?
full transparency. We hadn't really interacted with any concern up until March of this year. So occasionally people have differences of opinion and, fans turn into people who don't like me, and it is common. I mitigate those as necessary. Some people very easily will accept it. Please don't contact me. Ms. Altman did contact me for the first time with any type of aggression in March of this year. I engaged in a back and forth with her. I thought I could handle these interactions via text message. I would kind of go back and forth with her. But I was already concerned that it was taking place on my phone. So there is a lot of this stuff that takes place online. I'm a big proponent of the First Amendment. I can take it, I dish it, I take it. In online world, I can choose not to look at her accounts where she disparages me. She has accounts about my body, my weight, full, just terrible, disgusting accounts about me. But I also can counter that. I talk about it on my show. That's fine. I can choose to block her, which I have online. I can't handle the in-person type of connection on my phone that's been happening. And that's why I'm here today, because I see a problem and it's getting out of control. So I recently just asked her to stop contacting me. And she responded with a message not adhering to that. I blocked her from that number. And when I blocked her from that, she moved over to an alternate phone number that I had. I blocked her from that number as well. Then she emailed me. And I didn't know I could block her on email. I just ignored the email. But the last step was she Venmo'd me. She's Venmoing me $1 on my personal professional account that I use for like work payments, and sending me $1 and then commenting disparaging things in the section where you get a comment. I can't escape the contact that's currently coming from her. I can stay off the
Are we seeing how ridiculous this sounds already? Are we already recognizing how ridiculous this sounds? Okay, well, quick little introduction.
We are forever going to be mentioning Jen Altman's vagina. That's it.
Do me a favor.
This is the woman, Jess Machado, who went into court to get an RO, and her talking about Jen Altman previously.
Go suck a dick, a fat one around your mouth that has no lips. Listen, you fucking cunt, suck my dick. I am so tired of you.
She is the petitioner for the RO. She's the petitioner against the woman she's talking about right here.
Coming after me for no reason. You have a problem. There's something wrong with you. Suck my dick. Dick. Suck my dick. Why are you a fucking cunt?
We are forever going to be mentioning Jen Altman's vagina. That's it.
I mean, do you think she played that for the judge? Just wondering. Just asking. Okay, back to the court hearing. Let's go back a little bit. Let's just go back. X is a wonderful treasure trove of clips of Jess Machado.
And she responded with a message not adhering to that. I blocked her from that number. And when I blocked her from that, she moved over to an alternate phone number that I had. I blocked her from that number as well. Then she emailed me. And I didn't know I could block her on email. I just ignored the email.
Do you guys know what her X account is? I don't know which one Jen Altman's account is. She's shared, but I'm not sure which one she is. Good morning, Chad. She's pleasant, isn't she? She's quite fun. Good morning, Valhalla waits.
No. But the last step was she Venmo'd me. You know, she's Venmoing me $1 on my personal professional account that I use.
Will you text me Jen Altman's X account, please? If you have it, that would be great. I'd like to look at that. Please and thank you.
For like work payments and sending me $1 and then commenting disparaging things in the section where you get a comment. I can't escape the contact that's currently coming from her. I can stay off the internet. I can block her and I don't have to deal with it. But when it's coming to my devices, my phones that I'm on all the time, and I blocked and she's circumventing those blocks and going to other areas, I have a concern. And I feel, and I know it, I feel silly even talking to you after I just listened to this case that was here. I get a lot of people like who mess.
Okay, listen, you're going to hear this throughout the day. The tears and the shit. And, well, the previous case, Julie did the same thing. Julie Skolnick. You're going to see a side-by-side of a lot of these LawCows. This is what makes a LawCow. They moo and they sue. An RO isn't truly a lawsuit, but it's a legal proceeding. Look, we just go with it. These are LawCows. They're not just LawCows. They're LawCows. They misuse the courts. They become the victims. They scream that they're huge proponents of the First Amendment. They advocate for victims, but they always have a way of misplacing and becoming the victims. And you'll see some very common themes with all of these people. When things don't go their way, they tell stories. They recognize what real victims look like, the cases before them, but they don't care about wasting the court's time themselves because they're selfish. They're attention-seeking, scum-sucking parasites on our justice system, ultimately. And they can all cry on cue. So it's just a thing. Buckle in. It's going to be a long day. By the way, it is Kyle's birthday today. The man who doesn't exist. But he's not in the chat right now. But if you see him, I don't know if he's popping in today or not. Make sure you wish the man of the house a happy birthday. We went to the Crab Shack last night for dinner, and tonight we're having pizza. Because why not? Those are his favorite things.
To me all the time, and some of them are really terrible. And I really just try to like keep my space from fans, so to speak. There's a line that's getting blurred here that's problematic. And some of the language that is being used, I use that in real life on my internet show, online. But when I'm getting it in the middle, like last night, I got these 2 messages in the middle of the night. You know, I'm getting woken up at 1:00 in the morning with emails, 2:00 in the morning with emails, another response on the Venmo. The only other issue that I would mention is a woman by the name of Marie Carvalho. She lives in New Hampshire. She reached out to me. She asked me to testify in a case where she is asking for a restraining order against this woman. And I said no, I declined that. I'm just looking to protect some personal peace here. I don't care what she does on the internet. None of my affidavit includes that. Other than that, she did text me and ask me to go listen to her. And on that online show, she talked about my daughter who is a minor. I can talk about my daughter who's a minor, but I just don't feel like she can. Either way, I'm not here about anything that transpires online. I'm looking for some peace and protection from the direct contact that has been happening, even though I have stated I'm asking don't contact me.
Jesus, take the wheel. What is wrong with these people? How pathetic does this sound? I'm looking for you to stop her from contacting me, Your Honor. Is this a fucking joke?
And I felt like once she was going past the regular phone number, going to another phone, the email, then the Venmo, I can't really escape it. And I don't know how to stop it. And I thought simply the court telling her, just don't contact her would be great for me. That's why
the court, she wants the court to intervene and tell Jen Altman not to contact her, even though she's been doing shows, from what I've gathered from my little research that I've done, for months, speaking about Jen Altman's private parts, everything like inappropriate you could ever do, because she was aligned with people at the time that was the narrative that they pushed. What?
It's just,
this is the woman who has a bunny hotline for people to contact her 24/7. She just told a story like 3 nights ago, maybe even 2 nights ago, about somebody contacting her at midnight and her having a back and forth and answering the phone. She was in a dead sleep and her phone went off and it was somebody calling her. So she engages in this shit until it's too much for her all of a sudden. I think she thought that this was going to kind of, I'll be honest, and tell me what you guys think, but I think that a lot of these LawCows get themselves into dramatic situations when things don't go their way. They start misusing the court and they do these things in hopes that it'll scare others who criticize them into stopping. It's a way of controlling others and redirecting the narrative. When they get themselves into a bunch of shit, they go to using the courts. That's my feeling on this, because the timing of this is very interesting considering it's June 23rd. And her bullshit with Turtle Boy and kind of the Broken Baker situation was right in the middle of all of this.
I can't. I'm on my phones all the time. It's my work. It's my job. And I can choose not to listen to someone call me a fat cunt on the internet, but I can't get away from it when it's on my phones.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Machado. I appreciate it.
Can you believe she said that? I can't get away from it when it's on my phone. I'm backing that up.
She did text me and ask me to go listen to her. And on that online show, she talked about my daughter who is a minor. I can talk about my daughter who's a minor, but I just don't feel like she can. Either way, I'm not here about anything that transpires online. I'm looking for some peace and protection from the direct contact that has been happening, even though I have stated I'm asking don't contact me. And I felt like once she was going past the regular phone number, going to another phone, the email, then the Venmo, I can't really escape it. And I don't know how to stop it. And I thought simply the court telling her, just don't contact her would be great for me. That's what I need. It's just, I can't. I'm on my phones all the time. It's my work. It's my job. And I can choose not to listen to someone call me a fat cunt on the internet, but I can't get away from it when it's on my phones.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Machado. I appreciate your testimony. So under the harassment prevention statute, which is chapter 258E, the definition of harassment is a lot different than if you and I were having a cup of coffee talking about the derogatory names she's calling you. I think we both agree we call that harassment, okay? In a setting, a mutual conversation setting. But under the statute 258E, excuse me, I have to find a certain number of events that rise to a certain level of conduct to issue the order. And I credit your honesty and I appreciate your candor. When there's communications that are not in person, under this statute, they have to be what are called fighting words or true threats, okay? In order for me to issue this order, and it has to be a certain number of them.
Fighting words or true threats. Now, again, this is in Massachusetts. Hey, North Dakotan. Are you from North Dakota? I was born in Williston. I always get excited when I see something familiar. First Amendment enthusiast. but it doesn't really seem like it, Valhalla. Hey, how often do you go live, Valhalla? You don't go live very often, do you? Or am I just missing when you go live? I've been checking out all of you guys, kind of seeing what you're doing. I haven't seen you go live yet, though. I'm waiting.
Words have to be in person. So thankfully, that's not the case here. Okay. The other option is true threats for that type of communication. True threat has to be an immediate threat of fear for you that causes you immediate concern for your safety. Okay. And I get why you came. The derogatory comments, the language, and the communications obviously is unacceptable, but it doesn't rise to the level of a true threat or a fight in words for me to grant a harassment prevention order. I would have to make a finding that there's a substantial likelihood of imminent danger of harassment as it's defined under the order. And respectfully, I just can't do that today, okay?
So the judge says, respectfully, I can't do that today. There's not enough that meets the standard, which pretty clear, according to what she said, wasn't going to meet the standard. The fact that you even wasted the court's time with this speaks volumes to me. The fact that you made this content. Oh, okay, perfect. You're not a full-time creator. I kind of figured a lot of you guys have jobs, it seems like. That's cool. I'll have to check it out. Thank you.
A couple things to keep in mind. If anything was to happen that caused you fear for your safety, you call the police right away. Number two, if anything further was to happen.
Police reports, also interesting. Unlike our LawCow extraordinaire, Julie Skolnick, who has over 15 fucking police reports that she started filing to document said threats.
And I don't want this to discourage you. You come right back to this court or another courthouse if it's available and make the request based on whatever's happening. The third thing is if anything was to happen that causes you in fear when the court's closed after 4:30 or on the weekends, there's a judge on call in the state 24/7. You just have to go to the nearest police station. They can put you on the phone with the on-call judge to make an emergency request until court is open. All right. So I understand your.
Listen to that. That was interesting to me. Now, some of these cases, for anybody that doesn't know, we just did a LawCow case that I followed extensively with this Julie Skolnick. So I know a lot more about that particular situation than I do this one. But the judges, the way that they are handling this in their courtrooms is very intriguing to me all the way around. And you're going to hear, you won't get to hear the actual judge speak in the Skolnick hearing, but you'll get to hear what they said in the Skolnick hearing for the private citizen's complaint. Unfortunately, because it's a different state, we cannot access the RO part of that, but I'll kind of give you a breakdown. But listening to the judges, like recommendations almost for available remedies is very intriguing how it differs from state to state. I've been finding this stuff to be really interesting.
I credit your honesty and I appreciate your candor. When there's communications that are not in person, under this statute, they have to be what are called fighting words or true threats, okay? In order for me to issue this order, and it has to be a certain number of them. Fighting words have to be in person. So thankfully, that's not the case here, okay? The other option is true threats for that type of communication. True threat has to be an immediate threat of fear for you that causes you immediate concern for your safety, okay? And I get why you came. The derogatory comments, the language, and the communications obviously is unacceptable, but it doesn't rise to the level of.
Thank you, Kathy P, for the little gift thing. Thank you.
A true threat or a fight in words for me to grant a harassment prevention order. I would have to make a finding that there's a substantial likelihood of imminent danger of harassment as it's defined under the order.
Imminent danger of harassment. That's what he claimed here. Now, this is, I love hearing these things because it differs, and we're going to have 3 different states in this.
Or a fight in words for me to grant a harassment prevention order. I would have to make a finding that there's a substantial likelihood of imminent danger of harassment as it's defined under the order. And
imminent danger of harassment as defined under the order.
Respectfully, I just can't do that today, okay? A couple things to keep in mind. If anything was to happen that caused you fear for your safety, you call the police right away. Number 2, if anything further was to happen, I don't want this to discourage you. You come right back to this court or another courthouse if it's available.
This is Jessica Machado versus Jennifer Altman out of the state of Massachusetts. Jessica Machado filed for an RO against Jennifer Altman because she didn't like her texting and emailing her and Venmoing her. No threats, no nothing like that, but that's what she went to the courts to try and get an RO on this Jennifer Altman.
Make the request based on whatever's happening. The third thing is, if anything was to happen that causes you in fear when the court's closed after 4:30
Yes.
or on the weekends, there's a judge on call in the state 24/7. You just have to go to the nearest police station. They can put you on the phone with the on-call judge to make an emergency request until court is open. All right. So I understand your frustration. I understand why you came here today. I just can't grant the order based on what you told me, and I appreciate your honesty, but it just doesn't rise to the level of harassment under the statute. All right.
I will say that Machado was way more honest in this hearing than what I saw some of the other people being in their hearings. So I will at least give her some credit that she was fairly honest with the judge about what was going on. She didn't fabricate that there was threats or any of that type of stuff, which I appreciate. Mimi of 8, thank you so much for being a member, becoming a member. Thank you.
Just relax, chat. It's giving Bunny After Dark.
The fucking hat. Just relax, chat. Thank you, Mimi of 8, for the support. And one Michelle, thank you so much for your continued support and being a member for 9 months. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Right. She didn't lie on police reports that we know of, Bog, unlike other people we know. So there's varying degrees of LawCows, but you did hear her say that she has other ROs on other people already too. And from what I'm gathering, this isn't the first time that she's tried. Oh yeah, it's the crumbling of the community. Just Samantha, it's what we see in all of these little communities that form off of these tragedies. When the case kind of resolves or goes to the civil parts of it, creators flounder, they turn on each other, the community fall apart. It's what we watch in all of these spaces, and it's becoming a trending thing. She just got the hat today. She was opening her bunny mail, and that was a clip from today, and I was just like, it's given Bunny After Dark. No, it's given Rabid Bun Bun biatch.
Can I have a motion on the restraining order? Sean Toledo versus Mark.
Okay, so that was the actual hearing. So pretty short, pretty simple. Let's go to her explanation, though, to her chat. So now we're going to go right back to the 23rd. She comes back on. Of course, it's content because LawCows turn their stuff into content over concern, as we all know. So this is, again, from Jess Machado. I will share the link for this in the chat. As I explained, all of this can be found. The links for these are in the description. So this was her explanation to her rabid buns after the court.
Don't swear at all. You are at work.
This is not her. This happens to be, if you remember the social horizon chart that we watched her do, this is the guy at the very top of her social horizon chart. This is Mr. Ford himself, found on road deceased. This guy right here, this is not her husband. This is that Pat Ford guy. That's her avatar right now. Look at me. I'm learning certain shit. So don't get confused.
Apologize.
Not her husband. Not her. This is Pat Ford.
Just put in the earbud. Will it make it better for you if I don't swear at all? Like if I just promise to not do swearing? I can do that. If you want, I can do it.
Her pun puns.
All right. So let's pick up where we left off today. I don't know if I got a chance to like really explain anything because I was just driving straight to the courthouse. Well, first and foremost, the judge did not allow for it. Very kind and sympathetic judge who listened and said, I appreciate your honesty. And I
Probably too much at times, Steve. I'm a research ridiculous person.
think he was referring to, I said, I go after this woman on the internet, on my show all the time. And she comes at me on the internet all the time. And I even said, at first, when she first texted me in March, I responded and I go back at her and made fun of her and sent pictures in these text messages. But in light of like all of the people that are messaging me, all of the things that I'm getting, like I just felt like the intensity in which like these messages from Jen Altman, I felt like
no,
just, and I have the right to say it, I can't handle it on my fucking phone and in my real life. I've talked.
Again, this lends more to my theory that she did this to try and stop others from criticizing her too, thinking if she got this RO on Jen, that she would be able to use it to puff her chest and scare others from criticizing her and critiquing her, thinking that they could potentially get an RO on them too.
Talked 1,000 times about what happens on the internet stays on the internet, and I do shut my phone off, and for the most part it doesn't impact me.
Isn't it funny too, Steve, that I will never refer to myself as a journalist ever, because I'm the furthest thing from it. I'm just an archivist, I guess, and an asshole. I'm a double A, an archivist asshole. But I really do think that she was trying to silence and prevent others from criticizing her by getting this RO. I think she thought that this would kind of stop that, which a lot of people we've seen do that. That's kind of what they do. It's not even so much about the person that they're getting or attempting to get the RO on. It's more of a, I got this on this person. Do you really want to continue this? I'll do it to you too, kind of thing.
I can't handle that. Last night in the middle of the night at like 1:30, my phone beeps. I wake up because I'm a real light sleeper. I wake up, I look over, I get an email. I open the email.
What, YBE? This guy photoshopped you? Are you? Wow. Wow. Yeah, some of those people in that community are absolutely wild and do crazy shit.
Email, it's Jen Allman. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I get another ping, and it's a response on the Venmo. And then a half hour later, I am back asleep. My phone rings again. It's Jen Altman in an email. Is anybody paying attention? What are you doing thinking about me and messaging me at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning? What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? But yet she has a Rabid Bun hotline. Oh, I'm sure she does, Miss Leah, for sure. YBE, is that continuing? Are they continuing to do this stuff to you? I'm sorry, but that's concerning to me. That's extremely concerning to me. Unreal.
What the fuck? And then I get another ping, and it's a response on the Venmo. And then a half hour later, I am back asleep. My phone rings again. It's Jen Altman in an email. Is anybody paying attention? What are you doing? Thinking about me and messaging me at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? I am
What are you doing?
Sleeping. I am going nunites. I don't know why you're thinking of me like that.
Then why are you even looking at it? Why wouldn't you notice it the next day? What are you doing?
That sounds unnatural to me.
It sounds unnatural to me that you're fucking even looking at it. Turn your phone on Do Not Disturb and put it away. Like, go to fucking bed.
Circumventing the block on my first phone and going to the second phone and then going to the next phone. All of that is very crazy to me.
Is that the Kirk Minahan show, North Dakota? Is that right? The KMS is the Kirk Minahan show. I'm not a fan, if that's correct. I think I'm getting things right, finally.
Running your mouth online, starting burner accounts, even that's weird, but whatever. I guess that's some people's like fucking like love language. You want to start burner accounts about me? Am I wait? Whatever. You want to make AI generated pictures of me?
And there she goes again. Want to make burner accounts with me in my weight.
Very crazy to me.
Hey,
running your mouth online, starting burner accounts, even that's weird, but whatever. I guess that's some people's like fucking like love language. You want to start burner accounts about me? Am I wait? Whatever. You want to make AI generated pictures of me? I mean, it's your fucking life. There's something strange when you step outside of the internet about someone who knows they've been blocked and then goes and says, I want you to hear me, hear me, hear me. and I'm going to go to your other phone, and you don't hear me here, I'm going to your email. Wait, how else can I do? Who the fuck gave you the idea to go to my Venmo and leave a comment? That's crazy.
I mean, she sent you money, obviously. Why are you bitching? Read the fucking message, accept the money, and shut your fucking phone. Like, it's not that big of a deal. These are grown women. She's 50 years old. Look, all of these people are older than me by a few years. You're 50 years old. You know how to, like, you are raising children. Listen, and I'm not taking it there, but I'm trying to make a point that if you are teaching children how to deal with situations and you can't do it yourself, are you joking? Monkey Mar, this is Jess Machado. Machado.
So
Monkey
I'm sorry,
Auto.
but things started to just
Fucking whack job, LawCow. What we're doing is a compare and contrast. So we're going to listen to her. We just listened to her RO hearing and why she needed to get an RO. Then we're going to listen to Julie Skolnick and her little court debacle with what she tried to do with Brittany and Craig. And then we're going to do a Lauren Mathias misuse of the court against Christina, because that's very relevant. And she still has not taken that down or apologized or done anything to rectify that situation. It just has continued. And then if we have time, we'll get into Bullhorn Betty.
be like, what the fuck? And then, combined with Marie, telling all of you that she messaged her children. And I'm going, there's just something not normal here. I only start to worry when people exhibit extremely odd behaviors. Me running my mouth on the internet is not an odd behavior.
And just so everybody is aware, if you're coming in late or moving around, I am doing their words on their shows, the hearings. So you kind of get a once over. You get the actual court hearing, if we have the audio from it, or a synopsis and breakdown, what they have said themselves out of their own mouth about these hearings. Not all of it. Of course, we're not going to watch 9 hours of fucking Lauren Mathias. That's just not happening. But I've kind of consolidated some of the parts of that I want to play. Same with Julie Skolnick, because God knows that I have an entire playlist on that. That's a fucking crazy shit show. That's why we're starting early. From now on, I'm going to try to start doing my lives between 10 and noon Pacific Standard Time. So we have the afternoon, and then I have my evenings free to cook dinner and be with my family. You will still get a random occasional after dark stream. But now with my girls going back to school, I'm going to start doing an earlier day stream. So I kind of have all of it laid out. So today we will probably have until, hopefully we won't have to go until like 5 o'clock, but we might. So that's kind of the breakdown of what we're doing. If you're coming in, just so you kind of know. So you're going to get a once over of what LawCows look like in these spaces, and they all come from different ones. So Jess Machado comes from the Free Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, unfortunately off of John O'Keefe's The Tragedy. And that's such a horrific one. So out of Massachusetts, Julie Skolnick is out of New Jersey, and she used Sebastian Rogers' case to build a YouTube audience, and Lauren Mathias, who has used multitude of cases to build a YouTube out of Utah. So you'll get a wide variety. And Bullhorn Betty, if we get there, you'll see a shit ton of different LawCows.
Everybody fucking does it, okay? Aiden Carney makes a living off of it. Everybody does it. Just everybody. Not everybody, but there's plenty of people who do it. So nobody should be alarmed if I mention you on my fucking radio show.
Nobody should be alarmed if I mention you on my radio show. Amy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
Even if you were the devil himself, I'd still watch you. You're brilliant at what you do. You and your husband both. Right? And so the reason that's relevant.
I'm not the devil.
The reason that's relevant, I know you're not the devil. It's making a point, obviously.
She the devil.
I would be alarmed,
Amy,
with me if I started reaching out to you privately on your phone and then in combination with that was doing like spaces about you and talking about your kids. And then like, I can talk about my kids. She can't talk about my kids. To which the judge agreed to that, by the way, but it's not against the law. So win for Jen Altman. You can talk about Georgia, Jen. I mean, whatever. I just found in the middle of the night messages is creepy. It's fucking weird. Now, I have since Googled, I can block her on email.
Okay, here's a crazy similarity and a crossover. So when Julie Skolnick tried to file against Brittany and Craig, one of the big pushes of people that were pushing her narrative was that Julie was being harassed out of regular business hours because Brittany J goes live at late hours in the evening. So they were trying to say that it was outside of customary business hours that she was being talked about, which made the harassment worse. I'm sorry, but her YouTube shows are always late in the evening. That had nothing to fucking do with it. Nothing to fucking do with it, but the same thing. Late in the evening. Has nothing to do with it. But they try that shit. LawCows are very similar.
And I can block her on Venmo, which I have done. So at this point, currently, I cannot receive traditional communication from Jen Altman yet.
Yet, she says. Yet.
From at all. I can't. So she can't message my phones. She can't call my numbers. The numbers are blocked. She can't email.
Can't message my phones. What is it with LawCows and having multiple devices too? Right. Jen, why are we all talking about each other's, like, why? I don't understand these people. I don't want to though.
Mail me, and she can't Venmo me.
There's so
I have a Jessica Machado Show email account that I don't go in. I'll go in there and I will block her in there.
So she just tells her another way of her contacting her. She's not blocked in there. So she just publicly gave her another way to contact her. After the RO, the judge said, nope, this isn't enough. She comes on live stream and gives her another fucking avenue to contact her. Well, I've got this other fucking email and she's not blocked in there yet. I don't hardly ever get into it, but here's another. What are we doing?
And
tell me this isn't attention seeking. Thirsty.
I don't know. I woke up this morning and I was like, this is just too fucking nuts for me. It's too nuts that you're at home in bed and you're thinking about me. Like, she tweeted all through vacation about me. Like, there is an unhealthy obsession going on here that
Another word LawCows love. Everybody that reviews them and criticizes them becomes obsessed. If you do coverage of these people, especially if you're thorough with your coverage, it's an obsession.
I can't tell if it's crazy or if it's dangerous. I don't know her. I don't know enough about her. I don't know. I can't tell. But I will tell you that like the going around the blocks and stuff is enough. And then the texting in the middle of the night or the email.
Going around the blocks and stuff. But yeah, you just gave her another avenue where she's not blocked to contact you. Like, tell me you don't want further contact. You do. You absolutely are inciting further contact.
Emails in the middle of the night is just nuts to me. So, you know, I got up there. I said to the judge, you know, they ask, what's your relation? She was like, I'm a big fan. And
that's her audio, by the way.
I think we took a picture or a selfie or I don't remember, but like, it was like, I love your work. Like, started off as a fan. And then I said, you know, she reached out to me when I was dealing with a guy, Steve Cody, and Steve Cody was harassing me. And apparently she had already,
because she's always doing her show on the road in her car.
It's definitely helpful in me getting my own restraining order against him. The guy ended up going to jail, not because of me, but like because of violation of an order or whatever. Like, it was fine. And I said, and then just like some of my fans, they end up not liking me. And this woman changed her.
Some of my fans, just like some of my fans. Let's go back here. Just a reminder. What did you tell the judge? What did you tell? Not the biggest YBE. She's one of them, but they're all so similar. All of these people are so similar. It's unreal.
All right, thank you, Ms. Machado. So I was just carefully reading your affidavit. How did you first come to know Ms. Altman, now that I've read the affidavit?
I was a reporter for the Karen Reed trial. Miss Altman was there as a part of that, as a supporter of Karen Reed. My first interaction with her is she approached me outside the courthouse, identified herself as a fan, and I think took a selfie with me. And I can't recall if that was in trial 1 or trial 2, but it was one of those trials where
identified herself as a fan. Like, telling a judge that is just so strange.
I covered both. So that was my first interaction with her. My second interaction with Miss Altman was also pleasant.
So the first interaction, do you know when that was? Sorry to interrupt you. Do you know about when that was?
It was either during Karen Reed trial 1 or Karen Reed trial 2. So either in 2024 for Karen Reed 1 or 2025 in trial 2.
And when was trial 2? What part of 2025?
I think we get a verdict at the end of June in 2025. So somewhere in that time frame.
All right. Did you work for a news organization or
I'm an independent journalist. Actually, during trial 1, I worked for Fall River Reporter and New Bedford Guide, actually. And then in
an independent journalist.
Trial 2, I was independent on my own.
Okay. All right. So I interrupted you. The first was in the summer of 2025. And then what else were you going to say?
The second interaction I had with her actually is both she and I were victimized by a individual by the name of Stephen Cody. He also was kind of like a fan of the Karen Reed trial. And I had to actually get a restraining order against him. And she also was victimized him. He was sending things to our home, Chinese food delivery orders, like all the time. And she reached out to me to let me know that she had also had a restraining order against him.
Ma'am, you're complaining about Chinese food. Did he pay for it? Why are you complaining about food getting sent? I'm not complaining about sweet and sour chicken being sent to the house. What the fuck?
And her experience. And I used that information to obtain my own. He's currently incarcerated for violation of that for someone else. But the second interaction I had with her was also pleasant, with no concern.
All right. So you had no concerns on the 2 in-person interactions.
Correct.
And then I know she's
no concerns on the first 2 in-person interactions, like face-to-face interactions, no concerns.
been sending you derogatory emails and texts. Do you have any idea where that came about from or how it came about?
So, I mean, full transparency. We hadn't really interacted with any concern up until March of this year. So
that's what I've heard. The little bit of research that I've done on that Steve characters, it sounds like he is out there, like way out there. Yeah. And legit craziness. Yeah. Yeah. I have done enough to know that that's a whole fucking shit show of a rabbit hole.
Occasionally people have differences of opinion and, fans turn into people who don't like me, and it is common. I mitigate those as necessary. Some people very easily will accept it. Please don't contact me.
Oh God.
Miss Altman did contact me for the first.
She'd probably break into song Valhalla Waits, and she'd probably have it confused with Springfield, Ohio, and say, it's cats and dogs, friends. They're sending me cats and dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cats. Eat the cats. She would probably do some bullshit like that because she's also stupid.
Time with any type of aggression in March of this year, I engaged in a back and forth with her. I thought I could handle these interactions via text message. I would kind of go back and forth with her. But I was already concerned that it was taking place on my phone. So,
okay. So you would engage in the back and forth. Back to this. Tell us more.
Her opinion about me. And it has just been like relentless. But I was very clear. I said, I am not here to speak about anything that has taken place on the internet. I appreciate the First Amendment. I would not want to be censored online myself. I can dish it. I can take it. That is 100%. There's nothing in my statement or anything I stated that I would ever bring up in front of the judges. I just know how this stuff works. That's not harassment. I can choose to not follow her. I can choose to block her. I can choose to deactivate my account and get off the internet. I've done all of those things. I said, but I can't stop this.
You've done all of those things. You've deactivated your accounts and gotten off the internet. Ma'am, no, you're not. You're still here.
Take it.
What?
That is 100%. There's nothing in my statement or anything I stated that I would ever bring up in front of the judge. I said, I just know how this stuff works. That's not harassment. I can choose to not follow her. I can choose to block her. I can choose to deactivate my account and get off the internet. I've done all of those things. I said, but
Okay, she did say I can choose to, not that she did, because I was going to say, bitch, no, you're still right here.
I can't stop this person from infiltrating my day-to-day life outside of work. And he was sympathetic. He appreciated the honesty, but he said that the statute is pretty clear. She has to have a threat in any of those forms of communication. He recommended that I come back if it continues and try again, document stuff. At this point, I don't know. I don't know what to do. My thought process was the worst thing that could happen is I could go, they could say no, she'd be aware of it, and then maybe she would stop. If she keeps ramping it up outside of internet world, I don't really know how to fucking handle that. I don't understand. Like, I'm not going to reach out to Jen Altman. Like, it's just weird that it's even happening. It's weird that I was engaging with her. I remember the first time she texted me, I called Aiden and I was like, fucking Jen Altman texted me. And he's like, what? And I was like, yeah, like, I don't even, it's bold, and then here I was going back and forth with her. And then one time I'm leaving voice memos. And then I called her because I'm like, listen, I didn't go out and seek out your son. Some lady sent me a link to a fucking Instagram account. I opened it. I clicked on it and I touched a picture on Instagram accidentally. And it was her son's picture. I fucking double clicked out of that fast and was like,
So what do we have here? People in kids' pictures. Once again, typical shit we watch with all of these LawCows.
like, I'm out.
Involving children.
Like, no, I wasn't searching for your kid or anything like that, lady. Like, why are you emailing me at 2:00 in the morning? Where the fuck is Steve Libby at this point? I mean, come and get your fucking rabid dog of a fucking wife.
Where's your Jeffy Poo? You sound a little rabid.
Like, I don't know what's going on, but while you're in bed sleeping, sir, your wife is emailing like her adversary on the interwebs, calling her a fucking cunt. Are you not even concerned? Is anybody concerned? Jesus Christ. So he took an L on that today. It didn't even make me feel better because I don't really know. I think I'm dealing with a fucking crazy person. That's what I think I'm dealing with here. Disguised as high functioning. I have not been able to get into communication with the person I wanted to interview tonight. I believe the best thing to do is to cancel tonight because it has to be aligned with like everything I'm doing. It has to be aligned with like the interview I had with Jessica. I want to hold out and wait. I know I promised it. I'm going to disappoint you forever, essentially. Clip it. I'm going to disappoint you. I am burnt out right now. I am burnt out. I didn't get any sleep after the Jen Altman thing. I barely sleep as it is. Go ahead. You can go. Go ahead. You can go. I said go.
What's really interesting is after this, she did this. She made a new song for her intro and included Jen Altman in it. Here you go.
Fuck them. So that's my song. I absolutely love it. Jeff loves it. I think Jeff can play it. And then we'll have an acoustic version. By the way, at the end where it says, haters listen longer. Everyone say hi to Jim. You're supposed to go, hi, Jim. That's your little crowd participation. So you know that part? You get it, right? At the end. Like I say it out loud every time. It's like, it's like, it's the modern day version of Sweet Caroline, essentially. Hi, Jim. But you say it in a real funny, like, hi, Jim. Hi, Jim. You do it that way. Yeah, like that. Hi, Jim. Anyway, that's my new song. I hope you like it. I think we're sticking with it, but we're going to have a different version of it tomorrow. It's a less Nickelbacky song. Fuck them. So that's my song. I absolutely love it. Jeff loves it. I think Jeff can play it.
Yeah, no. So another one who doesn't get an RO and turns around and continues to mention the person they tried to get an RO on. Sound familiar?
Another crazy thing that happens today is, I'm not even saying the plot thickens, but remember how I always told you, like, in time, things will make sense, right? Or if you wait, the truth comes out. And I always find, like, there's crazy things that, like, ultimately, I wish I had known at a certain time and I didn't know or whatever. Today, a woman messaged me, and she told me that the day Aiden Carney told Jessica Walsh to take down the pictures of the sex toys, right? That day, or I don't know, the day after or after that. This woman had kind words to say to the broken baker. She reached out to him in a text message, and she hid her message of what she said to him from me. She said she deleted it, and I don't mind. I'm sure it could have included things like shitting on Jessica Walsh or me or whatever. I don't really care. It's not the point. And I love the fact that she recognized that maybe something, or maybe it was really deleted, I don't really know, but she basically recognized, like, it was important for me to see the actual message that he sent back to her. And the message to this woman was essentially like, well, she was sympathetic with him, and she was feeling bad for him, and she's a fan. And so she was like, I'm feeling terrible. This happened. Here's Aiden on his bus stop live that
Sorry, her audio
was down. It's horrific. Like, this is really when Aiden started to get into it, right? So
Ted, I need you to pray a little harder for Machado's internet, or get her Starlink. Can you go visit her in Massachusetts? Take your holy Roland with you. Go pray for her internet or something, because her fucking internet connection is annoying.
Aiden's going all in on this guy, helping him out, using his words and his platform to really influence other people and Jessica Walsh to take these things down. And this is really goes hard line on it. As Aiden is doing that and going all in on a guy and basically saying he is upset and stressed and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, and by the way, if you don't remember who Jessica Walsh is, this is Jessica Walsh.
What are you talking about, you flaming fucking liberal? I've never wanted to hate fuck somebody so badly. I hate him so much sometimes.
She's a whole fucking science experiment in herself. Like, we're just not going to touch that one today. But that's Jessica Walsh, otherwise known as J6. Oops, I mean J7.
Blah, blah, blah. Do you know what this motherfucker was texting this woman? She sends him this sympathetic message, and he responds to her, Jess Walsh is like a fucking loser or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But if anything, at least it's great advertisement for the ladies who want Dom sexting.
Captain Avi, I'm not really dipping my toe into that sector. The characters are very similar to all of the crash out characters of all these communities that form around these tragedies. That there's a huge similarity with the creators and the characters and how they move. This is just a comparison of all of these LawCows, which there's so many more. We'll have another segment of them, some of the male ones with all the ROs that are being thrown around adjacent to the Nancy Guthrie case. So this is just kind of one of the crash out dummies with the Karen Reed space. And this is Machado. But I don't feel like this is really dipping my toe. There's so much bullshit in that I'm not even interested in. But some of the crash test dummies I'm interested in because there's such a similarity. But none of these people bother me at all. People are really concerned about me uncovering JLR's telegram and shit. And I'm like, look, he put it out here publicly. You can't be mad at me. These characters don't scare me.
So here's Aiden out here basically going off of the Four Loko stream where, like, he loses his mind. He's a goddamn victim. Aiden's like, stop it. Take this all down, Jessica. This is terrible. You can't do this. This is abusive. It's just like Meredith. And while Aiden is on his bus stop live chirping away, this motherfucker is in a fucking inbox and he's going, well, at a minimum, it's good advertisement for the ladies who want Dom, D-O-M, like dominant, domineering, BDSM, sexting. And I love that this woman sent it to me because she's like, you're right. Like, you're right. Do with this what you will. But like, he was not upset that day. He was literally joking about it being a great advertisement for all of the women out in the world to know that he is really into.
Oh, wait a second. We've got a cock-a-doodle-doo. I mean, a cock-a-doodle-don't. A rooster that doesn't crow, that considers himself a dom. Can we hand him over from another space? I think that would be appropriate. If they're looking for a dom, we've got one. Kind of an underwhelming disappointment from what I've heard, but that's a similar situation too.
Dominating them sexually. I read that and I was like, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, just another fucking example of like how we have been gaslighted about this whole fucking thing. You were not upset. You're literally trying to destroy my fucking platform on a lie.
No.
I get it if you want to destroy.
We do not claim him in any capacity. Nobody claims him at all. That's Sebastian Rogers adjacent, unfortunately. All these tragedies and these characters are adjacent to these tragedies. And he is a complete shit show, an embarrassment of sorts.
My platform on an opinion that I said that nobody liked, but you're destroying my platform based on a lie. The lie is that it was abusive and you didn't want it. It's a fucking lie. And just like fucking Aiden, when he did his fucking story about me, this guy doesn't even fucking take time to authenticate anything.
Really? And she's bitching.
You don't need Broken Baker's views that badly, Aiden, because he's trash. Unless you co-sign this behavior and you know all about it, fine. I actually don't think you do.
I was going to cut this out, but it just kind of gives a little bit more gravity to the entire situation. Another crash out rant.
I'm looking at this text message and I'm going, this motherfucker. All you fucking care about is getting fucking women to fucking send you money and sex them. You fucking weirdo. Do it in real life, like a real man.
Well, why? If he does it virtually, then he doesn't have to actually stick his... Why are we doing this? Why do you care what he's doing anyways? You're a married lady. Stay in your lane. Like, some of you people get weird, but listen, this is a common theme in all of these spaces too. I hate to say it, but there's a lot of weird relations that form. And I'm talking adult relations, consenting adult relations, but they become very public after. I talked about it the other day and I said, look, the dick pics, all of that stuff happens. The passing the pictures around, I don't agree with any, but they do this. This is all happening in all of these adjacent spaces. It's fucking weird, but it exists.
In this country, if you're on disability and you fucking just fucking get online and you start fucking sexting women, that's like frowned upon over here. I don't know what it's like over there.
Hey, what? Miss Leah, you. That sounds like Molly Golightly.
I didn't even put out a bat signal or a fucking caw call for women who have inboxes with him. But like
a
now,
bat signal or a caw. What the fucking hell?
Now let's.
This is on the heels of her trying to get an RO. Are you scared for your life and you want the fucking harassment to stop? Or are you inciting more?
It makes me so upset. Like, he fucking railed me for this shit and made everybody fucking hate me.
I mean, I don't think he actually railed you. I think that's your husband that's doing that. And I don't think he railed the other chick too, because he's in a whole other fucking country. So can we stop talking about being railed?
On a lot.
Get back to you. You've derailed. Can we talk about the court again, please? Thanks.
Hi.
What is happening?
I don't know. It feels fucking weird. It feels wrong.
That feels wrong, but going to the court and asking for an RO because you can't figure out how to fucking block someone that you've engaged with, that you call a fucking fan and took a selfie with? Okay, totally normal.
I don't know. Go ahead.
I will say, I think Baker has a fucking broken picker. The people he picks, if that's his type of woman, J7, if that's his type of woman, it says a lot about him to begin with. So I'm just going to leave it there. I don't have nothing against him, but he might have a broken picker. I said picker, not pecker. Don't get it confused because people like to claim that too.
I mean, I think it's safe to say I'm past like the threat of turtle boy derangement syndrome. I never was in danger of ever participating in that. I literally, nothing has really changed, except that Aiden doesn't like me or my show or anything anymore, and like whatever. So nothing.
Can you kind of see what this is about? Like very little about actually feeling some sort of way about this Jen Altman and needing an RO, but more about all this other bullshit. You see why I think it's more attention seeking and hopes that people would think she was a victim and, oh, poor Jess, this is happening to her. She got an RO. Yeah.
Thing has changed on my end. You know what I mean? Still love Aiden. Still, and I'm getting.
He must have been hella catfish because that's a catfish if I've ever seen one. And as soon as she opens her mouth, I don't know how you can catfish with a mouth like that, but whatever.
Not a lot of shit for that too. A lot of people are like, fuck him. But Madame,
there's a lot of catfishing that goes on out here too.
I had to bring Georgia to work.
Fuck. It's not my fault all these people suffer with issues.
I'm on my way back.
That's a personal issue for them.
I am going to make supper.
Yeah, I can see that, Peaches. I can see that.
I'm not sure. I have both beef and chicken out.
Okay. All right. This ain't Arby's, bitch. Get back.
I'll be home in 2 minutes. Okay.
You.
Goodbye. Okay. Bye.
Listen, J7, one of her previous boyfriends posted her nudes too. Like, this shit's weird. These spaces get real weird between the court hearings and the shit they do. It gets weird. But she was talking about her buddy Jake posting her nudes too. What's going on? This ain't OnlyFans, people.
I don't know. I don't know what we're dealing with here.
That's usually how it works, YBE. Usually there's two LawCows that are kind of the same.
Unsure what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Portugal put on a fucking performance today in the World Cup. We could not go out and watch the game because Miazartino had to work, and so we were stuck at home. And I'm very sad about that. But we are able to go watch Portugal play on Saturday night.
We're almost there.
Which I am so excited about. We play Colombia, and Ronaldo with his 2 fucking goals today, looking fucking tight.
Oh,
looks good. That's the real daddy right there.
Oh God, please don't do that to him.
That's the real daddy right there. That's the daddy of all daddies. Is Ronaldo.
Let's not harass him.
TT was stuck at work. She was texting me for updates.
He's actually decent looking.
Shout out to anybody that had some parlays going on that fucking game. Hopefully the lottery gods blessed you on that. I'm loving.
There's lottery gods these days. Testament Ted. We need some winning numbers, dude.
World Cup life, really. It's wonderful. It's great. It's grand. So that has been wonderful.
God, I'm going to take you guys into Hellscape now.
What else?
Ugh. I regretted this stream before I even started it.
Put it out there because it doesn't really need to be a complete surprise. It's not even a surprise. I would like to have a conversation with JFK. I had someone from my team reach out to him today while I was in court. I don't know if he's seen the messages.
Someone from my team. Why do these people all have teams? Like dodgeball fucking teams? What kind of team do we have? Team shitster? Team fucking troll? Team what? team I'm an idiot and I have to come and clean up for my friend.
From my team reach out to him today while I was in court. I don't know if he's seen the messages.
What up, Coffee?
But I'm sure someone out here can get the word out to him. I'd like to have a conversation with JFK next.
Well, she's in court. She has somebody from her team reach out to JFK. Okay.
Virtually stayed completely out of the JFK James Jackson arena. I don't pay attention. I don't watch. I had him, James Jackson, blocked on Twitter for a very long time, like going back a real long time.
Okay.
However, it is the number one requested person that I interview. I have had people inbox me relentlessly about JFK, and apparently he has been having some very sensible conversations around what's been going on. I am
anybody that she can try to get on her side, because the court didn't go her way. So when the court doesn't go your way, then pander to the other side. Okay. True shit story. Typical. Bumping it forward.
Wait, let's go. Let's see it. Hold on. I'll pull it up. It's 5:00. I have to go make dinner.
That's a common Captain.
Is this?
We see that almost with all of these creators that do this shit or associate in these spaces. They all develop these teams of rabid fucking followers that will go run and do their dirty work for them or clean up for them or fucking windmill for them and lie for them. It happens all the time.
Is that my picture? It makes me look like a bunny.
And some people are mad at Jennifer Altman because she flipped to anti-Kara Reid. I get it.
Hey, Crispy.
That's one thing I'm not very pleased about Altman for, honestly. But I like Jen Altman. I do.
Oh,
and I think
God.
that she's means well, and she's, she could be abrasive at times.
Hold on.
Material because she's not big enough, honestly.
Hold on.
Months don't even know. The months, there's a lot in play right now. And I'm waiting on a yes and a date about a special big guest. And we'll see if it happens. If it lie here at the Young Jerks. The end of the month, too, there's something big coming up. There's so much happening here. I am very excited. You know what I like, though, is that nobody owns me. I get to do the show I want. Even no matter if I...
Get to it.
I'm very in from LTL,
Get
to
to
say
it.
the least. But because she's a woman, I don't like doing these petty
God, you're a bossy bitch.
streams of these...
What is this?
My shadow has not been kind to say the least. But because she's a woman, I don't like doing these petty streams or these pile-on shows. But today, I was like, I am doing this. I am doing this today because I hate this shit, and I'm calling it out. Like the HPO, the filing, the false legal paperwork. That's what you're never going to see from me.
Okay, let's get this straight. This is not false paperwork. It's not false paperwork.
Ma'am, there's no threats. You wasted the court's time. Whether you want to call it false or not, it's bullshit.
This is the only thing on my affidavit or after David was about the blocking her and her texting me and then me blocking her and her emailing me and then her going to my Venmo and then emailing me in the middle of the night. Why, sir? You're already starting off wrong. I mean, we're off the internet for today. We cannot do this. I can't even believe somebody. So what do you do when you make an AI picture of me? Because there are plenty of them.
Why are you changing the story? Back to the hearing right quick.
There is a lot of this stuff that takes place online. I'm a big proponent of the First Amendment. I can take it, I dish it, I take it. In online world, I can choose not to look at her accounts where she disparages me. She has accounts about my body, my weight, full, just terrible, disgusting accounts about me. But I also can counter that. I talk about it on my show. That's fine. I can choose to block her, which I have.
You talk about it on your show like this. Let's be very clear.
Do me a favor. Go suck a dick.
We are forever going to be mentioning Jen Altman's vagina. That's it.
Do me a favor. Go suck.
This is her counter.
Suck a dick. A fat one around your mouth that has no lips. Listen, you fucking cunt. Suck my dick.
God damn the hockey sticks.
I am so tired of you coming after me for no reason. You have a problem. There's something wrong with you. Suck my dick. Dick. Suck my dick. Why are you a fucking cunt?
We are forever going to be mentioning Jen Altman's vagina. That's it.
And I'll forever be mentioning your hockey stick eyebrows.
Online. I can't handle the in-person type of connection on my phone that's been happening. And that's why I'm here today, because I see a problem and it's getting out of control. So I recently just asked her to stop contacting me. And she responded with a message not adhering to that. I blocked her from that number.
Responded with a message not adhering to that. Okay.
And when I blocked her from that, she moved over to an alternate phone number that I had. I blocked her from that number as well. Then she emailed me. And I didn't know I could block her on email. I just ignored the email.
You didn't know you could block her on email. Really?
But the last step was she Venmo'd me. You know, she's Venmoing me $1 on my personal professional account.
$1 make you holla.
That I use for like work payments, and sending me $1 and then
you have those work payments. By the way, ATS and Amy Boston last night, Boston Amy, did a live stream talking about your Charlie Kirk merch selling. Seems like it would be something very easy for you to address and show the receipts of. In fact, should be very easy considering you would have all this very easily accessible. But that's not what we're seeing from you. You're seemingly not showing receipts at all about the $700 that you supposedly donated to a veterans organization locally to you. You would think, since you're such an advocate and he meant so much to you, your life changed at the moment that he lost his life, that you used his image and his death for profit, but have not found it any means appropriately to provide the receipts. Appropriate. I can't even talk. Interesting. Very simple thing to provide receipts for. You gave a number, you have a spreadsheet, but there's no receipts that it actually went to the veterans organization. They had some very valid questions. I think you should probably pay attention.
Commenting disparaging things in the section where you get a comment. I can't escape the contact that's currently coming from her. I can stay off the internet, I can block her, and I don't have to deal with it. But when it's coming to my devices, my phones that I'm on all the time, and I blocked, and she's circumventing those blocks and going to other areas, I have a concern. And I feel, and I know it, I feel silly even talking to you after I just listened to this case that was here. I get a lot of people like who message me all the time, and some of them are really terrible. And I really just try to like keep my space from fans, so to speak. There's a line that's getting blurred here that's problematic. And
I don't know.
Some of the language that is being used, I use that in real life on my internet show, online. But when I'm getting it in the middle, like last night, I got these 2 messages in the middle of the night. You know, I'm getting woken up at 1 o'clock in the morning with emails, 2 o'clock in the morning with emails. Another response on the Venmo. The only other issue that I would mention is a woman by the name of Marie Carvalho. She lives in New Hampshire. She reached out to me. She asked me to testify in a case where she is asking for a restraining order against this woman. And I said no, I declined.
Oh, imagine that. A LawCow trying to get involved in another LawCow situation, or another LawCow thinking that they can use a LawCow to bolster their situation. Shocking, isn't it? For anybody that's been around here, nope, that's a common too.
That I'm just looking to protect some personal peace here. I don't care what she does on the internet. None of my affidavit includes that. Other than that, she did text me and ask me to go listen to her. And on that online, show, she talked about my daughter who is a minor. I can talk about my daughter who's a minor, but
But we heard you talk about seeing pictures of her son. Okay. Once again, using children. Check. LawCow status.
Just don't feel like she can. Either way, I'm not here about anything that transpires online. I'm looking for some peace and protection from the direct contact that has been happening, even though I have stated I'm asking don't contact me. And I felt like once she was going past the regular phone number, going to another phone, the email, then the Venmo, I can't really escape it, and I don't know how to stop it.
Your Honor, after I finished here at court today and got this denied, I went to the internet and gave her another means of how to contact me publicly on a not blocked email.
And I thought simply the court telling her just don't contact her would be great for me. That's what I need. It's just, I can't. I'm on my phones all the time. It's my work. It's my job. And I can choose not to listen to someone call me a fat cunt on the internet, but I can't get away from it when it's on my phones.
All right, thank you, Ms. Machado. I appreciate your testimony.
Aren't you accessing the internet on your phones, your cellular devices?
So under the harassment prevention
Okay. Well, just thought that's what we heard.
At some point you're sitting down somewhere and you're typing in, take this picture, make her into an angry bunny. What does LOLCow mean? What does that mean? What does the LOLCow mean?
Well, now you can add LawCow, LAW cow. You're a LawCow too, who misuses the courts. Not only are you a LawCow, meaning you are milked for laughs because you are a shit show, and you might have mastitis. But that's what it be. You are a LawCow and a LawCow.
Like, is that, how do you say it? Is it just LOLCow?
No, it's
I don't get it. I'm not sure either. Oh, like laughing cow? I don't even know what it means. I've never heard of it. It means you can be milked for laughs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, you know what? We do a new Horizon social chat. Everybody goes under the line. That's it. It's just LawCow. That's how it's pronounced. I have no idea. This is fucking stupid. Listen.
But your Horizon social chart is not LawCow status, is it?
Has every single solitary streamer done a show about me since this thing with Baker? Yes or no? Every single
no
person has. Lauren has, Law Girl has, now Crawford is joined. Aiden has, Will has. The only person who hasn't is Glare has. The only person who hasn't, I believe, is LTL. I mean, sir, what are you fucking waiting for?
This is what happens when community crash outs happen.
It's just, you're the OG. Let's just go. Can you imagine? It's part of the reason why I didn't want to do like the original thing I said, because then I'm no better than them. So Kimberly did, everybody did, but Kimberly is very separate.
No, she doesn't.
No.
You don't know about me over here, which is good, Steve. I just do my thing because I talk about the differing communities, so not just her. So she's probably like, oh, she won't give me enough attention now.
Negative, Kim. Jimmy did he? I caught one piece of something Jimmy said to me and I texted him.
This is Jessica Machado from the Free Karen Read space.
About it.
LawCow Wolfie.
Because I just didn't really understand it. And I was like, I'm just going to send this for clarification. JFK did everybody.
This is the guy at the top of her social horizon chart, Wolfie, named Pat Ford. I don't know. Don't ask. He's above her husband even. It's weird. He sounds weird. I don't know.
10 YouTubers talking about me today. Oh, then there's another. Baker did. The expert did.
Nope.
Some guy that the Baker guy knows.
The only people that clip me are very specific to a certain area, and they use AI rewrites and pathetic like AI programs to redo my content. And it's funny as fucking hell, Steve. It's funny as shit. There's only a few of them, though.
Guys, I cannot understand that many people have done that. That is insane to me. That is insane.
Yeah.
JFK did have positive things to say. Yeah, I don't think Jimmy, somebody tipped me off to Jimmy saying something. I opened up the stream. I slid into the middle of it. And right where I slid, he was saying something about me. And I was just like, whatever. I will, not whatever, but I was like, let me.
It's because cows like this love the attention, good, bad, indifferent. They love it.
Let me just address this. So,
listen, I'm about to take you into a hellscape. So if you think this is bad, buckle the fuck in, because you have no idea the crossover hellscape you're about to converge into.
There was a huge panel today. Where? On a show about me? Who had a panel about me?
Oh, she doesn't mention you, ATS?
I know, but where was the panel? Who was it? Who hosted it?
She's got around 10K. She had a
Panel on someone's show about you? Yes, some girl I have never
She was a huge Turtle Boy adjacent channel.
heard of.
Not a huge channel, but she was a major Turtle Boy stan. They had a falling out.
Megan Fox.
No. No.
Hold on, let's look.
The free Karen Reed space, Wolfie, is crumbling and seeing the same drama we see in all of these communities that form off of these tragedies. It's the same. Like, she is the Julie Skolnick situation, the same exact fucking thing, just a different community off of a tragedy. Same thing.
Megan Fox. Is there another word that I can use to add to that to find her?
Oh, this is when she finds out about Megan. Okay.
Oh, never mind. I don't need to. They do an AI picture of me. Is this crazy? Special delivery that broke YouTube drama stream.
Okay, let's go forward so we can bump along. Oh, this is her end. See, even Jen Altman is mentioned by Jimmy in her outro.
I got a new life, you'd hardly recognize me. I'm so glad that Kayla Churchill and Jen Altman are not in my life.
I would think that you wouldn't be using that in particular to exit the show where you're talking about not getting an RO granted on this person. But what do I fucking know? It's just weird as shit. Let's finish out the little court hearing before I take you into a hellscape. You're welcome.
Statute, which is chapter
It's appropriate now to buckle it. Buckle in. Get your waders on.
258E. The definition of harassment is a lot different than if you and I were having a cup of coffee talking about the derogatory names she's calling you. I think we both agree we call that harassment, okay? In a setting, a mutual conversation setting. But under the statute 258E, excuse me, I have to find a certain number of events that rise to a certain level of conduct to issue the order. And I credit your honesty and I appreciate your candor. When there's communications that are not in person, under this statute, they have to be what are called fighting words or true threats, okay? In order for me to issue this order, and it has to be a certain number of them. Fighting words have to be in person. So thankfully, that's not the case here, okay? The other option is true threats for that type of communication. True threat has to be an immediate threat of fear for you that causes you immediate concern for your safety, okay? And I get why you came. The derogatory comments, the language and the communications obviously is unacceptable, but it doesn't rise to the level of a true threat or fighting words for me to grant a harassment prevention order. I would have to make a finding that there's a substantial likelihood of imminent danger of harassment as it's defined under the order. And respectfully, I just can't do that today, okay? A couple things to keep in mind. If anything was to happen that caused you fear for your safety, you call the police right away. Number two, if anything further was to happen, I don't want this to discourage you. You come right back to this court or another courthouse if it's available and make the request based on whatever's happening. The third thing is if anything was to happen that causes you in fear when the court's closed after 4:30 or on the weekends, there's a judge on call in the state 24/7. You just have to go to the nearest police station. They can put you on the phone with the on-call judge to make an emergency request until court is open, all right? So I understand your frustration. I understand why you came here today. I just
feel bad for these on-call prosecutors.
Can't grant the order based on what you told me, and I appreciate your honesty, but it just doesn't rise to the level of harassment under the statute, all right? Good luck to you. Thank you.
Okay. RO denied. Moving on up to the hellscape. So buckle in for anybody here from the free Karen Reed space. This is Julie Skolnick. You will not recognize her more than likely. Julie Skolnick is what we call a LawCow. Like I said earlier when explaining her, she built a channel. She was from TikTok. She claims she is an autism advocate. She comes to YouTube, makes a channel off of exploiting a missing child out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, by the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, doing parodies of the mother of the missing child and the stepfather of the missing child. Vile, disgusting. Meanwhile, throwing in and exploiting her own adult children on the spectrum. But the crazy part of all of this is not only did she attempt to get an RO, meanwhile, we'll get into that way deeper, but she also attempted to take out private citizens' complaints. She is in New Jersey. I have extensively detailed this one because this is part of my overlap. And I was one of the first people she sued or threatened to sue. The very first night she came to YouTube, unfortunately, one of my mods that shall not be named, Pika, found her. And we started covering her early on because she was lying about information in Sebastian Rogers' case. Very, very much like lying. Extensive lies, as in they sold their house, they moved, trying to send people by their home to keep them under surveillance, like just a complete problem. But when she wanted to do these filings against another creator by the name of allegedly with Brittany J, who is also a LawCow, also a LawCow, she decided to use Turtle Boy situation to bolster what she was doing. You don't have to take my word for it. Here you go. Introducing Julie Skolnick, our resident LawCow, one of them.
So here's the possibilities in New Jersey, and here's the process. And I have to say that
he also has a shock brow too. Don't pay any attention to it. Just the one. Just the one stands up.
I was actually
oh, and she actually, for anybody that is new here, she deleted her YouTube channel or hid it because of the criticism she was getting about the bullshit she did, you know, using her own words to show her pattern of behavior. She hid her YouTube channel. And now that her cases are over and done with, she has unhidden her channel over the last like 72 hours. She unhid her channel. So it's coming back. I can't wait to see what she's coming back to YouTube for. I'm sure I'll probably be added to another a police report sometime soon because she loves me so much. She threatened to sue me early on and didn't follow through with that, and then added me to fucking bogus police reports just recently. She's my friend. She loves me. A lot of people love me. Just joking.
not bolstered
Beyond the sarcasm,
but like I don't know if you guys heard about Turtle Boy.
She is.
Turtle Boy has had a lot of cases against him. He's a creator on TikTok. Not TikTok.
Otto has nothing on the Tears on Command from this one.
TikTok, on YouTube, maybe on other platforms as well. I don't know, but he's had a bunch of cases about harassment and things like that against him. Interestingly, one of his cases was just this past year in Northern New Jersey, where I am.
Oh, ding, ding, ding.
Right where I am. And it was, let me read it to you. Oh, Spenny's home already? He's good? Do you need me?
No.
Huh? Not yet? I'll be off in just a minute, okay? He's been coming home. Yesterday, he didn't get home till 4:00. I just heard him.
We're going to bump her.
Hang on.
Forward.
Let me read this to you. So,
the one thing I appreciate about the people in Massachusetts, most of you talk pretty fast.
It was.
I can handle most of the people from Massachusetts on 2 times. With these bitches, I got to bump it up to like 3 times or further if it goes, because it's like, but she is a performance in itself. So she wanted to be a solid gold dancer when she was younger. Julie has told us way too many things, just like Jess Machado does. They're all the same. They're all the fucking same. Okay. They're just packaged differently. These people exist in every one of these spaces. They just are packaged differently. And the crazy thing is there's only 5 years difference in age between her and Jessica Machado. You might think, oh, somebody come get your granny. No, she's actually not a granny. She's only 55. And I mention that because it hurts her feelings, because she does look like a fragile old lady at times. And she's not very nice to me. So I can say whatever the fuck I want to. Oh, yeah. And she's donating a kidney, she claims. We'll get to that.
Sorry.
Fuck. I probably sold the kidney on the black market and probably crushed everybody's dreams. Hold on.
Hey. Here, I'll just pull it up here.
She's sped up to 1.5.
Here, let me share my screen here.
Am I going to have to pull up solid gold? Am I going to have to do it, Pika? Do I really have to? Do I have to? Am I going to have to? I'm going to have to.
Okay. As announced today during Daytime Daddy's live stream, the Passaic County, New Jersey prosecutor has rejected the cyber harassment complaint. This was written by Turtle Boy himself on YouTube. I'm not YouTube, on X.
She's pulling up Turtle Boy's own stuff. So she got her idea to do the private citizens complaint from legal filings that Turtle Boy himself was going through. LawCows get fucking motivation from other LawCows. Shocking.
This was October 25th,
Converge
2025. Cyber harassment complaint. This is in New Jersey.
I love all the no's in the chat. Don't you dare do it nonsense. And then the mods are like, yep, solid golds.
In Northern New Jersey by Donna Bisbal against me. It stems from an article I wrote in August about a woman who claimed to be donating half of her profits from FKR and Turtle Boy merged to Karen Reed. And
Wait, I'm kind of disappointed. Why isn't this person donating a kidney? Julie claims she's donating a kidney. That's why she had to withdraw her court proceedings, because she's donating a kidney and shit.
Turtle Boy's legal defense fund, but refused to provide receipts providing this. The complaint is now being referred to the municipal court in Wayne, where the prosecutor there could file municipal charges, but not the felony charges I would have faced in Superior Court. And he's saying that a new virtual date has been scheduled in Wayne, New Jersey. So, hang on one second. Stop sharing for a second. So, the reason you have to go, okay. Thank you, Hildy. Thank you. Thank you, Jana and Fiona, for being here. The reason I found this, even though the prosecutor didn't pursue the cyber harassment charges against him, because it was about an article. It was stemming from an article that he wrote about somebody who was supposed to give money but didn't give the money, didn't show receipts for it, whatever. That to me doesn't sound, and I'll show you the actual law. It doesn't really sound like it should fit for cyber harassment. So I think the prosecutor was right not to pursue cyber harassment charges. However, it made me a little more confident in things, because although it wasn't, he didn't get the felony charges of cyber harassment from the prosecutor, they did not dismiss the case altogether. Just that article harassment case, whatever, against him, got sent to the municipal court. And there he was charged with, it's like a 2-in-1 law. It's a law for harassment / disorderly persons at the municipal level. So he didn't get the felony charge, but he did get the misdemeanor at the municipal level. So basically, with the cyber harassment, generally speaking, could either be at the superior level, at the county level, or at the municipal level. But more often, it's at the county level. But they could decide to lessen the charges. They could decide not to pursue it altogether, or they could decide to lower the charges to a harassment / disorderly persons charge, and kick it to municipal court, where the person would be brought to court on a misdemeanor charge, where they.
So this woman, what she is explaining here is a procedure in New Jersey called a private citizens complaint. It's at a municipal level. So she walked into municipal courts and asked for private citizens complaints to be taken out on a creator by the name of Allegedly with Brittany J. and her significant other, Craig. She wanted these private citizens complaints. Meanwhile, she had also filed for a restraining order against the creator's significant other by the name of Craig. So Superior Court for the RO, which unfortunately we cannot access that information, because in New Jersey it's not sealed. It's just, unless you are a part of the case, you cannot even FOIA that information. We do know that has been concluded, and she was denied the RO. But to double dip, basically, trying to get anything and everything she could against this creator. She also filed in municipal court for these private citizens complaints. She was looking for felony charges. And here is what she filed in the private citizens complaints. RO was already filed, and this is via allegedly speculating. I will drop it. It's also in her link to her channel is in the description of the video.
Hey y'all, this video won't be long. I'm not coming on camera because it is early. I've not done my makeup, but I just got this probably like 15-20 minutes ago. And this document is titled Certification in Support of Probable Cause. Now, this document was filed by YouTuber Julie against YouTuber Brittany. I will pull this document up. It will be watermarked.
You guys feel free to ask anything as we're going. I will connect all of these people to you, or however they connect, what they do, how they do it. Ask anything you want. Feel free. If the chat can't answer it, I will.
If you want this document without the watermark, you can find it on my Patreon, which will be linked below. We are going to go through this document. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. It is a certification in support of probable cause in the county of Passaic. Date of incident, 3 incidents in December of 2025, December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th.
Another note on this that's important. Previous to this, Julie Skolnick filing this private citizen's complaint in New Jersey and trying to get an RO, allegedly with Brittany J. herself is involved in the injunction in Pennsylvania. She is one of the 10 plaintiffs against a YouTuber by the name of Granny's Watching and a TikToker by the name of Barbecue Lady. Allegedly with Brittany J. is one of the 10 plaintiffs attached to the father of the missing child, Seth Rogers, At Night Media, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and that whole At Night Intelligence, Lacking Intelligence Agency, the whole shit show. So she is one of 10 of the plaintiffs in that injunction that is in appeals currently, that has been ongoing since October of 2024. It was actually filed October 18th, 2024. It was all fodder, bullshit. We broke that completely down too. But Julie was, when she first made her YouTube channel, was December of 2024. And she came in saying that Brittany was also harassed. Then she quickly, because of misunderstanding, Julie can't comprehend shit, decided to threaten to sue Brittany and Craig at that time for slander, because she twisted something to say that they were telling her she was going to lose her house. That didn't even happen. She threatens to sue everybody. It's just a thing. So she was pro BJ when she started her bullshit. Then she was going to sue her. Then Brittany J got involved with this other group that Julia was also involved with, Nick the Hat. That was also Julie's crew. When they fell out and Julie got pushed to the wayside, she worked her way over here to what they call the dark side in the Sebastian Rogers case and attached herself to creators over here. She started doing family trees on people that disagreed with her and just being completely invasive. But, God, there's just so much to unpack with all this shit. Brittany J., the creator that she is going after, had previously, in October of 2025, tried to get a restraining order against another creator and her significant other. Meanwhile, she never showed up at court on time. She was late for court and it was thrown out too. So she had just cost a creators $10,000 is what they claim for attorneys to defend themselves to these frivolous ROs. Julie did a mock trial of the event 3 days before the RO hearing happened, and then started scheming very publicly about how she was going to be the martyr to take Brittany J's channel down. Brittany J is absolutely a LawCow and a LawCow. There's no question about it. I've detailed her for over 2 years. She is a liar. She also uses true crime cases to exploit and makes a living doing it. So you have LawCow and LawCow crime in most of these situations, like one LawCow going after another LawCow because they're competition in these tragedy communities. So LawCow versus LawCow. Does that make sense? So there was already problems. People already dislike Brittany because she is a tragedy vulture. She has also now turned the tragedy into her own house and exploits her own family at this point in time. But she has misused the legal system herself many times right before Julie started scheming against her. And because of that escalated hate against allegedly with Brittany J, because of all of her poor behavior, Julie was actually coddled and people cheered this bullshit on. Completely cheered this bullshit on. And she's flat out lying. Flat out fucking lying. And we'll break it down a little bit. I'm not going to go into depth with it because, listen, I did that for months. Like 5 months. It's a shit show. It is absolutely an embarrassment and such a misuse of our justice system. Meanwhile, these people scream, we're First Amendment speech. The First Amendment's so important. We want justice for victims. And they victimize victims and then replace the victims. They're all the same.
Municipality is going to be North Hazelton. I offer the following facts and information to establish probable cause in this complaint against, and it looks like Craig's name is marked out, but originally it said Craig Black and Brittany N. Jackson. Craig Black has been marked out and now it just says Brittany N. Jackson. And then it reads, whom I would like to charge with, and then we got NJSA 2C33.
Oh, by the way, you better be very careful if you're commenting in the chat right now. Julie claims she has a gangster in the family. She actually claims that she's writing a book and she's supposedly going on book tour this summer, but she's also donating the kidney. So I don't know which is happening. I don't know if she's doing the book tour before the donation of the kidney. I'm not really sure what's going on, but she claims she's going on a book tour because she is a self-published author. I don't know if she has a team or not. They were supposed to contact me and never did. So she claims that they have a team of attorneys that never contacted me. Anywho, she's written a book before too. She's a whole mess, but she's got a gangster in the family. So you better be very careful because she knows people who know people, and you might be fucking swimming with the fishes, if you know what I know. And you know what Julie knows.
Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. If you're a player like me, but I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something, Brittany. Let this be a warning to you. You better get me if you're gonna sue me or something. You better get me in North Carolina, because don't come to this turf in Jersey, because you ain't gonna win here. Nuh-uh. Not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
Oh, and she also knows people who know people who knows people. Their legal representation, their attorney that doesn't exist, that didn't represent them on anything, is a family friend of theirs, but was advising her, but never representing them. But he is a good friend of them, and he also has political ties. And, the stories just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper. It is fucking insanity. Okay.
3-41, criminal cyber harassment. Over here on the side, there's a note that says, I have typed and detailed more on 2 pages my police reports. That's what this square thing says right here.
Idea.
The first question says, how do you know the identity of the person you are charging? And Julie wrote, via YouTube, became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit in a lawsuit in PA against 2 other YouTube creators.
So just to clarify, Brittany and Craig did not add her in any exhibits. That was At Night Media, and their 600 pages of exhibits and bullshit didn't even make it to the court filing. She's talking about the injunction in Pennsylvania against the 2 creators, the 10 versus 2. Their exhibits never made it to court. At Night Media, Joseph Lesniak, Nick the Hat, Hong Z, that crew published their exhibits on their public website, At Night Intelligence, Not So Intelligent website, but they never even filed them in court. So this exhibit that she's claiming about being mentioned in wasn't done by Brittany and Craig. It was done by the fucking team. And it never even made it into court. And it was something that another creator had said that was screenshot and put in there. No big deal. She wasn't added. She wasn't nothing. No big deal.
And then it says, describe the incident in detail. Under that, it reads, there has been an escalation in December of 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me.
Sure.
Communicated electronically over social media and documented in 3 police reports filed with the North Hadelton PD, Craig Black and Brittany Jackson over their YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers, made explicit threats of violence, suggesting bodily harm and death, causing me fear and significant emotional distress.
By the way, we're talking statements that were never directly to Julie. Her name was never mentioned in these supposed threats. And we're talking statements such as, you might not wake up tomorrow, bitch. And if you think I'm full of shit, look, you can go back in my content and watch. I played all of them over and over and over again because there was never any direct threat to Julie herself. Does Craig say reckless things? Abso-fucking-lutely. All the time. Has he threatened people? Yes, sure has. He's actually threatened people with a weapon. Sure did. Got online, drunk as a skunk, waving a weapon around. Yep, Julie thought it was fucking parody worthy, though. When that happened, she did a parody of it, fucking thinking it was hysterical. And then after she wanted everybody's approval and attention, it became so concerning. Meanwhile, she used things like the statement, you might not wake up tomorrow, bitch, to claim threats of bodily harm. This couple lives in North Carolina. They've never even been to New Jersey. They don't leave their homes. They're shut-ins. And don't start with the, well, you don't know. No, we know. They fucking live very comfortably with the roaches and shit, okay? They're like very comfortable. They've got the inside, they've got the fucking Noah's Ark over there going on. They've got wasp and fucking roaches and everything else coming out of their fucking walls. They're very comfortable where they're at. They're not headed to New Jersey. We know. If I was a mod not named Pika, that makes it everyone's fault but Pika's. Pika's never going to live this down. Thank you so much for the support. Shelly Ray, I'm listening while I'm working. You crack me up with the be careful with the gangster Julie because she... Listen, Shelly Ray, thank you so much for the support. But you know, we got to warn our new friends here. Don't you be fucking around, Shelly Ray.
What was that?
You be careful over there.
I need your help, Tyrone, again, I think.
Call Tyrone.
I got some bullies. Tyrone, I'm going to send this to you.
Tyrone.
You saved me before. I might need your help again one day.
I'm telling you.
Protect me from the bullies.
Careful.
Protect this community from the bullies. It's fucked up.
It's fucked up, man. You'll be swimming with the fishies pretty soon. She's a gangster. She's an OG. Actually, she wanted to be Olivia Newton-John when she was younger, and she wanted to be a solid gold dancer. And because I can.
You're like, okay, here we go. This is my dream. Here's my bucket list. I gotta pull up my leggings. Making my dreams come true right now.
Make sure you pull them up.
Pretending I'm a solid gold dancer, just like I did when I was a kid.
It's really bad, Pika, that our brains think so much alike these days.
Because I always wanted to be a solid gold dancer. Should I get on the floor? It'd probably be better if I'm on the floor. Can you see me on the floor? Here? Oh, yes, I can get on the floor. Hold on. Let me get on the floor. You guys can see me?
You better be careful.
Wait, let me turn left to this side because this shoulder's not so good. Okay, wait. First they crawl. Okay,
bitches.
They crawl. They're going to have the leg out, and they're going to do a crawl like this. And it's going to be like real, like, sexy, like. Men or women, doesn't matter who. Man or woman, same outfit, unitard, going like this, right? Like this. They would put their leg out like this. Hold on. Like this. Not voguing, but like more flowy, like solid gold, da-na-na-na-na-na-na, solid gold. Here, wait, hold on. Solid gold, do-do-do, da-na, solid. And then they would always like end with, da-na-na-na-na. Oh shit, that was a bad move. Solid gold, like with some stupid showy thing at the end. Or like that lady with her leg out like this and her neck out. Clip this shit. Clip this. Right? Oh my God. Look at how I had to get up. That's pathetic. My muscles hurt. Is that good? My first con.
Oh, and we got a lot of forehead. We get a lot of forehead with Julie. Okay. Back to Julie.
Also, Brittany Jackson obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by the state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago because he does not want to appear on social media.
Hey, long story short, Julie Skolnick claims she's an autism advocate. She has 2 twin stepsons. She has raised them since they were young. They're her sons, okay? Differing levels of autism. We know this because she has made content out of this. She had a video that she did 3+ years ago, posted on her Facebook, her TikTok, everywhere. She very publicly posted this video with one of the twins. She claimed it was deleted. It was not. It was never deleted. Nobody over here reshared the video of her stepchild's. What was shared was a screenshot of the video, redacted, his face completely redacted, his name redacted out of it, to show that nobody doxed him, that this was publicly available. She lied to the courts. She lied to the police numerous times, claimed that people were doxing him. All of this harassment had started. But no, in true LawCow fashion, uses her children for her bullshit online. And then uses them as deflection and a shield, typical LawCow behavior. But ultimately, that is a lie. The video was only deleted probably like 6 weeks ago at this point in time, after her lying about it and accusing everybody under the sun of doxing and harassing and doing things to her children. She finally admitted that she got into her Facebook account and took it down.
Both myself and my autistic son were taunted, and although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video.
That is a lie. There was no school identified at all, and I am not a Brittany J fan at all, but the facts are the facts, and this is LawCow behavior. This is a blatant lie. His school was not identified. All that was on his shirt was the word senior.
Conduct of Craig Black and Brittany Jackson caused fear and emotional distress to me and my autistic son. And then it is signed by Julie, and the date is January 8th of 2026. So yeah.
So unlike Jess Machado, Julie Skolnick had been making police reports for quite some time. And here you go.
To see what happened, the reason for the 4, I don't know if you guys know, there were 4, because when I talked about it the last time, there were only 3 police reports. Now there.
So the first police report she actually filed on this case against Brittany and Craig was December 12th, 2025. She went to the police department after a back and forth that she willingly engaged with this other creator, screaming and hollering of, I'm going to the cops. No, you're going to the cops. No, I'm going to the cops. Moo! We both have mastitis and need milk because we're both fucking titty hurt. Anywho, she took a selfie outside of the police station. She did. She took a selfie after filing a police report because that's what LawCows do, documentation purposes, and then posted it on her community tab, a selfie of her outside the police station after telling Brittany, I'm going to the cops, you're going to the cops, we're going to the cops, we're all going to the cops. Why not? Fucking weirdos. Anywho, so she started filing police reports. Machado, you got to learn something here. If you're going to do it the Skolnick way and really go full LawCow, you got to start documenting and making false police reports. So, first police report Julie Skolnick filed December 12th. By January 8th, she filed for the private citizens' complaints in municipal courts. February 11th, she filed for an RO in superior courts.
There are 4 police reports. Good morning, Green-Eyed PI, my friend. Hi, April Taylor. How are you? Blessings. Good morning, everybody.
And she's back.
Yeah, so
I can't wait. I'm going to have a welcoming party for her back to YouTube as soon as she does her first video. I'm going to do a welcoming party. What do you guys say? I think we should do like a birthday surprise party again for her. Welcome back, Julie.
Was a 4th police report filed where I actually had the police come to my house to do the last police report because this happened.
She did?
The night before.
No fucking way. She did file false police reports on a woman in her town. She claimed the woman damaged her pool and threw raw sausage in her yard. No. Are those available? I might have to. Is there a police? Do we have a FOIA on that already? Because that might be fucking comedy golds. Raw sausage? Oh, Julie, you could have done so much better with your police reports. You could have accused me of fucking doing something like that. Like some sausages thrown in your yard. What the fuck? This is amazing. Oh. What? I'm fucking disappointed, Julie. You could have gone for the gusto and accused somebody of throwing sausage in your yard, and all we got was stupid fucking recorded video shit.
My mom was scheduled to have surgery last Tuesday.
Oh, I'm going to go find him. Thank you.
But, you know, when I,
dogs, of course.
When it happened, I didn't know until the morning on Tuesday that, well, it didn't matter. I still had to take her to the doctor. She had a lung infection.
Right.
So I spent Tuesday. And because this thing happened Monday, I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to get to the police department, you know, because my mom was supposed to have heart surgery. She was supposed to stay in the hospital 2 nights. And
I will say she's a better performer than Machado. She's much better at the fucking victimhood. I think she's only had 5 more years of practice, but she is definitely way more comfortable in her victimhood and the antics that, like, her performances, Quiver, the cries on command, like, Jess has a little ways to go to get to this level.
I would be very busy.
Exceptional.
For that last week. My mom is much better than she was in terms of the lung infection. She's been on antibiotics, but it took some days. She was really weak, and her
another typical LawCow behavior that you're probably hearing right off the bat is the use of their family members and their shenanigans and their excuses. We've heard the same with Machado. In fact, I think she lives with her mom. No shade to anybody that lives at home or lives with their parent or takes care of their parent, but you'll see excuses always around, oh, they have so much going on in their lives. LawCows are the only ones that have stressful lives, that have anything that's expected of them. Oh my God, it's so fucking traumatic.
Oxygen was low, but it's starting to feel better. And her heart surgery that she needs to have, because she's still having problems, is now scheduled for.
Don't you dare, Lindsay. If she finds out I got a pool, she might actually mention me. She might fuck with my pool. I'm a little worried now.
The end of.
Why so much excessive pool hate? She's a rich girl with a pool too. Why she got to hate on everybody with a pool? What's wrong with that?
It's rescheduled. Hi, Diana. I hope you like the pictures of the food at my Super Bowl party, like the caprese salad. It was really cool. Okay, so the 4th police report, just to let you know, and then I'll go back and say what the other 3 are. The 4th police report that was filed that I didn't talk about was obviously after the first 3, and that was last. Oh, Green-Eyed PI gifted a membership. Thank you so much for doing.
I mean, there seems to be a lot of poisonous meat flaps around these places, if you ask me, Kazi.
I can't see who it was, so it may have gotten to somebody who's blocked on my channel who's here watching.
Look, Kathy, we all know the only reason why I have a rich girl pool is because I live in the devil's asshole, and it just comes with the territory, okay? It's the way that we cool off around these parts. But yeah, I'm not a rich girl by any means.
And you know, being a little spy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Spy. You now have a membership courtesy of Green Eye PI.
Julie Skolnick also had a spy. I'm sure JM also has a few spies, you know, aka people that watch her publicly available content and disagree with her are considered spies or trolls.
But, you know,
common factors.
That's the way it is.
You leave me alone.
I impress. Oh, Tattooed Aries got it. I'm sorry. I didn't see who got it.
I apologize for the forehead cam. It happens a lot.
Apologize.
Let's speed it.
So.
Okay.
The fourth police report I filed because it was in combination. I know you're not. I know. I'm sorry. I say because I couldn't see who got it. I thought I was like, oh, because that happened the other night. Somebody got one and I couldn't see it, and it was turned out somebody who's not able to chat in my chat. But so that's not what happened. I'm sorry. So the fourth police report, you know, you have to keep in mind everything on its own might not seem as big a deal as in combination with one another. And two of the police reports deal with the most serious thing. Two of the four. The fourth was for, I'm positive I'm not. I'm positive you're not either. Good morning, Kennedy. I'm happy to see you here. My Martin, I missed you. The fourth police report was when Brittany called out dog whistle to the entire internet to help her get in touch with my husband, Al. Wanted to know his phone number so she could call him. Hi, Shauna. 21.
She actually didn't say she wanted his phone number. She just said, how do I get in contact with Al? She wanted to contact her husband because, again, one of those situations where it's very likely that the spouse had no idea the extent of what this bitch was really doing. So allegedly with Brittany J says publicly, I want to get a hold of Al. Is it illegal? No. Julie filed a police report. Meanwhile, Al was home. Her husband was home sleeping in bed. She didn't go wake him up. She wasn't concerned enough to go wake him up. She just called the police, let him sleep through the entire police report of them coming to their home to take the report of somebody saying on the internet that they wanted to contact him. He was dead asleep. And then she informed him of it the next day. How do we know that? Because Julie detailed it and documented it all very publicly. So there's that. So concerned, called the police to file the police report. Again, she was trying to build a case.
Thumbs up, please. Over 100 in the chat. The fourth police report was when Brittany dog whistled to the entire internet to try to help her get in touch with, by phone. She said she wanted to call, I believe, my husband Al. Okay.
Didn't.
And, you know, it's not that so much that Brittany herself wanted to reach out to my husband Al, although I would find that to be highly inappropriate given the fact that her partner, Craig, has on two occasions, two separate instances in the month of December, threatened me with violence.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, poor Al's right. That was a pretty sucky conversation. And I had to call, good morning, lovely people. And I had to call the police.
He made threats. He has a reckless mouth. He says stupid ass shit. He is very similar to the JLR, the same type of rhetoric, the same type of reckless fucking things, uses religion. And the guy thinks he's the chosen one. He's like J7 in male form. He is allegedly with Brittany J's spouse, Craig, is basically J7 in male form. Just reckless, stupid shit that comes out of his mouth. He's a background bitch too. So he pops in occasionally, says stupid shit, drunk as a skunk half the time, doesn't even know what the fuck is being talked about, and goes on. He never mentioned Julie by name. She twisted and turned statements he made about they are the types to do this. These people, she twisted those to her benefit to file police reports.
He had already gone to bed and the police came out late at night and he didn't even know they were there. And I had to tell him in the morning. They are very kind and came to my house to do the report because I couldn't get to I knew I couldn't get to the police station the following day.
I mean,
they did tell me about some things. Remember for 4 months, Naomi Mia, one of my favorite people in the whole world on YouTube. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player, like Naomi Mia. Yeah, because it wasn't so much that she had said that. It's that she dog whistled. I felt it was a dog whistle to any. She said, if anybody could help me get in touch with Al, please let me know how. That to me was a dog whistle to any one of her subscribers, followers, hate watchers, whatever they were, to try to dox my husband, basically, dig on my husband. That's what I felt it was. And it is highly inappropriate for a person who was well aware at that moment that I had filed 3 police reports on the 2 of them, Brittany and Craig, already in December. So that was not okay with me. Oh, Delegene Beauty. Oh my goodness. Guess what? Hold on. I can't make you a mod here? All right, doesn't matter. All right. Delegene is my mod. Okay, and can it be member for 5 months? Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. Also my mom. Hell yes, she put out an APB on how to get a hold of Al. Right. On how to get a hold of Al. She put out an APB. She asked the entire internet, please help me find Al's phone number so she could call him to let him know what. What was she going to let him know? My husband has no interest, nor does anybody in my immediate family or extended family and friends have any interest in talking to her, or talking to anybody unsolicited from the internet at all, period. It's totally inappropriate. And it's a dog whistle, yeah. But it's, that, like I said, by itself,
you're married.
Maybe wouldn't have required a police report. However, because Roger Craig Black made 2 threats against me in December. And I just want to remind people, because I did get a notice and I have to go to the prosecutor's office now to fill out some forms. Based on the police reports that were submitted. The 4th police report, I don't know where the 4th police report is right now. I had talked to the police when they came, about adding that to the others that had already been submitted to the prosecutor's office. I'm not sure if they were able to or not. I understand, but wanting to speak to someone isn't illegal. No, it's not illegal, right? Noreen, I said, in and of itself is taken alone. Hi, Ninja, good morning. So Noreen Ivy wrote, I understand, but wanting to speak to someone isn't illegal. It's not illegal. And I said, any single one of the incidents that have taken place in isolation might not seem like a big deal, but when taken in totality, cumulatively, right, summing it up, right, when you put all things together, things do become a pattern of harassment, right, or threats of violence, right, and or threats of violence, which falls under threats of violence under the internet when you don't believe that a person is actually, whether or not you believe let's put it this way, whether or not you believe a person is actually going to carry out a threat of violence in the state of New Jersey is not significant, because we have 2 different laws in New Jersey. Not every state has both laws. Like in North Carolina, right, they have.
Well, what LawCows are doing is they're finding different states that there's different laws to maneuver around, so they can use laws in their state to their advantage. So they're taking these off the wall, like private citizens' complaints out of New Jersey, to use for their benefit to be LawCows. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off for our new friends. I'm sorry for the OG Islanders. It's going to be repetitive, but I think to get the totality of what is happening with her, because with Jess Machado, it sounds like there's history of police reports. I can't wait to go find those. I'm going to go find those. But unlike what she did with Jen Altman, she didn't file police reports. Well, Julie was a little bit more involved in her determination, I guess. She was more determined to get people hemmed up. So this is going to break down what she actually filed in a lot of these police reports. This isn't all of them, because as this court case was going on, she continued to file police reports, including myself and another creator in the police reports, and continue to lie about situations around them, but then didn't give the police information on how to even contact us for verification purposes or to know what was really going on. She just did it for her benefit. But Julie is more an intermediate between Lauren Matthias and Jess Machado. So Julie used more of the Lauren Matthias playbook for her documentation in building a case, unlike Jess Machado did with Jen Altman. And this is the ridiculousness that she was doing in said police reports.
Hey y'all, I wanted to get this video out.
And once again, this is courtesy of my beautiful friend, allegedly speculating. She did a lot of these consolidated videos like this. I talk a lot of shit in all my videos, so none of them are clear and concise like this, because there's always a lot of my opinion involved in them. But she did these little like overviews of everything and broke it all down. She's an amazing creator. Highly recommend. She does a lot of coverage on true crime cases.
Just a little bit of background. I was given information the day before yesterday, and I caught the next flight out of the state I live in and came to a hospital, and I'm at a hospital right now.
That's why you have background noise. I'm going to bump it through that. She had a family situation going on, but she was still doing this. So if you hear background noise, it's her background noise, because she was doing this from.
It's filed with the North Hazelton Police Department on December 12th of 2025 at 11:45. The case number is 25160.
Okay, so this is the first police report that Julie filed. It is regular speed. Buckle in. You're going to be astonished by what these police reports say.
I'll go ahead and get into the documents. This was filed with the North Hazelton Police Department on December 12th of 2025 at 11:45. The case number is 251600949. The incident type is a threat. She stated, Julie Skolnick came to headquarters to document threats she had received online. Skolnick stated she is a, quote, YouTuber, unquote, and has an account, quote, Julie Profound Autism, unquote, where she posts videos that and has had issues regarding another user, Brittany N. Jackson, at allegedly Brittany J. and Roger Craig Black II, NFI, who speaks during her live streams. Skolnick further stated that on December 10th of 2025, Jackson had a live stream video posted to her account, which she had transcribed via an AI program where Black is transcribed as making threats towards Skolnick. The one threat she informed me of from the AI transcript was from Black saying, quote, you're gonna die on a, unquote, but the program was unable to transcribe the remainder of the statement. Skolnick mentioned that the video has since been taken down, but she has an original saved to her home computer. She was provided Axon Evidence link to upload the video and advised of complaint procedures. It should be.
So the first police report she even files, it's inaudible what the full statement was, but in nowhere is it mentioned Julie is going to die on a blank. Her name is not even mentioned, but she filed a police report on this. Sure did. Because after the October hearing, when Brittany attempted to get ROs on these other creators, you could see in real time, Julie was detailing what her purpose and intent was. She was looking for anything to try and get herself involved in a legal situation with this group of people. It comes back slowly when they unhide their channels. So that's what happens is when you hide your channel, you get your subs back slowly. It looks really funky for a couple weeks. Maybe she'll hide it again in the meantime. Who fucking knows? SW, thank you so much for joining the cabana. Welcome. And here you go.
Wait till I get my money right.
That's another one. Wait till I get my money.
My money right.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Love it, man. I'm going to go.
There's a LawCow and a LawCow. Reverend Testament Ted wanting to get a church, and JLR, who are both LawCows respectively. Well, Ted can't be called a LawCow yet because he has not. It's on his bucket list to get arrested, but he's only threatened to sue people this far for titles of videos that he can't comprehend because he's an idiot. But this is JLR and Ted are the community forming off of the Nancy Guthrie case, and that's a whole shit show, which has its own LawCows and bullshit too.
He noted Skolnick alleges the address of Jackson and Black to be an address in North Carolina. It again says the case number and the officer who recorded it. Our next document was on December 26th of 2025 at 1:02 p.m. The incident type is harassment, and it has a case number of 25-16535.
I'm thinking about this going into this, and I'm so disappointed that we don't get any fucking like threats of throwing sausage in people's yards or anything. We get basic bullshit. Julie, I need you to amp up your fucking game. Next time you file police reports, I mean, I'm sure there will be one after today. Nonsense hurt my feelings again. She said I'm going to throw sausage in her fucking yard. Come on, do me right this time. Talk about me and the fucking dangerous butt plugs falling from the sky in my AI video and sausages in yards or something. This is I feel cheated right now. I feel fucking cheated that we didn't get any cool shit like this. We just get all this fake bullshit.
The people involved were Julie Skolnick, Brittany Jackson, and Roger Black. And on that date, she states to the North Hazelton Police Department, Julie Skolnick responded to headquarters to document an incident involving online harassment. Skolnick stated she is a content creator who has been repeatedly harassed on social media by Brittany Jackson and Roger Black, who are also content creators. Skolnick reported that Jackson and Craig obtained a video of her autistic son, which Skolnick had previously posted and deleted approximately 3 years ago. Skolnick stated she removed the video at her son's request because he felt uncomfortable. According to Skolnick, Jackson later located and reposted the video and used it to harass her, claiming that Skolnick had lied about previously mentioning her son in her content and about being concerned for her children's well-being. Skolnick further stated Jackson and Craig have used anti-Semitic slurs when referring to her Jewish faith. She advised that she has documented prior threats made by Jackson and Craig in order to establish a record should she choose to file future complaints. I provided Skolnick with an Axon evidence link to submit any relevant evidence pertaining to her complaint and explained the proper complaint procedures should she wish to pursue further action in the future. And it gives us a report number to see for further information. Again, I'm going to read you the case numbers.
And just an FYI, like I said earlier, the video was posted by Julie Skolnick. It was publicly available. Another creator actually reviewed it in February of 2025, which it's still publicly available on this creator's channel. Went right to her Facebook, scrolled right to the video and reviewed the video. However, the people that Julie is accusing, especially in these police reports of doing said action, never did. A screenshot was posted to verify that nobody doxed them outside of Julie. Julie brought that content publicly. And then when people had something to say about her exploitation of her children, she lied and once again lied in a police report. These people are very comfortable lying in police reports. I just have to make a huge note of that. They have no regard for law enforcement. Well, they claim that they back the blue and they seek justice for these victims that they exploit. That's not what they're doing. They will lie so fast. Their default is to lie to the cops. It's really concerning. And yes, she is Jewish. So that has been a huge thing too. Anybody that criticizes her, like I have now been called anti-Semitic because me reviewing her is, I guess, according to some, because I dislike Jewish people. That's never been a thing, never will be a thing. Nothing has happened. But because I criticized Julie and pointed out that she's a LawCow, and we covered it extensively because she had put it all out here publicly, we just didn't know about it until the filings started dropping, I became anti-Semitic because how dare I criticize her? It had to be about all these other things besides Julie lying in police reports. When you stick to the facts and the truth, it really makes them squirm and they will throw everything at you to deflect. So her little buddy's elevated dysfunction claimed that I'm anti-Semitic. That's why I covered her. Okay.
So that you guys have that, and feel free to go back and look and see. Again, this one was 25-16535. I think the one she's referencing, was the first report that I just read to you. All right, the next report is going to be December 31st of 2025 at 14:32, which is going to be 2:32 p.m.
What were you doing on New Year's Eve? Well, if you were Julie Skolnick, you would have been filing police reports and fighting with people online, not bringing in the new year, not a ring-a-ding-ding, happy new year, 2026 is going to be a great year. Nope. You would be searching YouTube for somebody to say something mean to you so you can file a police report.
This case number is 25-16698. The type is harassment, and the contact information is Julie, who filed the complaint, and then Brittany and Craig's information.
What up, Olaf?
On this date, she stated, Julie Skolnick walked into headquarters to document an incident involving online harassment. Skolnick, who is a content creator, stated she has been repeatedly harassed on social media by Craig and Brittany, who are content creators also. Skolnick stated that on December 5th of 2025, Craig and Jackson posted a live streaming video on social media and made threats against her on stream. Skolnick stated the video was deleted a day later from social media. Skolnick was able to provide deleted footage of the stream where Craig referred to Skolnick by stating, quote, "Come around this area and I will send you to your fucking final destination," unquote. Skolnick.
That's a blatant lie, because what was said was come around here, basically meaning his house. Again, they're in North Carolina. She's in New Jersey. They never leave North Carolina at all. They are shut-ins, 100%. But what he said was, come around here. I got a big one for you. Send you to your fucking destination. Not your final fucking destination.
Advised that she has documented prior threats made by Jackson and Craig in order to establish a record should she choose to file future complaints. Skolnick.
Notice how everything was to document in case she decided to file further complaints. This was a premeditated plan of what she was doing and how she was going about it, using situations that she had watched happen with Turtle Boy, very articulately stating as such. I showed you a little clip of that, and she goes into depth about the Turtle Boy case and the municipal court stuff. And then Julie did a double whammy, though, and hit Superior Court and municipal court at the same time, trying to get whatever she could. This gets really weird. Hold on, friends.
Was sent an Axon community invitation link to provide the footage. See report 25-16049 and 25-16535 for future information assessed by the officer. And that's, again, going to be the previous two reports that we've discussed. This case number is 26-01433. The time reported was 23:18. I apologize. I don't know what that is. I would think it is 11:18 p.m., but I could be wrong. It's 10 or 11:18 p.m. It was reported on February 1st of 2026. The incident type is harassment. On this one, it has her name as being the reportant and her husband, Al. On this date, she stated, or the North Hazelton Police Department recorded, that they responded to her address on the report of possible cyber harassment complaint. Upon arrival, patrol met with Julie Skolnick, who stated she is being harassed by individuals on YouTube. Skolnick stated she was sent pictures and screen recordings from her followers on the YouTube platform regarding public chat conversations on Roger Craig and Brittany Jackson's account. One of the screen recordings was of Brittany Jackson asking her followers for Skolnick's husband's, Al's, telephone number in order to contact him and harass him. Skolnick was also concerned about another comment on the video in which Jackson had stated she had $1,100 to travel to North Jersey to confront Skolnick.
This is a blatant lie, too. So what happened here was a person by the name of Torchy Blaine and an account went into, allegedly with Brittany's channel, in a comment section, a very public chat, wrote that they had $1,100 and could something about North Jersey. It didn't even make sense, but they had $1,100 and something about North Jersey. Nothing to do with threatening. There was no threat. That was just mentioned that they had $1,100 and could file something in North Jersey too, was the essence of it. It was not Brittany. It was not Craig who did it. It was somebody in her chat who mentioned that they had $1,100 by the name of Torchy Blaine. She once again took that information, misconstrued it intentionally, and filed a police report. This is how we got you, if you need a hitman, because then when Julie went live, she was detailing this and really like, oh my God, it's so threatening. What they said was so scary. Somebody went in and trolled her and said, I think they meant a hitman. And we got the biggest laugh out of it because what are you getting a fucking Groupon a hitman for fucking on Groupon, $1,100. Like, what the fuck? But this is the level of insanity that they will go to. So somebody trolled her and she leaned into it heavily. But once again, completely lying in this police report. And she knew she was lying. She had the screenshots. She detailed it publicly on a live stream. But when it came to telling the police the truth, she once again lied.
Skolnick stated
a common theme here
that this has been an ongoing issue between her, Jackson, and Craig. At this time, Skolnick was sent an Axion evidence link to upload the corresponding evidence pertaining to her complaint. Patrol advised Skolnick that the incident would be documented and to contact headquarters should she have any questions or concerns in the future, assessed by the police, the certain individual police officer. Okay, our next is
okay. Can I show you something really cute? I mean, you don't get an answer in it anyways. But look at my little hitman. My little hitman put himself in his timeout space because that's where he goes with his teddy bears and shit. He loves being in there. But look at him. Look at that little face. Look at that little guy. Why? There's a Cooper. There's the big baby. He is kind of like, he's the scariest hitman around, though.
Incident was February 13th of 2026 at 11:55. That's going to be a.m. because they report in military time. Case number is 26-02-064. Incident type is harassment and paper service. Julie is the one who reported it, and it is going to be against Roger Black and the Scotland County Sheriff's Office. She contacted them. I don't think it's necessarily against them, but that was who she contacted. So what does this say? From the North Hazelton Police Department, it reads, Julie Skolnick walked into headquarters requesting assistance with a temporary protective order, or TPO. Skolnick explained that on Wednesday, February 11th of 2026, she obtained the TPO, which was granted against Roger Black, who has allegedly been harassing her on her YouTube channel. Skolnick requested that patrol contact the Scotland County Sheriff's Office in North Carolina, where Black resides, to get an update, to obtain information to see if Black had been served with the TPO. Skolnick explained that Black continues to harass her and threaten her online. She alleges that last night on YouTube live stream, he stated to her, "You're too old to be putting your life at risk. People who have come against them before are dead." Patrol advised Skolnick that her complaint would be documented. Patrol then searched DVCR and found the active TPO, and it gives a, I guess, TPO number.
So just to give context to this, Craig did say something about people that have came against them before are deceased now. He was using the whole like God handles things. That's what he does a lot. Not giving him a pass. He's reckless, but that's what he does. He uses God handles things for them, basically as if God's his hitman of sorts. It's ridiculous. The guy talks out of his ass, and 9 times out of 10 is fucking wasted.
Which had not been served at the time. The Scotland County Sheriff's Office was contacted. Patrol explained the situation to their dispatcher, who then connected Patrol with their records department. Scotland County was unable to find a record of this TPO in their system. A copy of the TPO was emailed to the records clerk, who stated she would forward this to be served immediately. Skolnick was advised of our findings. The TPO was uploaded to digital media. No further action necessary at this time. Assisted by Police Officer Morrison. Our next report is on February 16th of 2026 at 9:25 a.m. Case number is 26-02179. Incident type is notification. Yes. Okay. The North Hazelton Police Department states they responded to an address to make a notification to Julie Skolnick. Upon arrival, patrol spoke with Skolnick, who was advised that Roger Black was successfully served with his TPO order. A copy of the order was uploaded to LawSoft Digital Media. Our next incident date is again February 16th of 2020.
Can you imagine, though, calling your police department? Anybody in here think these are report worthy at this point?
26 at 13:30, which is going to be 1:30 p.m. Case number is 26-02190. Incident type is investigation follow-up. Oh, I apologize. I didn't read it on the last one, but it's Julie and then against Craig.
The North Hazelton Police Department states Julie Skolnick walked into headquarters to report a possible violation of a temporary protective order, or TPO. Skolnick explained she applied for a TPO and gave the docket number, which she was granted on February 11th, 2026.
Oh, you guys are talking about the mini cows. Look, really quickly to just kind of give you a heads up on the mini cow situation. I do not own the mini cows. They are my other half's best friends, lifelong best friends, basically family to us. So we fly up to Washington quite often. Kyle works for him and is basically his ranch hand, offsite ranch hand. We haven't been up in a while because Kyle's incredibly fucking busy, but there is a shit ton of videos on my page of mini cow content. They're not ours, but they are basically family of ours. So I fly up to Washington. Kyle and I fly up to Washington. You can also follow it's a breeding program that he runs. He has the biggest breeding program, I think, in the world at this point, for miniature they're micro mini Highland cows. And if you follow people like Jake Paul, Jelly Roll, their mini cows come from our family members' ranch. So Jake Paul just flew up on his private jet and picked up 5 of them and took them back. So we took you guys on 2 road trips transporting 2 different sets last summer. So there is a lot of content on my page with mini cows. They don't live here in Arizona with us. They're on a farm in Washington State, but we fly up quite often to the ranch. So there is a lot of mini cow content. I'm seeing you guys talk about that, that you can go find on my page, my shorts, my videos section, and there's some live streams too.
Against Roger Black. Skolnick further explained on February 15th of 2026, she was watching a reaction video to a live stream that Black's significant other host on YouTube, allegedly with Brittany J. Skolnick stated during the course of the live stream, there's a small segment where Black makes multiple statements such as, quote, "We got all the addresses for everybody who's come against us," unquote, quote, "You put a fucking lawsuit against us. We got your address now. You know that, honey," unquote, quote, "You know we have your address now and your husband's," unquote. It is important to note that Skolnick's name was not specifically mentioned, but she felt these statements were directed toward her due to the protection order, which was just placed against Black.
Okay, so she was granted, hold on.
Patrol then contacted the on-call assistant prosecutor, Al Osbeck, for clarification.
Here goes another one of those on-call prosecutors.
Osbeck stated he would like to obtain a copy of the order for review and would have a response for Patrol sometime tomorrow. Patrol then relayed this information to Skolnick, who stated she understood, but still wished to have the incident documented. Patrol advised Skolnick they would contact her tomorrow with further clarification and proceed accordingly. Skolnick was sent an Axion Citizen link to attach audio footage of the statements made by Black to this report, and that was assisted by Sergeant Caslander.
Okay, so interesting information to go along with this for anybody that doesn't know. So this TPO was filed for on February 11th. Julie went into Superior Court February 11th and filed for a restraining order solely against Craig. Like I said, he's a background bitch. He's not even the owner of the channel. He's the significant other. So she goes in, gets a temporary protection order in New Jersey Superior Court, granted against Craig. She then contacts, as you heard in that police report, on the 13th, she contacts Patrol, her local police department, to contact their local police department to see if he had been served with the temporary order of protection yet. It was not served until February 14th. On Valentine's Day, he was served the order of protection. At the same time that they were being served, creators associated with Julie Skolnick had the Broadcastify audio available and listened to this going down. And then they also had merch ready. So people that Julie was associated with did merch and knew that he was going to be served because, you know, you got to make it into content, right? So she had been telling all of her friends, she was so concerned about her safety. She had been communicating with other creators who then brought up the Broadcastify so they could build it into content when he was served on Valentine's Day. And a creator made it into merch. In fact, the merch shirt said DV protection order, as if it was a domestic violence protection order. And the date on it was the 14th of February. Since when did domestic violence become funny as is, but to that crew, it's laughable and, content and something they like to use all the time. But Julie was so concerned for her safety that her buddies made it into merch and made sure that they had the Broadcastify audio when he was getting served, because it was all fucking content. It was all content. Every bit of it. And by the 16th, she filed it the 11th, was granted a temporary order of protection. He was served on the 14th. And on the 16th, she's calling in to try and get him violated. Do you see how this is working? A temporary order of protection, granted the 11th of February, served the 14th, made into content, merch made when it was all rolled out and made public. And then the 16th, she calls and tries to get him violated. What they were attempting to do was get him arrested. She actually even talked about the extradition process. She wanted this man hemmed up as much as possible. Thankfully, she was denied, but she tried numerous times, and you will hear that. But her buddies had merch ready, every bit of it. They all worked in tandem, in my opinion.
This is, an investigation follow-up on February 16th of 2026. Time occurred is redacted, and I did not make that redaction. Case number is 26-02190A, and it is in reference to Julie and Craig.
Clue has had an obsession and like of JLR for the longest time. You got to remember too that JLR is connected and has had interest in the injunction in Pennsylvania because Nick used to be his boss. So there is a major overlap, and they all met JLR when he was boots on the ground in Tennessee with the Sebastian Rogers case, because before he was exploiting Nancy Guthrie's case, he went and made a shit show in Tennessee too, and then created a ruckus, tried to act like he was disconnected, but he is connected to other creators and has always kind of had an into creators around the Sebastian's case.
Okay, yep. So they stated, the North Hazelton Police Department said Julie Skolnick contacted headquarters stating she wished to add additional information to incident report number 26-02190. As requested, Skolnick was sent an Axion Citizens link to attach additional audio footage to this report. See incident report 26-02190 for further information.
And Megan, they're also desperate for anybody to talk about them over here. That's why they have to use open panels, because since she is a band creator, they're desperate for anybody to talk about them and create shit. So they're going to the spaces of the people that I am reviewing in hopes that they will get mentioned in the review so they have something to go on, because nobody gives a fuck about a band creator that's a foul fucking bitch that has no boundaries on Kick. Nobody gives a shit. So she's got to continue to insert herself in all of this fuckery. And she is one of the most disgusting, foul, ever. I think it's pathetic, and I think it's hysterical too, because she is the one that's running with the rumors that Kyle left me and, everything. But then people still think she tells the truth about anything. I mean, say it ain't so.
This is, again, an investigation follow-up, 26
Why? What happened, Cowboy Logic? The Kirk stuff's going to be interesting to watch, but what took place now?
02190B, and it doesn't give us Tom, Julie, and Craig. North Hazelton Police.
I know, Bog. I wish I would have Never tried to see the other side of it, but I did learn a lot. I will be honest, I did learn a lot. So there's that.
Department states on February 18th of 2026, I contacted Julie Skolnick to provide her with an update from the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office in regards to a possible temporary protection order violation. I spoke with Assistant Prosecutor Al Osbeck, who reviewed the order and indicated that he could not make a determination regarding proceeding with charges at this time. Skolnick was advised of patrol's findings and stated she understood. While speaking to Skolnick, she stated due to her upcoming court date on February 20th of 2026 with Roger Black, she felt scared that he may come to her home uninvited. Skolnick was advised that...
Okay, you hear that, right? So on the 16th, she's saying that she's afraid he may come to her home uninvited because their court date was coming up on the 20th. Meanwhile, she is telling everybody online. Okay, perfect cowboy logic. She's telling everybody online that they have to appear in New Jersey, that she wanted them there because the first judge that was on the case was going to do an in-person hearing. And she wanted them there in person. She was demanding that they show in person in New Jersey. Mind you, they were in North Carolina, never been to New Jersey, but she was demanding that. I'm going to show you this.
Patrol would conduct...
Put a pin in that because we're going to come back around to it in a video. So she was demanding that they show up, but then contacting the police, worried about him coming to the area and that he might show up in the area.
House checks at her residence for the next couple of days.
So then law enforcement says, well, we'll do, extra patrols in your area. Are you fucking kidding me?
Skolnick was advised to contact headquarters if she observes anyone or anything suspicious in her area. Charges are pending at this time.
Yes, they are just as brainwashed as SW. She had around close to 9,000. She's got like 77,000 on TikTok, which TikTok to YouTube doesn't really correlate. But she had about close to 9,000 on YouTube. So when her page fully comes back, she should have around a little over, probably like 8,800. And all of them were gained off of exploiting and doing parodies, disgusting parodies of parents of a missing child. Granted, you can have your own personal feelings. There's just not evidence to back up that any of them did anything. And she involved herself with the disgusting rhetoric, like fucking blatant lies about these parents. Was asking people to drive by their home and keep them under surveillance on holidays and shit. Like just fucking gross shit. That's how she got all of her following on YouTube.
Was reported on February 19th of 2026 at 10:50.
And they absolutely are rabid, just like Macharders, whatever you want to call her. If you don't go along and condone her bullshit, they come for you and lie. They want me in jail for witness intimidation because I detailed me and allegedly speculating the one that we're watching the videos of. We detailed all the public documents and I detailed all of her commentary and the videos she had done. Putting this together, like her plan in play, her followers want me put in jail. They claimed that I contacted the prosecutor and I told no, that didn't even happen. They tried to set me up at every turn that when I started covering this, I was the reason. And it was very clear that she wasn't going to win this case. It's a fucking shit show. So much deeper than I can even explain today.
8 a.m. The incident number is 26-02352. And it is Julie Skolnick who made the report. North Hazleton Police Department stated Julie Skolnick contacted headquarters requesting to speak with Officer Conforti regarding a message that she received from Axion. Skolnick was advised Officer Conforti was not on duty today and asked if I could assist her. Skolnick stated she received a reminder message to upload information to an Axion link sent yesterday. I advised Skolnick we had received all the uploads and that the message was a second link sent in error, which could be disregarded. Skolnick further questioned if the courts or other police departments had access to the reports that she had made in the past. as well as the status regarding a temporary protection order violation from the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office. I advised her of the procedures other police departments.
Right there, it said that she was trying to get him violated. She wanted him hit with a violation on a temporary order of protection. This had not even gone to court yet. She had just been granted with her temporary, and she is outwardly wanting a violation.
And courts have to follow to obtain records and evidence. She was also advised I was unaware of any updates from the prosecutor's office. Skolnick stated she had another video of an incident that occurred last night, but was unsure if she wanted to report it. I again advised Skolnick the court would have to make a request to acquire all the reports and videos. However, I could have an officer contact her to document the incident and send another link to upload the new video. Skolnick stated with her court date being tomorrow, she did not wish to have this interaction documented and would bring the video to court. Skolnick was advised should she change her mind to contact headquarters and an officer would further assist her. See case file number 26-02190 and 26-02190B for further information. This one is February 20th. The time it occurred was 12:58 a.m.
So this is the actual day of the first hearing for the courts, for the RO. So February 20th was their first appearance, basically, for the order of protection in superior courts. And here's another police report.
Really? I assume, because this is a military format. Case number is 26-02394, and it is Julie Ann Craig. North Hazelton Police Department stated Julie Skolnick came into headquarters to advise patrol of the updated protection order involving Roger Black. Skolnick provided patrol with the updated protection order number FV-16-1787-26. Skolnick also showed patrol 2 videos she believed were in violations of the order. After reviewing the videos, it was determined that Roger Black did not violate the order. Skolnick was provided an Axion evidence link to upload the videos for documentation purposes. Skolnick
once again attempted to get him violated on the very same day that the court hearing happened. She tried to get him violated the night before court and the day of court. Now, she claims in one of her streams that we detailed publicly that another creator by the name of Elevated Delusions, you don't have to worry about him. He's just a fucking background bitch who is like a cleanup crew for another creator. He's irrelevant and useless as fuck, but you might recognize the voice of his because sometimes we play it as a fucking joke over here. He is vile, disgusting. If you follow Everyday with Jay for Justice, she did a stream on him yesterday. So you might, he goes by Elevated Truth, but this is his voice. You might recognize it because Jay has done a few streams on him recently, and some of you follow Jay. I've done some in the past too.
You are the epitome of a liberal who is screaming at the top of her lungs. And nobody thinks you're even there.
So this is the man who was advising Julie Skolnick that with a temporary order of protection, she could go to YouTube Legal and have Brittany J's channel removed from YouTube.
It's real simple. A liberal mind gives liberal actions, and you are acting like an unhinged,
liberal,
far left liberal.
So he's another one, very similar to the characters that you see that I review, who uses religious manipulation, all the manipulations. He's also known as the Riddler. He is an absolute fucking joke. He makes up complete, blatant lies. He also built his channel off of a missing child and dangling misinformation about the parents of the missing child. Disgusting dangling of information. He is horrific. Like, just, I can't even say enough about what a fucking train wreck he is.
Nick was also advised this incident would be documented, and
of course, in true elevated delusion style, he was saying things and then claimed he had nothing to do with Julie, but she was detailing very publicly what he was advising
of proper complaint procedure should she believe the videos to be violations of the civil order. Assisted by P.O. LaGuire. See Digital Media for further information. Then we have this incident report, which was March 1st, 2026 at 21:59 hours. Case number is 26-02805. And it is a minor complaint, and it involved Julie, Craig, and Brittany. And it reads, the North Hazelton Police Department responded to the address on a report of cyber harassment and possible protection order violation. They give the protection order number called in by Julie Skolnick.
Another one. She tried again on March 1st.
Upon arrival, Skolnick stated a YouTube account, quote, allegedly with Brittany, unquote, started a live stream video. In the live stream video, according to Skolnick, the account holder, Brittany Jackson, displayed court documents of their civil harassment hearing and stated her name. Skolnick added the viewers of the live stream were, quote, incited, unquote, by Jackson's statement to begin, quote, tagging, unquote, her in the comment section. Skolnick further alleged she heard an audible voice in the background of the live stream, who she believes was Black. Patrol then observed the amended protection order and found Black did not violate the order.
People tagging her in the chats, and she heard a voice in the background.
It should be noted, Jackson is not currently listed on the order, and Skolnick was advised of proper procedures to amend the protection order. Skolnick was sent an Axion community request link to upload electronic evidence and was advised her residence would be entered into the house check log, assisted by Sergeant Caslender and Police Officer Trolleman. And that's all I have this far. There is a missing report from December 4th or 5th that is not here, and I have requested it. I have sent a email requesting that specific date today and was told by the police department that they don't have one for that date. So
what we found out was that she waited to file a police report. So December 4th incident, which she talks about and she listed in that complaint, she actually didn't file until the 31st. So December 31st is in regards to 12/4. So when she started filing these, she went back through to look for anything that she could file police reports on that she could twist to her narrative about being threatened and all this shit. And she used December 4th to file the December 31st. Crazy shit.
we'll be working on finding information on.
And these weren't all of them. So she tried having him violated numerous times. And this is what she said. Now pay attention. This is going to remind you of Machado. This is courtesy of the beautiful Reba Ramada.
No less time.
So this is, let me just explain. This is February 20th after the first RO hearing. By the way, of course, the RO, after weeks and weeks and months of her dragging it out and bullshit happening, was denied. And then after it was denied, she didn't tell anybody about it. We found out via the municipal court hearing that this was concluded and she was denied the RO. So she was granted a TPO, drug it out for fucking months, and was ultimately denied the RO. Same bullshit, packaged differently. Same fucking bullshit, except she really tried doing the most with police reports. And she didn't stop there. She continued to file police reports and then started adding in creators and making up more egregious lies. It is an absolute shit show, but this is true LawCow behavior.
It's been everything. It's just been very busy. Well, hello, Olap.
Let me make sure.
Olap, I got like about 5 more screenshots for my project on you. I'm doing a project on Olap. Sometimes she makes me laugh by her comments and chats.
And this was
I'm not trying to make
before,
her self-conscious at all.
This was before Olap and a lot of people knew the true Julie Skolnick.
And I'm not always in every chat you're in. or come late and stuff like
Hey,
that. I miss a lot.
Chico.
If I see one that makes me laugh, it has to make me laugh. And I screenshot it because I'm gonna put them together because this is what makes me laugh. Anyway, and it'll all be out of context and it still makes me laugh. Okay. Thank you again.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Carl, because this is like fucking the ultimate torture test of LawCow on LawCow, like trying to explain to people this happens in every one of these communities. These people exist in every single space. Every one of these tragedy associated communities, like the Karen Reed Turtle Boy community, formed off of the tragedy of Officer John O'Keefe. Sebastian went missing. Same type of community. Nancy Guthrie, same type of community. In every one of these tragedy associated communities, this ultimately is what happens. The crash and burns of the creators, the filing shit, the misuse of the courts, the misuse of law enforcement. It's crazy, but it's exactly what we see over and over again. The Idaho 4, insert Kylie Rodney. I mean, it can go on and on. Summer Wells. Every one of these spaces, when they start kind of wrapping up, the creators become the fucking problems.
First of all,
haven't been all along.
This is not for broadcast. I wish I had a thing above, across my face that says this is not for broadcast, but I'm going to say it from the start. This is not for broadcast. However, what I tell you guys here is fine for you to tell anyone that you talk to, because what I'm saying to you guys is fine for you to tell. Okay. Oh, thank you for putting All Up's channel in.
Oh, in case you're new here and didn't know too, give me 1 second. I pulled this one up for shits and giggles because why not? Julie loves me.
That you can't forgive. But your friend Jay, nonsense. You big liberal. You
big liberal.
Women's advocate, right?
Against human rights. I'm a big old liberal, and I don't like human rights either. As soon as you hurt these people's feelings, they throw the craziest shit at you. It's just kind of fun though. But her and her elevated delusional buddy like to call me a liberal, you big liberal. It's quite funny, but yet she spews that she is all about civil rights and, they fight for all of these freedoms and shit. They're supposed to be like social justice warriors, according to what they tell you, but then they scream at me being a liberal, you big ol' liberal.
In the chat.
Carry on.
Thank you. Please sub up to at the Olopp, OLOPP. Appreciate your love. Okay, so today, let's start with the headline. Okay, here's the headline. The headline is, I'm looking at my paperwork here from the court. Okay, many pages. This is the newly issued extended amended temporary protection order. So it's not extended, forgive me. On my other page, let me just make sure I got this right. Hold on, let me just check the box. Yeah, on the initial one that I got on, it was issued February 11th. It wasn't served until February 14th, Valentine's Day. That was not my doing. That was, I don't know, they're slow, doing it. Not up here in Jersey. They weren't slow up here. No hate, it just, I guess they got a bigger territory to cover. The first protection order, temporary protective order, TPO, was issued February 11th. It was served. I have notice of service. I got back notice of service on the 14th. You guys knew before I did, I think, that it was served on the 14th in the late afternoon. And on this one, it said that it was granted, TPO granted by Superior Court judge. Okay. So this took place in Superior Court by a Superior Court judge granted. This is the first one. Okay. Granted on the 11th against the defendant, plaintiff being me, defendant being, who, one person. Okay. And this initial TPO was granted by the judge, who is a woman and shouldn't be talked about. That's all I'll say about it. And there's some explanations in here about what the person on the receiving end of a temporary protective order is basically not allowed to do, right? It's pretty well spelled out.
So she also knew that we could not FOIA anything to do with the RO. So she was pretty confident in pushing a narrative. Her and her friends were very confident in pushing a very select narrative because they knew in New Jersey with the Superior Court RO that we could not FOIA these documents. So if she didn't show them, then there was no way of us knowing the true happenings in Superior Court because of New Jersey law. But she had the municipal court filing, which we could and did, and we'll do it again. Look, if you're bold enough to file fake, and they're fraudulent fucking police reports. I'm sorry. When you blatantly lie, misquote things, misrepresent things, they're bullshit. When you have the balls to do that and take attention and time away from actual victims that you're supposed to be advocating for, she was advocating for Sebastian and bring Sebastian home, meanwhile causing nothing but chaos. When you take attention from the fucking victims, you better guarantee that people like myself and others are going to be on that ass. And we are going to show exactly how you misuse the courts while exploiting victims. Some of you need way more attention than you've ever gotten because so many creators are so confident in making careers out of exploiting victims and kicking victims and their families at the worst times. But then if anything's said negative to them, it's running to the police, running to the courts to misuse. And then they scream, but we want justice. It's our First Amendment rights. It's treason, blah, blah, blah. These people are fucking clowns. And it's becoming a trending fucking situation that this happens in all of these spaces. It's truly disheartening and it's scary to see. And they use the same type of fucking playbook over and over and over again in all of these situations. Unfortunately, this is just a few LawCows that are very similar.
Okay. And the next headline is, I have today, there's two. I know you're not looking at them, but I can't show it to you. Take my word for it. I have a good track record of honesty. This one, it actually has the same docket number as that one. However, there's a box above and a box below. On this one, the box is checked temporary protective order, TPO. And on this one, the box is checked amended temporary protective order.
Oh, no. Can I ask a question, Krista Marie? Do you have gangsters in your family? Because this bitch says she has gangsters in the family and I might be swimming with the fishies. She also thinks that you might be able to get a Groupon for a hitman for $1,100 and shit. She's an OG. An OG from an OG.
Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. If you're a player like me. But I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something. Brittany, let this be a warning to you. You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina. Because don't come to this turf in Jersey. Because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh. Not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's real. It's real. That's what she does. She is a shit show. And I'm not even joking. She claims that she is writing a book. She's supposed to be doing a book tour this summer about a gangster in her family. She does, when somebody pisses her off, she does family trees on them. She is out of her fucking mind.
It was the same judge this time that was there today.
Right.
The hearing was at 8:30 a.m.
I do not blame New Jersey for her. She is just a cuckoo bird. Unfortunately, all of us have cuckoo birds that live in our state and misrepresent the good people of our states.
And on this form, it was an in-person hearing before the judge. That'll come and play in a minute when I tell you the rest. This newly amended temporary protective order is in place
Passaic County
until there is now a hearing on March 12th, 2026. It's at the same court. I believe it's a different judge that day. I think. Okay. It's checked TPO granted. And it's also checked before the date, it appears final protective order hearing date. Okay. So the hearing on the 12th, which is too far away for my liking, but it is what it is. February 12th is will be the hearing date for the final protective order hearing date, February 12th, 2026. And it is in person in New Jersey, required. Both parties are required to appear in New Jersey in person, and both parties are required to appear in court in person on the 12th for the final protective order.
Okay, so mind you, this is right after her first appearance on the 20th of February. She got the TPO on the 11th of February. Then this is her first breakdown after the initial court hearing on the 20th. Okay, pay attention because you'll see very clearly what she was trying to do.
Oh, did I say February 12th? I meant March 12th. I apologize. I'm sorry. I've had a long day. 3/12/2026. So 3 is January, February.
I don't know. Let me go check her TikTok. She has me blocked every which way, but I have ways to get in. And no, I don't have an alt. I just don't log in, and then I can still see her shit. She's a fucking shit.
March 12th. Okay, sorry, I misspoke.
Let's go look.
As you know, I made a video about me talking to my attorney about not wanting a remote via Zoom or other teleconference hearing, which seems to some people counterintuitive, right? Why would you want in a protective order, right? Why would you want a person you believe to be threatening you to be in person in court with you? It seems counterintuitive. However, I expressed at that time my concerns to my attorney. What my concerns were about if they were to file, and there is something they have to file, to have it be a remote hearing, right? And it was explained to me by my attorney, if they were to have an attorney and file for a remote hearing.
Okay, mind you, she never had an attorney. She did not have an attorney. So this is so hard to like consolidate this shit. I'm sorry. Like there's a lot of with this. For months, she had been telling her audience that she had an attorney that was a family friend of theirs who was giving her advice when she was threatening to sue all these people. She did not have an attorney ever on record or ever to represent her. She just used this family friend of theirs, her husband's friend, actually, and his name and his title for her own posturing on social media, basically to inflate her ego and puff her chest and act as if she was getting all this legal advice from this attorney. He was never an attorney on file, but there is months of her using this man's name.
That we could file a motion to oppose the remote hearing. It was already supposed to be an in-person hearing. So there was nothing for me to file or my attorney to file because nothing had been objected to. I'm going to read this comment out because you have good instincts here. I'm not saying who said it.
Cockwalker Sue, I'm so sorry I missed that. Phew. Safe from meat in my pool. No meat flaps in your pool. Good.
I have live chat replay.
Thank you, Cockwalker Sue.
But if
sorry I missed that.
Recording this now, whatever. But someone in my chat says the defendant may make a fool of themselves, and a judge will see. Yeah, we'll see that. So the reasons for having an in-person hearing and why I would file for a motion, as my attorney explained, a motion to oppose.
I don't know what's going on in the chat, you guys. I'm not sure. I'm catching some of it. I don't know what's being said or what's happening, but hopefully everybody can chill a little bit. Like I said, I'm missing what happened or what kicked us off. But if you guys have issues with each other, please just block each other. It's been a pretty good space of everybody getting along for the most part. I think there's a misunderstanding about something. Just kind of I don't know if it's to do with like somebody promoting somebody else's live or something. It's rude. It's rude as shit to do when somebody comes in and mentions somebody else's live. I don't jump down people's throats for doing it. The mods are likely more to check you on that than I will even, but it's fucking rude as shit. But some creators intentionally do that. They actually go into their little chats and have people come in and tell everybody they're live and stuff. So I don't know if that's what it's about or not, but no, you're good. I'm just saying, I don't know what's going on. Oh, a total misunderstanding. Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah. I don't know what it's about. I don't even know if that's what it's about or not, but I don't jump down people's throats. But if you do promote another live in here, you're likely to get timed out from my mods because it's rude as fuck. And although we don't really make a big deal out of it, it's just fucking rude. And I don't do that to anybody. I would never do that. I think that's tacky as fuck. There's enough out here for other people to, like, you know, whatever. But anyways, it sounds like a misunderstanding. So moving along.
Virtual hearing were numerous, actually. And everything that I was basically everything that I was concerned about.
No problem.
For a remote hearing.
No problem. Sounds like a misunderstanding, guys.
Actually happened today.
No big deal.
And I won't lie to you, I'm not happy with
she's not happy with
not receiving notice. But you know, I say shame on me.
But if she would have had an attorney, the attorney would have had notice.
Because I should have known by now who I'm dealing with.
Should have known by now.
It was so please understand something. The attorney that Al and I use is also our friend in real life, who has a large practice, and he is a municipal judge, not in the county where I live or where this court hearing is, or even in the county where he lives. He's a municipal judge in a different county than either of those. And he's a very, very busy person. And he's been very good to our family. And he's there. I mean, when I called him, you know.
All of this was unnecessary because the man never represented her at all in any of these hearings.
At 9:00 at night on the cell phone, he picks up the phone because Al is like a brother to him. Al's like a brother to him, basically. They're not really, but Al is like.
Iris, this is Julie Skolnick, and no, what I'm doing is an overlap review of LawCows. LawCows that happen in every one of these communities that build off of tragedies. So true crime adjacent creators who become the fucking LawCows, LawCows after kind of the trickle down effect of these communities build off of these tragedies. She built her channel off of a missing child and then weaponized the court systems to go after another creator, same as the earlier creator we reviewed, Jess Machado, same as Lauren Mathias, who we will be reviewing shortly.
A brother to him. Okay.
Same thing.
But he's a very busy person.
Absolutely.
And this is not really his area of expertise. Nonetheless, he is always there for us when we need him. But I don't try to take advantage of him.
Very simple.
He's not free. We do get a discount, the friends and family discount.
No.
But he's not free. And since he became a judge, I'm more mindful of his time, right? So I was staying in touch with my attorney all the way up until.
And a lot of these people, these LawCows specifically, like to claim that they have attorneys or they're related to attorneys or they fucking puff their chests about their attorneys. Mind you, they're not legally represented by an attorney. That's what Julie did this entire time. Tried to put it out there that she was represented by an attorney and never did.
The close of
was.
Day, the business day, the court's day, close of day, yesterday, February 19th, when we did a last check, that there was no attorney of record for their side.
Oh, Krista Marie, you should have been here. I did content on her and broke her videos down over months when she plotted and schemed this whole thing into existence. And we reviewed all of it because what she said was so fucking problematic. You should have heard us losing our minds over those fucking 4 months of listening to this bitch and how calculated she was with what she was doing in the filing reports, talking about it publicly, telling them publicly, taking selfies outside the police station, she has no stop in her. And she claims she's not done yet. She also says that she is not done yet. Right? This is her. So when the municipal court hearing, she withdrew. She ends up withdrawing. So she was denied the RO, and then she withdrew the municipal private citizens complaints, then takes to TikTok and says she's not done yet. She's fucking wild, and she's unhidden her YouTube channel. I can't wait for her appearance back on YouTube. I'm so excited. I'm going to give her a big welcome party. Welcome back to the jungle,
At the end of business
bitch.
day yesterday, there was no attorney of record on their side. And that was confirmed today in two ways, that at the end of business yesterday, that there was no attorney of record. It was confirmed first in court by the defendant's attorney, who stated that they needed an extension because they were only retained late last night. And that's a nice way of putting it, because after court, we confirmed that it was actually, had to have been, in my opinion, after midnight, because
How dare
well,
they?
at least when that attorney asked to make it remote, it was after midnight, because the date on that paperwork is February 20th, which is today. So, and that attorney is in New Jersey, East Coast time. Okay, we're not dealing with people, different time zones, East Coast time. Defendant lives East Coast time. Everybody's on East Coast time. We're all on the same time. So the fact that on that work, it's dated February 20th, and on this paper, and today, the hearing was 8:30 a.m. this morning. And you know me, I don't like to be late, especially for something important. I was there really early. As a matter of fact, I had to wait in the lobby for them to let us up. You know, I wasn't the only one, but there was a number of people, because you have to get through security and everything. This is my county. Again, my county has between 500,000 and 1 million people in this county. It's a giant building, different floors. It's a big. It's not a little courthouse. It's a building, you know. First you go to the 9th floor, then you go to the 8th floor, then you got to go to the 3rd floor. Okay.
Typical LawCows circle talk. Total bullshit, word salad, and it's meant to confuse you so you don't even remember what you're fucking listening for.
Big building, lots of floors, lots of people.
A lot of useless information.
And they have other offices there besides the court, I think, but like county kind of offices, but just few specialty offices. It's not the general county office. That's in a different building.
You're okay. Okay. You're fine with the caps.
So
I don't feel yelled at.
Again, end of business day, no attorney on record for them.
How dare they get legal representation?
I bought myself.
Handle
Do I have it here? Yeah, I do. Somebody, when I tell you, like, okay, I took it out because it's all out here. This is documentation, police reports, blah blah blah. I have a file folder. It's labeled. Okay, I had everything nicely organized in here. You're allowed to bring your laptop in. You know, I don't know to what extent the videos or audios were going to be played, but everything was prepared. And I actually wrote on it.
Oh, this makes me sick.
Because I said to my attorney, end of day yesterday, and again, shame on me. I don't think he's going to show up, because I'd heard his voice not that long before, and he was saying he wasn't going to New Jersey.
She's talking about Craig, the guy she was trying to get the RO on.
And I didn't think he was. And at the end of the day, there was no attorney on record. I thought that would be the end of it.
She thought she was just going to get a default judgment. He was going to get hit with a permanent, because in New Jersey, they're final protection orders. They're FPOs. So if she would have gotten a default, it would have been a final lifetime restraining order, because in New Jersey, they're FPOs. They're one and done. It's a lifetime restraining order. So she thought by her requiring them to come to court that they were not going to show, and they would not be able to get legal representation. So she would win by default after all these false allegations, and it would be done. She said this numerous fucking times. Granted, it was denied ultimately, But this is what her intent was. Once again, misusing the fucking court.
But I should have known better.
For bullshit that she willingly engaged in. She went back and forth with Brittany, actually poked at Brittany. Brittany hardly ever spoke about her. She inserted herself and tried to get a reaction out of Brittany. She was taunting them. I'm filing police reports. I'm going to the cops, taking selfies outside of the police station, her and BJ. And like I said, BJ is a LawCow. There is fucking 2 years of content on that one from me. There is no question about who she is and what she does. This is LawCow and LawCow crime. It's pathetic.
Types of stuff people complain.
Yep.
And it's pink. And my labels, I use all pastels, by the way. Light blue, purple. Actually, light purple, lilac, and pink were my bat mitzvah colors. All my balloons were lilac and pink. Very 80s. And I wrote a note to myself.
Look at the note.
On this.
The note says, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. A lot of these LawCows like to use statements like this to act like they're so
So I said, I'm going to go in by myself. I'm okay. I got this. I got everything. We have talked. We have everything. I said, I made that call late. And I said, it's okay. And he's a busy guy. And he's a friend. And he's not free either. So thought I could save myself a dime because I didn't think anything was going to happen. If I had been told, even 5 minutes before I entered the courtroom, even 1 minute before I entered the courtroom, that there was going to be a remote meeting, I wouldn't have entered the courtroom. I would have called my attorney and said, you need to call here immediately and figure this shit out. Or get one of the other attorneys in your office or whatever. Or I have his assistant, I have her phone number on my cell phone. Could have called his assistant and said, push back.
Meanwhile, again, she never had an attorney. She never had an attorney representing her. So she couldn't have just called somebody up. But this person she is trying to get a no contact order on, restraining order on, is in North Carolina, had never been to New Jersey. She was demanding that they show in person. At the same time, calling the cops and saying that because she's demanding that they show in person, that she's in fear for her life and needs extra patrols around her house. Make it fucking make sense. She was telling the police that he was coming for this court date because he was required to come. And now because they were allowed to do a virtual court date, she was so pissed about it. You see how convoluted this is?
My thing, so you can get in touch with this judge's chambers, right? But I was given no warning at all. And I even asked the person, the bailiff or whatever, who
Iris
brought us from the elevator up to the courtroom.
I wonder who that is. Huh. Interesting. It's Chad's birthday today, too. In fact, I just texted him to wish him happy birthday. Him and Kyle are birthday buddies and lifelong friends. So that's interesting, though. They're very cool.
I don't know if it was bailiff, security, whatever he was. I said, did you see, is there a defendant here?
Thank you for the support, vibrator.
In my case.
Meet you.
And he asked my name, defendant's name, and he said, no. I said, okay. And then I said, did you see, is there an attorney here? And he said, nope, didn't see one. Okay. So I go in the courtroom and I'm called. There was a case, they were going through a couple, there was actually 2 cases right before me. This one case, this case. And
that's because, well, she knows LawCows. So laugh out loud cows, LOL cows. Jolene had overlap with some of these people in a previous community, like the 90-day community. Some of the people that have inserted themselves in the true crime space come from that 90-day community, aka Terry Lynn. So there's a few overlapping people. And just recently with the Lauren Matthias and Trisha Griffiths stuff, Jolene has learned more, it seems like, about the true crime space and the LawCows that involve themselves there. But she comes at it from like a comedic perspective. I give it to you from this is their words, this is what they do, the more of the archive, like this is their problematic behavior type aspect. But she is more, she is definitely more getting her feet wet into the true crime adjacent communities that form and these characters for sure. It's interesting.
After the second case, before my case was called up, the judge got up and
Nominates.
left the bench for a minute, I guess, going into their chambers, right? And
yes,
they called my name before the judge came back in, and I gathered all my stuff, you know, all my paperwork with my, this is a quote from Nelson Mandela, by the way.
And that was fun to watch, Miss Kravitz, because it was like watching the light bulbs turn on for her of how problematic these creators in the true crime genre are, because she was doing Lauren Matthias coverage, and Trisha Griffiths was the one who was really pushing the support of Lauren Matthias. And that just kind of evolved into another one. And watching her like unravel this stuff and who these people are and how they all connect has been really fun to watch, because she definitely gets it. She definitely gets it. And she has the best like comedic approach to how she handles them. They're really problematic though, like extremely problematic. I just do more of the deep dives of here's what they said, here. And she comes at it from a comedic perspective. She's great though.
I got my laptop, just in case. I have my I's dotted and my T's crossed.
She's great.
I'll tell you one funny thing.
Yes,
I said
you
later.
did.
So when
yep.
I go up, they call my name, and I wasn't looking up at the moment. I was gathering my stuff. I was bringing it to the front. They have the tables in front, you know, where there's a microphone, right? Like courtroom. Told us what chair you go to this chair. And I'm putting my stuff out, and I'm taking my folder out and, you know, whatever, looking down. And then I see, just before the judge came back in, there is a big screen that was off, a big TV screen that was off for the first two cases that went before me. It comes on. It flashes on. And the first person I see in that screen, it's not the defendant, but a person he lives with on the screen.
So she's talking about allegedly with Brittany J. She's talking about the actual creator here, not just. So again, just to make sure everybody's following this, because it's fucking convoluted. She's trying to get an RO on the creator, allegedly with Brittany J's spouse, Craig. That's who she was trying to get the RO on, was Craig, not Brittany, Craig, because he's the reckless mouth in the background, even though he never threatened Julie ever, directly or indirectly, in my opinion. But that's what she was doing. And so she was so offended that his significant other be seen on camera. Oh my God.
And just then I was like, I gotta tell you, I was good. I kept it together. But if ever there was a moment where, you know, someone said, steam would come, you're so like.
And to the comment pinned on the screen, I'm an equal opportunity hater. I'm not a comedian in any way, shape, or form. So I definitely take sides. I take the side of I can't stand any true crime channel or creator who exploits the victims and then replaces the victims. So I have a very clear side on this. There's very few true crime channels that I like, that are ethical, that actually bring awareness, that don't misinform, that don't exploit the cases. And exploitation can be different. I try to go for more of the extreme problematic ones, especially like with the Nancy Guthrie coverage and stuff, but there is a very clear side for me. I'm an equal opportunity hater and dislike all of this because it's starting to impact actual justice, actual victims, and the way they go about this is so grimy. I wish I could do a surface sometimes. Sometimes I wish I could be more like Jolene in the fact that roast and run, roast and run. But it's so important for me to break it back to exactly what the fuck is happening here, because there is so much. And if you don't pay attention to how coordinated and calculated, like right now, for instance, if we weren't paying attention to the characters around JLR. So JLR is kind of the head of the Nancy Guthrie case, but then you have his downline off of him. You have Criminal Network, Ted, 857, and all of the way that they work together. You have one wanting to start a church for tax exemption. So his buddies who make fucking huge amounts of money can donate to his church and it benefits both of them. You see how convoluted this is? And if we didn't pay attention to all of that and like overlap it all, we would miss how calculated this shit is. It's sad. It's scary. And it's happening more and more.
Like, you have steam would be literally coming out of my ears. That would be the moment. Because had I known, had I been given even a minute's warning, I would have said, I'm not stepping to that desk in camera view.
Yeah, I get that.
I would have said, I'm not stepping to this desk in camera view. Oh, thanks, Bitter Tea. Strength isn't loud. It's the quiet decision to stand back again. When no one is clapping, we're all clapping for you, Julie. Love you. I appreciate it so much. Really. I'm sorry it took me a while to.
Here goes the tears. Here we go.
Come on and talk today.
Oh, you know.
Mostly because I was kicking myself. I was kicking.
Oh, did you say Dago? Krista, did you say Dago? Oh, he's had this. Oof. Oof.
Kicking myself.
He's had a lot of overlap with a lot of these creators that I fucking can't stand.
For being, I don't know. For thinking, you know, nothing was going to happen like this. So immediately things turn.
Hey, Mr. Bernadette.
A little, I don't know what word I want to use to describe it.
Krista Marie, I don't know what he's doing these days at all, but he had a lot of crossover with a lot of these creators in Sebastian Rogers' case in the beginning of it. You can ask him. Ask him about what I'm talking about. He knows who a lot of these problematic creators are and how they do this. He was around in the beginning days of Sebastian's case. I've actually been on panel with Dago.
There was a lot of questions going on from me. All right. And so let me just explain. Everything that I thought, all the reasons, although it seems counterintuitive, all the reasons that I was concerned about a remote hearing basically happened today, or almost happened today.
No, bitch.
Depending on what I was worried about.
What you were worried about is you didn't think this was going to proceed. You were hoping for a default. That's all the further you expected this to go. You thought you were going to get a fucking default judgment and it was going to be done and you were going to be able to cancel her channel and get him arrested for a violation. That's what you wanted. Let's just stop the bullshit, Julie, because that's ultimately what you wanted. You filed false police reports. You filed all this bullshit in court. You wanted to get him arrested by violating him on this stupid protection order. And you were hoping to hem them up in court processes to seek revenge. And then you wanted to be the martyr to take her channel down. You said as such. You said that you wished you had somebody's ace card. You're disgusting. Calculated, conniving, and coordinated. These people are foul. Terry Ann, thank you so much for being a member for 23 months. Been longer than 23 months, but it's been great. Thank you so much. You have been around here a long time, and I appreciate your continued support. Thank you so much.
One thing I was worried about was that the defendant would not be alone.
Yeah, he knows who I'm talking about.
To the judge without somebody by their side, right? Who would be able to do anything. I mean, I'm not saying.
I'm just saying, like, he knows. Dago will know exactly who I'm talking about because he left. Like, Dago completely got away from this group of people.
Accusing anybody of doing anything. I'm saying it's possible to pass them notes. It's possible to pinch them under the table when they're saying they think they're saying something wrong, right? It's possible to whatever. This is not the attorney I'm talking about sitting next to him. The attorney was elsewhere. As far as I can tell.
Yeah, the attorney isn't going to be in the same home as their clients in North Carolina because the attorney was from New Jersey, dipshit.
Based on live streams we've seen and the complete darkness behind them, generally, that's where they were. And also, according to the judge, something I didn't see, but then something I did see, a disrespect for how one is to appear in court. That's the judge who said that, not me.
So she dangles this little bit of information and then her little stupid buddy runs around and tells everybody that the man that she was trying to get an RO on, Craig, didn't have a shirt on, which was a bunch of bullshit. But of course, per usual, misinformation gets gassed up and ran with as factual out.
I don't know what that new attorney was feeling at that moment. I have no idea. Maybe she's normally that pale or turns different colors of pale in a hearing. But that's all I'll say is I saw a few different colors of pale come over her face in the theatrics of that little event. And
Chris,
I'm just saying what I observed personally, but it wasn't just me who observed it. I'm saying it because the judge said to the attorney, "You look like you don't feel well."
My subs, Krista, during my coverage of Julie, thought this was like a torture test. It truly is a torture test because she, once again, true LawCow or LawCow status. They circle talk. They inflate their stories with a bunch of fabricated information. You forget what you're even listening to. It's the art of fucking word salad with no ranch, no dressing whatsoever. You're just gagging it down. And you forget what you're even doing. That's what these people do intentionally. Like, it is an art form. And it's all manipulation.
I'll be getting a transcript of the proceedings.
All she would have had to say is court didn't go her way. They were allowed to have an attorney represent them. It's continued till the next date. That's it. That's all. That's the synopsis of this. But instead, she decided to lie about representation. She wanted a default, period, end of. So this was her scramble to make it sound like the court went against her when she didn't get the default. No, bitch, she didn't have enough fucking evidence to prove that you were ever threatened directly at all, period, end of. And how you would ever expect, coming from the true crime space, that somebody doesn't have the legal right to seek representation to defend themselves is beyond me.
My attorney's going to be doing that for me.
That's right.
So we have it in preparation.
You better pay me to use and abuse you. Thank you, Rubber, for the support. Abuse payment. I forgot. Quack, quack. Thank you, Rubber. By the way, never mind. I got you. I got to post your link too.
March 12th.
I forgot yours in the lineup today.
The judge said, Counselor, you look like you feel well.
This one.
I couldn't really see the screen well. Actually, my first question for the judge when I saw this, I can't say it was my first question. I'm trying to remember my questions. One of the first questions I asked was, is this person I see on the screen a licensed attorney, past the bar in the state of New Jersey? No offense to anybody, but, the judge maybe doesn't really understand why somebody like me would ask that question. But I think you guys understand why I would ask. If I see a person I don't know, they're not wearing a button that says attorney. I don't know who it is on the Zoom. I asked the question. They said, yes, they were.
Hey,
licensed to practice law in the state of New Jersey.
Yeah.
She said that she was only retained.
All of that was fucking bullshit.
Late last night. And again, on the paperwork that was actually filed, the date of the paperwork that was filed was today's date.
Mr. Bernie.
So how could I have been made aware? How could I have been notified that this change from an in-person hearing to a remote hearing would take place? But I still was upset because, I didn't say it at the moment, but I did call to the courthouse to ask some questions about, was there something procedurally amiss in me not being aware? So I immediately asserted what I thought were my rights to ask these questions. That I said, I object to having a remote hearing because this is a cyber harassment case. How do I know somebody is not off camera here filming this behind the defendant that will be used to put on the internet? I don't know. No way to know.
Meanwhile, she had already been informing her friends and they had already made merch. They had already brought out the Broadcastify. She was detailing to her buddies throughout this whole thing what was going on. So they were building merch and stuff. And then she was concerned about it being brought to the internet. Get fucked.
That's what the courtroom does for you.
Content.
Because you can't have your cell phones out and on unless it's being used for evidence or something like that. It was explained by the bailiff.
Krista Marie, thank you so much for the support. Just for your trouble, LOL. I'm a lot sometimes. Jesus, lady, shut the fuck up about New Jersey law. No, you're fine. You're totally fine. Feel free. There's a lot of new faces around here. We love it. You guys come in and ask all the questions. Please do. We just have a lot of smart ass answers. So a lot of times people take us wrong, but we're being smart asses because like this one in particular, I have waterboarded in essence my subs with content on her because we together decided what the fuck is going on here? Let's go look. And I don't do anything surface level. I do extensive deep dives. So we did months of extensive deep dives. So if you get a smart ass answer, it's probably just because we've got some sort of inside joke and they're not being a smart ass to you, but about the situation. But ask all the questions. Feel free to chat away. We just have a lot of bullshit that we wade through over here appropriately sometimes. We got a lot of moo cows. And look, I'm a dairy farmer's daughter. I was born on a dairy farm. Not really. I was born in a hospital, but I was raised on a dairy farm. My dad's a dairy farmer, has been my entire life. So milking cows was just in my DNA. I'm just pretty good at it.
This is awesome. Look at the cow. There's a freaking cow. Look at the cow. There's a freaking cow.
This is all from YouTube, Lily. All of this started because she was exploiting a missing child. So she initially had her page on TikTok. Let me show you. She has a page on TikTok that is Julie Skolnick, Profound Autism. She's got like 78,000 followers on TikTok. But she came to YouTube exploiting Sebastian Rogers, a missing child's case, and then started drama with another creator. And it all stems. All of these situations happen in these true crime communities that form. So Karen Reed space, Jess Machado. Sebastian Rogers case. I mean, this is just one of LawCow situations in each of these. But all of these true crime adjacent communities, when the case itself or lack of information starts being funneled out publicly, they start going after each other for content, legally or not. The communities start crumbling, and then the creators start going after each other and misusing the court systems. So whether it's Summer Wells, Kylie Rodney, Sebastian Rogers, Marvon McRae, which was never a true crime case to begin with, Sebastian Rogers, insert name, I'm failing. Crush's family, which hidden true crime exploits cases beyond belief. Whatever community forms, like the Valo Daybell following, that same thing happens as the communities kind of, or the creators don't really have content. They become the content. They become the victims. So it's the same thing in all of these spaces.
Limited use of phones for certain things, but you have to wait for somebody to tell you. You could turn your phone on and that kind of stuff from the judge, you know.
That's right.
So there's certain safety measures
over here
you have in place for, you know, not being filmed off things or having somebody, you know, doing stuff, or maybe somebody could present AI evidence. I also had expressed to my attorney something I was concerned about, because
there's so
I recall
many, yeah.
the defendants talking about, you know, their spotty internet service at different times. One thing that I know, and you guys know,
she's a mob boss and shit. Shh, Mark, we don't want to be swimming with the fishies.
That the judge did not know, I believe, is that
terrible.
You know, on the defendant's side, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know.
She's
is that on the defendant's side, and they're in the room, which the judge was. How do I put this? I don't want to editorialize this, but if, in my opinion, if a judge admonishes.
Okay, thank God we're done with that video. So it cut off. That was a members only. Now I wanted to show you, unfortunately I have to do, like I said, we don't have the court audio to go to on the RO. So it's a little harder for me to just show you this, but I'm going to show you this. So when things continue to not go her way in the municipal proceedings and in the RO hearing, she continued to come out publicly and say that things were happening out of her control. This one, she tried to claim that there was court interference. And guess who she was trying to say was interfering in the court? Anybody want to take a guess? I'll give you 5 seconds.
Well, I just couldn't believe it. I swear I'm not on drugs. They were raining down right on me, as heavy as jacket spuds.
Made from glass and rubber, they plummeted from way up high. Had they come from God Almighty's butthole, far up in the sky.
It's raining butt plugs.
Butt plugs. It's raining butt plugs.
Butt plugs.
I cannot tell you why. Sex.
None other than myself. So she claimed that I potentially was communicating with somebody's attorney. If anybody knows anything over here, I stand firmly against going real life. I do not contact any of the people. I do not do any of that shit. I use the creator's own public content to show you what they say and what they do. I don't involve myself. But because she couldn't overcome the bullshit she had detailed publicly and we were just laying it out in a timeline fashion, that's what I do. I just go back, use their own words and lay it out. She was pissed. Not only her fucking buddies that tried to act like Julie getting these fake fucking bullshit charges on somebody would help them. But people were pissed because BJ's problematic. And if they determine she's the number one hated, then how dare you show that Julie's just as problematic? So Julie took to the internet and decided to blame me for potential interference in her RO hearing because it wasn't going her way.
And my friend told me that last night, at least part of one of the things was discussed last night on Nonsense's live stream about me, another marathon live stream about me. And it made it.
And it really causes a lot of these people to have a twitch that I can appropriately use creators' own words to tell the story, that we can fill easily 8 to 12 hours of content because these people don't shut the fuck up. If they didn't have so much to say and so much bullshit to do that they put out here publicly, I wouldn't have content. But I have fucking hours of it. Right now, I could do content on LawCows and LawCows. They could all stop creating and I would have years of content. But it causes them a fucking hemorrhoid of sorts because a lot of them are real salty about the length of my live streams, even though nobody is required to watch them. You don't get a gold star or an A+ if you do. You don't get an F if you don't. It's freedom of choice, right? Nobody's forcing you to do shit. But it causes them a lot of fucking issues. Unless it's about somebody that they don't like. As long as I'm doing content on somebody they don't like and it's beneficial to their narratives, then it's good. Then I'm praised. But if it's something that's beneficial to them or helpful to them, you know, the praise comes. But then as soon as it's somebody that they're indifferent about it, but they're hopeful that this person, because they hate the other creator, then it's a problem. It's a fucking problem. Well, listen, if these creators didn't do so much, I wouldn't have hours and hours and hours of deep dives to do.
It dawned.
But, you know, people can't understand time management skills or lack thereof. And I do this all, by the way, from the unemployment line. Don't forget it, bitches. The unemployment line or half the time in the pool. So if I'm not in the unemployment line, I'm doing this from the pool. Yeah, because I live. Oh, and I'm single. I'm single, unemployed. Sure am.
On me just when they said that. I said, really? That was talked about last night. I was like,
Right. Exactly.
It dawned on me. Is Nonsense or some other party,
right,
who is not the defendant or the defendant's partner, communicating directly with the attorney via text, via email, via phone call, whatever?
Is there another party communicating directly with the defendant's attorney? The defendant was not in court.
Listen, if you're going to fucking talk shit to me or accuse me of interfering in court, at least wash your goddamn hair first, okay? Listen, I can do 10 hours of content, wash my ass, clean my house, all in the same day. I expect clean hair next time. God, the comb forward and the fucking messes. And I don't know what it is about the people we've been covering lately, but what is up with this? Have you guys noticed a trend lately? The comb forward hairstyles. What is going on here? It's becoming even more like Machado even has one. Yikes. Alma, good to see you. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. I hope you're doing well and your summer's going great. Thank you so much. Welcome to the cabana. Let's see. What do I have?
Threatening messages, aggressive behavior, or implying harm. Implying harm. So it can be something as simple as implying harm. Is there implicit threats and implicit harm throughout this? Absolutely.
Yes.
How about ruining your kingdom, burning your kingdom to the ground? Is that harm?
Yeah.
It also can include reputational harm. The final one is interference. The stalker is involved in deliberately interfering with the victim's life.
Burning the kingdom to the ground. How dare you, Dr. Babe says. Thank you, Alma. Appreciate you. I hope your summer's going good. And Cash, Kiki, you little stod. You've been contacting courts again? Cash, look at this maniacal little twit over here. Look what he's doing, Cash. He's pissed, Cash. You know that little asshole has been up to no good. Always. Thank you, Cash. All right, back to it.
It's on.
In other words, every time, and this is just a little example of this, I'm not going to go into all of them, but every time things in court did not go Julie's way or as predicted by Julie, she came publicly and blamed somebody else for something. And usually it was me or allegedly speculating. Because how dare we FOIA the public police reports she was filing? How dare we attend the court hearings publicly via Zoom to hear what the fuck was actually going on because she continued to lie about it? How dare we do those things? We were interfering in her court cases. No, she didn't have a court case to begin with.
The paperwork that I've been given, it's a legal document, and it's on the paperwork that the defendant has been given now.
That's for sure.
Through his attorney, and I assume mailed to him by his attorney or faxed to him by his attorney by now. He was not he wasn't there. She didn't know why he wasn't there. She asked for an adjournment because he wasn't there. She speculated there might have been some, I don't know, medical emergency or something like that to the judge. She gave many pleading reasons as to why she thought the case should be adjourned because the defendant didn't show up. And the adjournment was denied by the judge. But he was supposed to be there in person.
No, he
it was
wasn't.
very clear on all the statements.
Nope. As soon as the judge changed. So the first initial judge actually was not removed, but that changed judges, like so often happens in these proceedings. There was a change of judge. So February 20th was one judge. In the documents, it said that they had to appear in person. Well, the new judge did not uphold that. They never had to appear in person. It was fine for them and their attorney or Craig's attorney to appear remotely. But Julie continued to pass it off publicly that they were required to be there. And of course, the internet does what the internet does. And idiots decided to push that narrative as if it was true. It was never true. I'm going to bump it forward because I want to get to Lauren Matthias's bullshit. And there's a lot with Julie. There's just so much, but all of it has been detailed and documented extensively. So I want to bump through to the final synopsis. So the RO hearing, which we cannot legally show you the final, the RO was never granted. She never got that. It was denied. She used and misused the court systems for months, dragging it out, blaming everybody. And ultimately, it was not approved. Thank God. Because I don't think it, even if I don't like you and I don't agree with your behavior online, I'm not okay with somebody getting a final lifetime protection order placed on them over bullshit on the internet that wasn't even directly towards her. That would have been horrific. So thankfully, the RO was denied. But not only was the RO denied, Julie went to court.
Thank you.
She went to court with the municipal court hearings. So they no-showed on one of the dates on the municipal private citizens complaints, because meanwhile, she did two. She did Superior Court and municipal court. So she had the RO in Superior Court and the private citizens complaint against Craig and Brittany in municipal court. Well, after months of bullshit, this is the final outcome. And I'm going to go once again to my beautiful friend Allegedly Speculating, who does a much better, concise breakdown of the hearing. So this is almost verbatim, not quite, because we were trying to take our notes as fast as possible and then we communicated them afterwards, but we attended the hearing. But this is very clear of what happened.
Today, June 10th of 2026, between Julie Skolnick, the YouTuber or TikToker, and Brittany Jackson, the YouTuber. Complaints against the parties involved. The need for the request to withdraw all complaints in this case is known to the prosecutor and is of a sensitive nature that my family and I wish to remain private. So I humbly ask this request to your honor on my own without pressure or influence of others. Thank you. Unquote. The judge replies, thank you. And then the judge says, okay, prosecutor, you wanted to address the court regarding these matters, correct? The prosecutor says yes. The judge says, please do so. Okay, get ready. I don't know if I was telling you or me, but I'm ready.
I don't think
Okay.
Why not pull it all the way back? I didn't. This is Allegedly Speculating. She's a good one. Allegedly Speculating is going to break down the final municipal court where the private citizens complaints of Brittany versus Craig and BJ happened. So ultimately what you're going to hear is that Julie ends up withdrawing her complaints in municipal court. She withdraws after months and months of pandering online to bullshit and doing all these performances. She willingly goes in and withdraws. She had creators who had pushed the same bullshit as her sitting on live waiting for this big outcome, this amazing, earth-shattering, Brittany and Craig, we're going to get what's coming to them type of behavior. And then she goes in and withdraws. Unfortunately, those creators, instead of blaming Julie Skolnick for misusing the courts and or her bullshit lies all along, couldn't do that. They blamed myself and Allegedly Speculating for the reason that Julie withdrew her complaints. Not based on the fact that she had nothing and had lied in police reports all along. Not the fact that ultimately the worst that could have even happened was beneath a traffic ticket, like the lowest of traffic tickets you could ever get, a misdemeanor with a tiny little fine. That would have been all that they ever got. But she went in and withdrew. And so everybody that hated BJ, not everybody, a lot of people that, well, I should say, yeah, the people that hate BJ were so disappointed. And how dare we intimidate? They started saying that we needed to go to jail for witness intimidation. because Julie withdrew. Sure did. Julie and her little team.
Court hearing that happened today, June 10th of 2026, between Julie Skolnick, the YouTuber or TikToker, and Brittany Jackson, the YouTuber. I was mentioned in this case, and I do have thoughts about that. The prosecutor spoke kindly about me, and I do appreciate that.
Susie, thank you.
States that he watches my videos and appreciates that I don't put my thoughts and opinions in it. And I'm not going to put my thoughts and opinions about that in here. We will talk about that in a live stream. I think it is important to relay the message that the prosecutor has for all of us and, you know, human beings in general, you know, about how we should decorum, about how we should represent ourselves and be towards other people. And I think it's important to relay that message in this video. So I wrote my notes how.
So this would be similar to what Lauren Matthias did. When Lauren Matthias went in after getting her temporary order and using that to silence Christina from CrimeCon and causing a big scene. Then when it came down to it, Lauren Matthias went in and withdrew her RO hearing. Very similar, you know, and quite interestingly enough, Julie covered Lauren Matthias, actually. The irony of LawCows covering LawCows and learning tips and tricks from other LawCows.
Shorthand. That's how I do this. And then I go back and write them longhand. I do have about 20 pages of notes here. They are close to word for word, but I'm not going to say exactly word for word because, you know, like I said, they're shorthand and then I write them out longhand. People are talking quickly. Sometimes I could miss a word or two. Please do your own research and formulate your own opinions. You can submit an opera request if you ask for the court audio. It is significantly cheaper than the transcripts because they have to send it off and like have somebody write out the transcripts, the whole thing. So feel free to opera request the court audio as I'm going to do to make sure you can double check it and make sure you got everything right at your leisure. So with that, we'll get into it and I will go ahead and start with my notes. The one thing I noticed about today was that there was a camera on in the courtroom and that was not there last time. So we were able to see into the courtroom and I noticed that it looked like Julie and Al were at the back of the courtroom and the prosecutor was sitting kind of out in the aisle of the courtroom.
Yep.
And he appeared to be speaking to them. Now it was hard to see. I'm not going to say definitively it was Julie and Al, but it looked like that to me. It's a very small
It definitely was. It was them.
Okay, so the case is called, and it is the state against BJ. BJ is called to unmute. BJ is on camera. The judge introduces himself and says, complainant alleges that on December.
So now, just to be clear, in case anybody is confused, because we have multiple situations, the RO against Craig was already completed and did not proceed. She was not granted a final order of protection. Her temporary was no longer in existence. All she had left was these private citizens' complaints in municipal court. She was initially hoping for felony charges against them, but they did not pick it up. They did not proceed with higher charges, which she was so disappointed about. It stayed at the municipal court level, and Julie didn't get her way. So this was the final hearing after months of bullshit, and she escalated and amped this up. Her little following, her rabid followers are just as bad, if not worse, than Just Machado's. Crazy shit that they were doing. Absolutely ridiculous. But this was her final hope. And what does she do? She goes and withdraws.
November 4th of 2025 harassment and ask her if she's familiar with this complaint. BJ replies, quote, I'm not sure because Ms. Skolnick has, unquote. The judge cut her off and asked again if she's familiar with the contents of the complaint. BJ replies, quote, no, sir, not that one, unquote.
Depending.
The judge says, let me read it to you. You were
depends on what state it's from and what the case contains, Krista Marie. I don't know if allegedly speculating's in here or not. Allegedly speculating has done way more of them than I have. She's great at that kind of stuff, but it just varies from place to place and what you're actually getting. If you're getting body cam footage, if you're getting just court documents. I've done one myself now, and it was like $5. Horsewoman, thank you so much for your continued support and being a member for a month. You came in when I was fighting the bug, I think. Wasn't that you, Horsewoman? And you actually stayed. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. What an introduction to me and Kyle. Screaming over a fucking Palo Verde.
Supposed to be here last time and you didn't appear. You were here on April 1st. Thank you. He says May 14th. BJ says, yes, sir. Applying
Could be.
to where he said thank you. And then the judge says, not a problem. The judge says, okay, you're charged within the jurisdiction of this court that between December 4th of 2025 and December 25th,
thought so.
Brittany, you repeated threatening statements and alarming, menacing conduct to Julie Skolnick by communicating electronically over social media to Julie. You did suggest bodily harm and death, causing fear and emotional distress to Julie. You also displayed content of autistic son through videos and social media. Police reports were made, and the civil complainant signed the complaint. Also, Craig, and he asked if Craig is there. Craig replies, yes, sir. The judge says you are charged with making statements, alarming, menacing conduct, also by Julie Skolnick, in violation of the code harassment and petty disorderly persons offense. He says, in any event, you are here today, and I'm glad for that. He calls the prosecutor's name. Prosecutors asked to enter his appearance. The prosecutor does and says he's there on behalf of the state of New Jersey. The judge asks the prosecutor what is going to happen with this case. The judge says that, he has both BJ and Craig on the screen. The prosecutor replies, Ms. Skolnick, who is present in court, has advised me in the last couple of days that she wishes to withdraw these complaints. And I have explained to her, I couldn't hear, I have an audible written down, questioned of her, is this voluntary? The judge says, I will do that, yes. The prosecutor says, but judge, we have a number of spectators here, and there is 5 to 10 minutes worth of history that I need to provide to your honor, because this case goes far beyond the charges that you read to BJ and Craig. And at the
in the midst of all of this court hearing, somebody gained access to the prosecutor meeting in one of the previous court dates of this municipal stuff. We still have no idea who it was. It was not me. That municipal prosecutor meeting between Julie and BJ was recorded by a third party, what I suspect. And then it was emailed to 2 creators, myself and Queen Bee. We don't know if it was emailed outside to others or not. Never seen the person before, have no idea. But they had uploaded this video of the private prosecutor meeting to their YouTube channel. So we all played this publicly available YouTube video. Well, next thing we know, we're getting added to police reports that we played this illegal recording. It was a crock of shit. Straight up crock of shit. Crock of shit. But Julie used it, and so did BJ, for content. And, oh, I didn't do this. I wouldn't do this. Meanwhile, the one and only time I emailed the prosecutor was to forward the prosecutor the direct email of this recording so they would have the original link and the email. But because I did that, even though I was directed to by the court clerk, I was interfering. That never happened. But Julie came to the internet and said that they were doing an investigation. There was a detective, blah, blah, blah. It was a whole thing. Like I said, you can go look through all the videos. It's been detailed extensively. We still have no idea who recorded that or who gained access to that.
appropriate time, I don't know if you want to question Ms. Skolnick first, her withdrawal, or if you want to hear from me first. The judge asked if what he is requesting that the charges be dismissed. The prosecutor replies yes on Ms. Skolnick's behalf. The judge calls for BJ and asks if she understands what the prosecutor just said to the court. BJ says yes, sir. The judge asks Craig if he understands. Craig says yes, sir. The judge says very good. The judge says, all right, Ms. Skolnick, the prosecutor has indicated that you wish to withdraw the charges against BJ and Craig. Is that correct? Now, at this point, you can't hear, like the mic is not on, but you can assume she said yes, because the judge follows that with, are you doing so freely and voluntarily? You can't hear her, but we can assume she says yes. The judge then asks, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your withdrawal of the charges? At this point, you can hear Julie, and you can hear her reply, no. The judge asks, are you under fear or threat or intimidation by BJ or Craig to withdraw these charges? Can't hear anything, Julie says, except sir, because she's talking really low, assuming she says no, sir. He says, okay, you are doing this of your own free will. Are you under influence of meds? Can't hear, but he nods his head and says, okay, nothing is. And then he pauses and he says, okay, you understand totally. Julie says, yes, something is inaudible. The judge says, well, you understand totally. She says, yes, judge. And the judge says, okay. The prosecutor says, yeah, she can read her statement when appropriate, judge. Julie speaks, quote, Your Honor, for reasons I couldn't hear, personal and time-dependent matter, I am asking the court to allow me to withdraw all of my citizens' complaints against the parties involved. The need for the request to withdraw all complaints in this case is known to the prosecutor and is of a sensitive nature that my family and I wish to remain private. So I humbly ask this request to Your Honor on my own without pressure or influence of others. Thank you. Unquote.
So that is Julie's statement to the court. So she makes a statement to the court that she wants to withdraw her complaints, her private citizens' complaints against BJ and Craig. Says that it's because of private matters. Then turns around and runs to, I think it was a Discord chat. I'm not sure whose Discord it was. And releases it that she is potentially, allegedly, I don't fucking know, donating a kidney to somebody. That was her private concerns and reasons. She's donating a kidney. That's why she withdrew, is what she claims. And she didn't want this because they appeared. They were appearing in court finally. They were showing up for court dates. And therefore, all of a sudden, she's donating a kidney. But come to find out, there was more to it. There was conversations between Brittany and the municipal prosecutor in which she disclosed other information to the prosecutor. And during a meeting with the prosecutor asked Julie about things that were being done and said in discords. And it sounds like there was going to be questions in the court about her conduct and her behavior and or those that she associates with. So randomly, she withdraws because of a personal matter. So after wasting months of court time and court resources and police resources and claiming she was in fear of her life and her safety, she withdrew. Who does that remind you of?
Give me what he's got.
What did he take?
Cat toy.
Oh, you can't have the little cat toy. Kenzie says you can't have it. Here. Kenzie's chasing Cooper around. I can't make this up, Rubber.
The judge
I'm
replies,
trying so hard to consolidate all of this into not 15 hours, but you know how lengthy all of this is to even like try to make this make sense of how bad this was. So in essence, Julie wanted default judgments. She wanted a default RO and she wanted to get him violated to get him arrested. She wanted felony charges in these accelerated in municipal court. That didn't happen. Nothing was going the way that she wanted it to go. It wasn't an open and shut Julie wins situation. So therefore she withdrew and wasted court time and resources.
thank you. And then the judge says, okay, prosecutor, you wanted to address the court regarding these matters, correct? The prosecutor says, yes. The judge says, please do so. Okay, get ready.
That's me.
I don't know if I was telling you or me, but I'm ready. Okay.
A lot of people call me nonsense, but my actual name is Becky. My channel is Nonsense on the Web. So a lot of people refer to me as Nonsense, but my actual name is Becky.
Okay. So the prosecutor is speaking. This case came to me the way every other case comes to me. In the ordinary, I couldn't hear it, I guess ordinary manner or ordinary way. This case involves civilian complaints. They were originally written as fourth-degree cyber harassment. The cyber aspect being the fact that this conduct that was alleged appeared on YouTube primarily in the course of prosecuting this matter, as I'm required to do when there is a civilian complainant, excuse me. I've interviewed Ms. Skolnick, and we had on April 1st the preliminary hearing. at which time I was in my office in a Zoom platform and in the prosecutor's breakout room with BJ, Craig, Julie, and SD, which we know is Sal DeLuca. Somebody managed to infiltrate that and put it on the internet. That 13-minute Zoom breakout session. The judge says, quote, private session with both defendants, unquote. Prosecutor says yes. The judge says, and with Ms. Skolnick? The prosecutor says yes. The prosecutor says, and nobody, including me, knew I was being recorded or it was being recorded. It's now, I don't know how many thousands of views. At prior court appearance, I said 50,000 because that's what Julie told me, but I don't know how many. But it's beyond ridiculous. And Judge, I have to make these comments because I feel our court is being weaponized inappropriately. And I don't want that to happen anymore. I completely respect Ms. Skolnick's decision that she just announced not to pursue this case. In fact,
poor prosecutor was in over his head.
I admire her for that. In fact,
not because of the legal process, but because they were starting to realize that their court and their court proceedings were being weaponized for bullshit on the internet. And he was not happy. Absolutely. Rightfully so.
I commend her for that because he pauses. And I would encourage anyone who is visiting with us today to consider doing the same thing that Julie is. I have learned, Judge, from watching, and I say this on the souls of my family, 50 to 100 hours of videos on this case. I am not exaggerating. It is all over the place. There's one particular lady, I'm going to say this to her in a complimentary manner, and I'll just use her initials. Her online screen name initials are AS. Okay. She did a 2-hour and 39-minute and 57-second presentation of this case, basically start to finish, almost like my paralegal would do. And I compliment her because it was very honest. She downloaded all of the police reports through Opera. Now, the judge looked a bit concerned at that moment. I'll show you what he's talking about. Hold on.
The prosecutor actually went to social media to see what the hell was going on and found Allegedly Speculating's channel and complimented her on her factual breakdowns of what
okay, so not the two new reports, but this one right here is the one he's talking about from 10 days ago. And it is titled The Julie and BJ Case This Far. And it's 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 59 seconds. That's the video he is referring to. Okay, continuing. The judge looked a bit concerned at that point. He said, and I will speak on Opera in a minute, but she put every police report in chronological order, all of the conversations, and it's accurate. And she, this lady I'm talking about, kept her own feelings out of it for the most part. But what I've learned, Judge, there are people in this world that hate Julie, and there are people in this world that hate BJ, and there are people that hate both Julie and BJ. But
there's some of us that don't hate either one of them because it's not really personal, but we highly dislike both of their behavior.
Hate one more than the other. And I can't control that. And I don't condone it. This is what YouTube, this is the internet. It's a tremendous benefit to everyone, but it can be abused just like Opera can be abused. Now this lady, AS, she did everything legally. And I have. And I have no quarrel with that. In fact, I have watched her 2-hour, 37-minute video 3 or 4 times. And I recently watched some of her other videos where she reports these things. She keeps her own opinions out of it. In fact, I have learned from watching her that she doesn't particularly like BJ or Julie. And that is true. Nevertheless, Opera, I am not the legislator. I am not the governor. I am simply a prosecutor doing my job. Opera exists for very valid reasons, but it is subject to abuse. And I am not suggesting that anyone abused it here, but we need to be careful, especially when there may be sensitivities, I apologize, involved. I'm talking about children or spousal interfamily issues, things of that nature. And this case is not that. The first time I met Julie, I said, how do you know these people? And she said, well,
both Julie and BJ used their children in their legal filings. Both have a history of doing that.
I don't really know them. I know them through YouTube.
Just like Lauren Matthias ended up doing in her 9-hour breakdown.
Right. Okay. And I said, what are you talking about? They're 600 miles away in the Carolinas and you've never met. But I have learned through this case that people have tremendously different opinions. As kind as possible, our court is not equipped. Let me back that up. God chose to put 8 billion of us on this planet at once. It is inevitable that some are going to say and do some things that will offend other people. I get it. I have been people by not pulling away from a red light when it turns green in less than a millionth of a second. I get horns blown at me and hand gestures, but I don't really care. But harassment, like love, is in the eye of the beholder. So what may bother me may not bother someone else. So I am respectful of this. What I don't respect is that our court is being weaponized and monetized because these people get paid on YouTube, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. Apparently, YouTube has no problem with it. So it's not my business. I stay out of it because I choose to. Judge, that 13-minute prosecutor's video, just to give you an example, the judge interjects, quote, did she report it? Unquote. Julie, did she report it to jurors? It's been reported. That's the judge. And the prosecutor replies, it's been reported. That's a real good question, Judge. This case started with a referral to the county prosecutor's office. The prosecutor, even though it alleged cyber harassment, which is not cognizable, I can't say that word, cognizable in this court, the judge says it's an indictable offense. The prosecutor replies, because it's an indictable offense, nevertheless, send it back here as simple harassment. Now it's cyber because it's YouTube by definition. But the county prosecutor's office chose to entrust it to us here. Okay, fine. That happens often. And I take my responsibility here seriously. And I investigated this case like I investigate every case.
Revival, if you're hearing me, you're pocket modding. You're pocket modding, Revival.
Trusted to me. I got an email, Judge, from someone in like Arizona, and I'm holding up a piece of paper and you can see there's all these little colored blurs, links. I clicked on every one and I watched every one of those videos, which were disparaging to Miss Skolnick.
Kathy, you'll be back in a second. The girls are fixing it.
It's just amazing the kind of anger and hatred that's out there. Judge, I would love to cure this. Honestly, Your Honor, I am not that good. There's nothing I can do that can solve this. I will say this is the kind of case that I will encourage. He stops for a minute, and Julie has taken the initiative to do it without my suggestion. But my thought, if you're interested in my thought, just as a human being, not even as a prosecutor or a lawyer, is why don't we all just do what we were all taught by our parents, which is to treat people with kindness, courtesy, and human decency and understanding, patience, compassion, and empathy.
You're back.
And that's what we need. I mean, to ridicule a person's appearance right now might be somebody don't like my tie, or I don't know what they don't like about me, but that, like I said, that doesn't bother me. It's just completely overbearing. That does not mean that there's any criminality involved. Unkindness is not forbidden by law, and that's possibly part of the reason, and I don't know, Julie's reasons, and to the extent that I choose to not disclose them out of respect for her. Let me make sure I didn't miss a page. Okay, let me read that sentence again. Unkindness is not forbidden by law, and that's possibly part of the reason, and I don't know Julie's reasons, and to the extent that I choose not to disclose them out of respect for her. That made more sense. But now, with the help of the other people involved all over the country, I'm talking Arizona, North Carolina, the judge says, I'm hoping right now, I'm telling everyone listening, I hope nobody is recording, screenshots, anything, audio, video involving this session.
The judge
Prosecutor, this has taken on, the prosecutor continues speaking now, and the prosecutor is saying, this has taken on a life of its own. This has taken on a life of its own. It's got a traction like more than Carmelo Anthony homicide conviction trial that's going on. He was saying, what's in the news right now? That's the Carmelo Anthony trial.
That annoyed me.
It's got more traction than that, according to the prosecutor. Judge says, okay. Prosecutor says, I mean, it's unbelievable. The judge says, all right, what I'm going to do, prosecutor interjects. Once judge, a couple of things, the judge tells him to finish up. Prosecutor continues. I don't want anyone to construe her withdrawal of these complaints as being energized, because that's not what it is. I don't want today's proceedings to result in heightened discourtesy against anyone. And when I say not weaponize us, our police department, which is open 24/7, 365, Your Honor and I, our court staff, are here to entertain anybody's complaint for anything. And then it goes through a screening process. That's certainly open to everybody at any time. I'm not suggesting it's not. I just don't think that this case warrants the kind of energy that it's gotten. My integrity has been impugned in this case, and it's partially for the reason that people only know one side, just like I only know one side of this. The way our court system works is when I represent an alleged victim complainant as Julie, I only hear her side. I don't hear the other side until I get an email like this. And he holds up the Arizona email with the blurred out boxes and links and things. Or some of the other communications I've got. Then I can
Just to clarify, the Arizona email was not from me. It was my videos, but I'm not the only person that lives in Arizona, unfortunately. I guess I'm not the only person that exists in Arizona, but it wasn't me.
investigate that.
But they tried to run with it, and everybody tried to gas everybody up. Oh my God, nonsense. Emailed the prosecutor.
I'm not going to call.
Nope. Why would I send the prosecutor my own videos with Julie's face on the thumbnail with her lips looking like assholes? I mean, seriously, people. Come on.
BJ or Craig and ask them for their version. That would be grossly improper.
Hey, revival.
The judge says the defendants in this matter as the
Pika, after you were like, revival, you're pocket modding. I texted her and I was like, you're pocket modding. She's probably working in the garden.
defendant in any other matter is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecutor agrees. The prosecutor says BJ has chosen to share some things with me, which I respect and I've accepted, and I acknowledge receipt of that thereof. But I've been doing this for 49 years. I've spent 17 years as a member of the New Jersey Supreme Court Ethics Committee. My integrity and ethics are paramount to me. Now, part of my comments back on May 3rd.
Pocket modding means where she's accidentally pushing buttons because she has this in her pocket, or like she's listening in her earpiece. A lot of my mods have lives and do other things besides just sit here being tortured by my content. So they'll run off to do something and put me in their pocket or like somewhere else, and they accidentally push buttons and people get timed out or deleted or whatever. It's no big deal. Either the mods or myself can fix it. We just laugh about it.
13th, I said I was talking about Julie, and there was a comment by one of the defendants. We know where you live. We know where your husband lives. We know your neighborhood. And I interjected because that's
We're not going nowhere. Look, you can go on vacation, but that's about it.
my personality. I said her neighborhood. I live in her neighborhood. Well, guess what? We're in a small town. It's 3 square miles, including water and woods. It's 1.8 miles from the north border to the south border. We are less than 9,000 people. I live by a town that's like 30 miles, and there's like 73 people in that town. I just found that interesting. Let me hush. I've lived here since 1970 when I was a teen. My family, siblings, and I still live here. I know everybody. My parents owned a business here. I've been in this court prosecuting on countless occasions. So it's inevitable, but I don't want it suggested that in any way compromise my integrity because I'm afraid, because I'm a neighbor to Julie, who I've never met in my life until 2 months ago. Maybe she shops where I do, but other than that, I've never met her, to my knowledge. And to suggest that I'm either intimidated by the other interaction from outside this court or that it has in any way influenced me, nothing can be further from the truth.
She did so good on this.
He continues. The judge says, prosecutor, your integrity is not questioned in this court, in this county, or in this state. Prosecutor says, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
But it was online.
I just don't want anybody leaving thinking, and this is prosecutor speaking, I don't want anybody leaving thinking, oh, the fix was in. Somebody told somebody something. Somebody shook hands on the side. That didn't happen. I investigated this case just like any case written by my police officers, some of whom were standing here now. And I get both sides of the story. And sometimes there is a side of the story that I didn't hear. You know, I get a speeding ticket, 45 and a 25. And when the driver comes in here, I say, why were you speeding so much? They say, I just got a phone call. My mother, she's elderly. She had fallen. I was trying to get home. I was frantic. Okay, he says, is your mother okay? The person replies, she's fine now. Prosecutor says, did you tell that to my police officer? And the person says, no, I was scared. I was crying. I didn't tell him. I hear a second part, and I can think like a human being because we all need to treat each other that way. And we need to have some understanding. And my police officers understand that is how I execute my office as municipal prosecutor. I am thrilled to be here. I love my job, and I don't want to lose my job over something like this. I just don't want anyone to think that anything went in any way sideways here, because it didn't. I watched all of those videos. And like I said, as far as she's concerned, hers were extremely helpful to me. She oriented me to things that I was But she also pointed out to me where things looked a little suspicious. I'm going to pause right here and also let y'all know I've never emailed the prosecutor. I did not reach out to him. I did not send him my videos. None of that. I have spoken to the lady who helps with opera requests, and I think it's the same lady that gives us the Zoom link. So I've spoken to her. I've submitted opera requests to the police department, but I've not contacted the prosecutor. So I don't know how he got my videos and started watching them, but I do appreciate his compliments. That was very kind of him. Continuing, and I'm addressing those things now. Wait a minute. Let me take you back so you understand. I said, as far as allegedly speculating, or AS, as far as she's concerned, hers were extremely helpful to me. She oriented me to things that I was, and he pauses, but she also pointed out to me where things looked a little suspicious, and I'm addressing those things now. The judge says, well, you have no concern before this court. Like I said, I know your integrity. You've appeared in front of this court, not only as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney. And there's no question in my mind about your integrity, okay? The prosecutor interjects, Judge, that this is a First Amendment case. I completely respect the First Amendment. The first or second day of law school, you and I were taught the First Amendment means you can't shout out the word what in a crowded theater. Fire. Yes, fire. Actually, like in my mind was like fire at that time. You can't shout out fire. Those are not my words. That's the U.S. Supreme Court like 100 years ago. The First Amendment is not absolute. The First Amendment needs to be tempered with kindness and decency and human compassion, and not be weaponized. I respect the First Amendment. I respect everybody's ability to exercise their right under the First Amendment, but not as a weapon. And Judge, this is something else that a lot of the people observing, even those like, quote, AS, unquote, who's tried to be completely, I mean, watching her is like watching 20 counterpoints. She gives everything, both sides of the equation, and I respect that. But I have an oath that these people don't know about, Your Honor. Your Honor knows about it. Some of the attorneys present know about it. I took an oath, and New Jersey Supreme Court tells me and every other prosecutor, whether it's on this municipal level or county level or on New Jersey Attorney General's office, my obligation. I forget the name of the case, New Jersey Supreme Court case. I had it memorized in terms of this content. The duty of a prosecutor is not necessarily to seek a conviction, but to see that justice is done. I wish.
Allegedly speculating. I'm using you and abusing you today, just so you know. I'm being lazy as fuck because I didn't want to do this all again on my own and explain this shit. So I just pulled you up and said, go ahead, take it away, because you do the best breakdowns of these anyways. And we don't have the actual court audio to play. So this was the second best thing because it's like 99.9% spot on. So
I could achieve
I'm using and abusing you today.
Justice in this case, Judge.
Look, I regretted this stream before I even started it. But it's so important because the crossover is so apparent with all of these people.
I hope Your Honor can put everyone at rest that their case has gotten extremely diligent attention from this court, and that we would love to do justice in this case. But at some point, these people need to take the bull.
By the way, if you're new here, ignore the fucking mods. They've never been sent an NDA. They're just assholes. And they troll the fuck out of me, okay? I don't know why I like them. Some days I don't. But they're mean to me. I use and abuse people, but they use and abuse me. There's no NDA. There's no group chat even. There's no Discord, no nothing.
By the horns by themselves.
Boring as fuck.
And bring justice into their own lives. The judge says 3 parties were affected by this. Quote, Ms. Skolnick, Ms. Jackson, and Mr. Black.
Especially Chico. Just ignore Chico. She likes to come in and get everybody going.
By what you're telling me, I appreciate your comments, Prosecutor LaSalle, and BJ and Craig. Before I conclude this matter, now this is the judge speaking. I find it necessary to address the conduct that has surrounded these proceedings. The court notes that the underlying complaints are being dismissed by the complainant, and therefore no findings of fact or terminations regarding the merits or the allegations have been made. Nothing stated by the court today should be interpreted as a finding that any party is guilty of any offense. That said,
wait, you don't, Krista, are you telling me a story right now? You don't know who a J711 is? It's J6. This is her.
What are you talking about, you flaming fucking liberal? I've never wanted to hate fuck somebody so badly. I hate him so much sometimes.
That's J6. I mean J711. That's who Jolene calls 711. That is just Walsh. I call her J6 because she's one of those. Yeah, she's a nut job in itself. Yeah, that's who that is. Yeah, Mr. Bernadette, it's actually really disheartening when so many of them have been lying to people straight up about the stupidest shit for months, some of them years.
The court is deeply troubled by the conduct that has occurred during these proceedings. The court has become aware of allegations that court proceedings may have been recorded and disseminated without authorization, that private communications associated with these proceedings have been publicized through social media and other online platforms, and that various individuals aligned with both sides of this dispute have engaged with public commentary podcasts, social media postings, recordings, and other communications concerning these matters. The court will not tolerate that conduct. It undermines the dignity, integrity, security, and orderly administration of justice. Court proceedings are not entertainment. Judicial proceedings are not vehicles for personal vendettas, public ridicule, online harassment, or social media campaigns. The courthouse exists to resolve disputes in a fair, orderly, and lawful manner. If the participants or other supporters attempt to litigate matters through social media, public broadcast, podcast, recordings, or other online platforms, they risk compromising the judicial process and creating unnecessary hostility, intimidation, and security concerns. A particular concern to this court is that it jeopardizes the safety and security of not only the litigants, personnel, the attorneys, prosecutor, witnesses, and also members of the public. No person appearing before this court has the right to engage in behavior that threatens, intimidates, harasses, or places others at risk. Nor will the court tolerate efforts to use social media or public platforms to inflame tension surrounding pending court matters. The court further reminds all persons present that unauthorized recording of court proceedings, court personnel, or private communications may and do violate court rules unless you are permitted to do so by the court. They also violate court directives and applicable laws and may be subject to individual sanctions or other appropriate legal action. The court expects all participants and their advocates to comply with those requirements. The court also finds it necessary to address the overall tone and conduct demonstrated throughout this matter. Behavior exhibited by various individuals associated with both sides has reflected a level of immaturity and hostility that is inconsistent with the respect owed to the judicial process. Regardless of personal disagreements, all participants are expected to conduct themselves with civility, restraint, and respect for the rule of law. Let me be clear. While these complaints are being dismissed today, the court decision should not be viewed as an endorsement of the conduct that has occurred. To the contrary, court strongly condemns any actions that undermine the administration of justice, threaten court security, harass participants, bring disrepute upon the judicial process. Should similar conduct in connection with the future proceedings, this court will not hesitate to take whatever action is authorized and necessary to protect the integrity of the proceedings, the safety of all court personnel, and the orderly administration of justice. The parties and all others associated with this matter are expected to move on from this dispute, refrain from further conduct that perpetuates hostility, harassment, or public attacks rising from these proceedings. The court remarks are directed equally to all parties involved and made solely for the purpose of preserving the integrity, dignity, and security of the judicial process. Thank you. Having said that, the state against Craig is dismissed at the victim's request. An order expedite expungement of the matter. Complaint number 10 is also dismissed at the request of the victim. Please enter an expedited expungement on Ms. Jackson's matter as well. All proceedings in this court are completed. BJ says thank you. BJ says thank you again. Prosecutor says thank you. The judge to the judge. The judge says okay. Craig and BJ, you may leave, and then he calls the next matter. Now, I'm going to end this video by just asking you to please hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. I can put my little outro, but when I do that and edit the video, it takes forever to download onto my computer. And then, so I have to wait for it to download like the edited version of this video with my little video outro. And then I have to re-upload it because I'm like in the middle of mountains and things and the signal out here sucks. So I'm just going to put it out like this with the imperfections and all. I hope that you can look past that. I think it is important to hear what the prosecutor said. I do appreciate his kind words. I think there is a bigger picture here that the court wanted everybody to hear and understand today. And hopefully we will be able to talk about it soon. So with that, I'm going to go. I hope y'all have a wonderful evening and I will see you soon. Thank you so much for watching.
Okay, allegedly speculating's link I just dropped in the chat again. All right. So we've got Jess Machado denied. RO. Julie Skolnick and her bullshit denied RO, withdrew 2 municipal court hearings on the same people. So RO denied and municipal court proceedings withdrew last minute after months of misusing the courts. Both built their channels off of tragedies. Now, moving along. Somebody wanted a palate cleanser. Here you go.
Well, no, I wanted to give you the Nancy. Okay, I'm leaving. Can I give you these flyers? Nancy Guthrie missing flyers. Okay. Have you heard about the allegations about your member? Dude, he was like the... Namaste. Namaste. Holy crap.
This is probably my favorite fucking clip.
Holy moly, guys. He came out to see.
I'm gonna play that forever and a day. I'm not even apologizing for that shit. Namaste. Namaste. Now, bitch, you're gonna leave. All right. Shall we take a stretch, a collective stretch? Because now we are going into Lauren Matthias. I'm going to stream until the birthday boy gets home. And then I'm going to get off here and go spend the evening with him and order pizza and hang out with the Kyle. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know who Kyle is, just because he's so cute, even though he doesn't exist.
These things, these are from another planet. Things are not glow in the black light. Fuckers aren't, they glow. It's not real. It's an alien that attack us. It's not a bug, it's a fucking alien. Yeah.
I swear he's listening. He just texted me and said, headed home, babe. Love you. I said, love you too. I said, are you listening? It's Crush's husband's birthday today too. That's crazy, Faye. That's crazy. I didn't know she was streaming the trial this morning. Somebody told me. So Crusha or Valhalla would be the two that I would go to. All right. I'm not going to make you suffer through the entire Lauren Matthias hearing because it's long, but it's appropriate to play some of this considering this is where
back my narrative. And I'm going to own my narrative.
She's going to own it.
And I'm going to tell you everything tonight.
So for anybody that doesn't know, back on October 15th, 2025. So Lauren Matthias, let me give you a quick little rundown of Lauren Matthias. Lauren Matthias built her channel. She actually, unlike most of the rest of them, does have journalist background, did work for news stations in Utah after she returned from her mission. She is Mormon. The reason I mention that is because most of the cases she covers are LDS associated or adjacent crimes. And to me, she kind of is a buffer or a little bit of a softener for the LDS church, I guess you could call it. But she has built her YouTube platform exploiting tragedies. One in particular are the families and the victims of the Lori Vallow Chad Daybell. So during that case, she exploited the families, other creators, everything. Well, after the case resolved, she started targeting other creators who had also covered, well, and Christina isn't even like a big creator in that aspect. But she did have, you know, she was at the trial. She did know people. She was involved. She also was a previous friend of Lauren's. So same type of thing. She decides that she wants to play the victim and the martyr. We learned of all of this because she came to YouTube with this 9-hour I have a stalker live stream. I'm being stalked, bullied, and fear for my safety. So this was October 15th that she did this. The court hearing was actually in September. She used it, in my opinion, to do the same thing like Julie Skolnick. She was granted a temporary order of protection in Utah, to which she used that to her benefit and made a production at CrimeCon. I've done some coverage on the story. There's more in-depth coverage. There's a lot of pieces of it that I didn't cover. But if you're interested in the full coverage of it, there is plenty out there. I mean, it's an entire shit show. This is still up on her page right now. It's got 460,000 views, to which none of it really holds true.
We're going to go through every filing.
So another true crime creator who exploits other people's worst day as a career and then became the victim and misused our court systems, law enforcement, and then when didn't get her way, came to social media for the public outcry and got away with it.
We're going to go through a lot. So get ready.
You're fine. Sorry, I'm just bopping and weaving over here. So if I'm not paying attention to comments, it's because I'm pulling streams and stuff.
My hand has been forced. I am very uncomfortable sitting here. But the reason and where I have found my bravery to do this is really, again, for my little boy. Do you want to know a wrath of a mother? Here I am. Okay.
Yeah, in my opinion, she's victimized a lot of people. This is what tragedy vultures do. And that's why it's so important for me to show people that this exists in all of these true crime adjacent communities that form. People get so caught up in them and they don't even realize how problematic it is for the actual victims, the families, the people that are affected by this stuff. And then these are your people who claim that they fight for justice. They advocate for victims. They're there to make sure their stories are told. Nah, that's not what they're there for. They're there to line their pockets. They're there for self-serving means. Some of them start out ethical and realize that the fast money comes from the speculation and the bullshit. But some of them start off bad because that's how you grow a substantial following fast, is by throwing away ethics and morals and getting down in the mud and allowing people to speculate, to misinform. That's where the big numbers come from. The JLRs, the Lauren Mathiases. That's how Julie grew to almost 9K in about a year's time, by attacking the victims, by re-victimizing them, not based on facts or evidence, but because it sells. They're gross.
And so we're going to begin.
Misinformation.
And I need to collect my thoughts.
I'm going to try not to go super deep with this one, but this has got cults, chaos, all of it mixed together.
I know what's next, but really quickly, I have my producer Grayson here with me, helping me.
It is, Mike. It really is.
Let me just ask you, you know, it's going to be a long live, so
thank you,
sit
knowledgeable
in.
idiot.
I might need a bathroom break at some point. I haven't been able to eat. I'm not eating. So I have root beer here for sugar high. I have my water. Really quickly, Grayson, do we want to start with what a civil stalking injunction is in Utah or before? Okay. Okay. So let me share with everyone now. Do you have that? Hold up. This is going to be a really raw live. Get ready.
We don't need to go into all of this. This is formalities, but there's a couple things that I want to show you. So we're going to listen to the court hearing because it's very similar to what you've heard with Jess Machado, weaponizing our court systems for ROs, same as Julie Skolnick. They just do it a little bit differently. In fact, Jess Machado in this one didn't do the extensive pieces like Lauren and Julie did. Jess Machado just went in and was like, hey, look, my Phoebes are hurt. And I want you to tell her to stop contacting me. Still pathetic. Still LawCow status. And I worry about where she's going to head down the road if she's already filing police reports and already has other ROs on people. We started with probably the least problematic and are just going to go more problematic because this one has a massive following. And she weaponized that following of 349,000 subs against Christina. Not only that, but she also weaponizes them against the victims and the families. That's another LawCow thing. They weaponize their audiences to do their attacking. Oh, did she? What is it now? All the bullshit. I'm a crybaby. But she's going to tell you what it's about right here.
I've had to worry about my reputation, but also.
Kyle said, thank you all for the birthday wishes. He's driving. He can't respond, but he saw them.
Other people, I worry about you, Grayson. I worry about my husband. I worry about my little boy who's been really affected by this. It's like consumed our lives. Because it doesn't stop and nobody can see it. And that's what frustrates you. People are like, don't give it air. I know, I say that every day.
And once again, you heard that her son was impacted. The only way these people's kids are impacted is by them bringing them into stuff. Her son, in particular, as she goes on to use in this 9-hour live stream, is way too young to even know about this. That is another thing that they all do. They weaponize their children as a deflection and a definitive victimhood status. I don't listen to Candace Owens actually at all, Marie. I have known exactly who Charlie Kirk was because of the words that Charlie Kirk said out of his own mouth. And I won't argue about Charlie's propaganda pushing. I stand firmly against the Christian nationalist movement that he pushed propaganda for and have no shade or regrets in standing against him. I don't think he was deserving of being murdered in any way, shape, or form, but I will never say that his propaganda and the rhetoric he pushed and the things that came out of his mouth very proudly were not problematic and hurt people and disgusting. So I won't argue that with you because Charlie was no hero. He didn't deserve to die at all, but I'm not going to pretend that what he said didn't hurt people because he proudly stated the things he said.
We move forward every day pushing through and performing because it doesn't, we know that. And I've never reacted to it until this moment publicly. Well, I don't think this will be public.
Cooper's
but
awake.
Just, who knows, one day it might be. Like, I just want to record this for journal. Yeah, or if it's ever needed for a documentary or to show my little boy.
Or if it's ever needed for a documentary. A lot of these people think that they're going to be involved in a documentary. That's a lot of their hopes, is that their bullshit is going to be needed for a documentary. Her crying and acting a fool in bed would be needed for a documentary on what? You're not a victim in any way, shape, or form. But that's exactly what this is about. Let's listen to that one more time.
My husband, I worry about my little boy who's been really affected by this. It's consumed our lives. Because it doesn't stop and nobody can see it. And that's what frustrates you. People are like, don't give it air. I know, I say that every day. We move forward every day pushing through and performing because it doesn't, we know that. and I've never reacted to it until this moment publicly. Well, I don't think.
Sophia, thank you so much for the 10 5 and 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Thank
Even
you.
if you were the devil himself, I'd still watch you. You're brilliant at what you do. You and your husband both. Right. And so the reason that's relevant,
I'm not the devil.
the reason that's relevant, I know you're not the devil. It's making a point, obviously.
Yeah, Marie. Again, you're entitled to have your opinions, but you'll never get ever. And I have extensively researched what Charlie Kirk said, his debates, the words that came out of his own mouth, the stance that he took, and how problematic that is. And it is what it is. We can agree to disagree on that, but I will never be okay with pushing the Christian nationalist bullshit. I will never be okay with the hate that came out of his mouth about the LGBTQ plus community, because it's still hate. You can mask it any way you want to make yourself comfortable with it. At the end of the day, Charlie was still a man who didn't deserve to die. But I'm never going to pretend that what he said didn't hurt people and wasn't a very targeted Christian nationalist movement rhetoric. And as soon as he stopped and started questioning some of that, I mean, he was still pushing that, but as soon as he started questioning that, unfortunately, he lost his life. I'm not ever going to pretend that it's anything but what it was. That I am way too realistic, and I know exactly what I fight for and against. And the Charlie Kirks of the world are exactly what I fight against, is that type of rhetoric that hate is taught. Hate is absolutely taught. No, you can be pro-Israel, but I'm sick of hearing people say that they're America first when it's Israel first. You can have your opinions to whatever you want. We just talk about the reality and the real shit that's going on, and that affects people. It's weird to say that you're pro-Israel before America. I mean, that's the only thing for me. There's nothing wrong with that. But you also have to acknowledge that when Israel is controlling a lot of the things going on in America, we have some issues. There's nothing wrong with those discussions at all. They're just factual. Okay. Oh, Sweden first. There you go. Oh, you're not even, ma'am. I mean, not that it matters. You're still allowed your opinion. I think all humans matter. And a lot of the rhetoric that gets pushed by these groups is problematic. The radical bullshit is really ridiculous. But you're totally allowed to have your opinions as long as it's respectful. I have very strong opinions on this stuff, and we openly talk about it. You're entitled to those as long as it's factual and reality. Does that make sense? I hope.
This to be public, but like just
okay. Back to Lauren, because we can go talk all day long about the Charlie Kirk stuff, and I'm never going to change my opinion. Unfortunately, the tragedy vultures are using Charlie Kirk's murder just like I anticipated. And you can go back to my early coverage of that. I highly disagree with what Charlie stood for, but he still doesn't deserve to die. Right. Same, Bog. I'm pro-human. That includes all people. And with respect to people deserve to choose who they love. Anywho, okay. Back to Lauren, because we could go into, and maybe I will cover the Charlie Kirk stuff because I'm very interested in that as is.
This to be public, but like just who knows? One day it might be. Like I just want to like record this for like journal. Yeah, or if it's ever needed for a documentary or just show my little boy that he's being cyberbullied and if I can get to it, he can too. But like like, it's so hard to explain to people. Like, nobody.
So she premeditated this little drama fest and recording of her meltdown to use later for a documentary. Unreal.
See, not even my friends, like my dearest friends, I'll talk to them about it, and they're like, just don't get online. I mean, it's what we all want to say. That's not it. There is a consistent and constant whisper campaign going on, and they're pulling new people in, and they're trying to destroy me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have to
They're trying to destroy me. Another LawCow statement.
That they've succeeded, but I have changed a lot in the past 6 months. And not for the better. I don't think I'll ever be as kind or open to people that I meet at trials or people I hire. I think I'm going to be less social. I think I'm going to probably be more of a homebody. I don't know if I'll travel as much to trials anymore. I'll still make good work and I'll get past this.
Her watching it.
But I think I worry about John's health. He's not healthy, and I worry. His blood pressure is up. He's in more pain. He's angry.
Thank you, Lauren, for
calling you and Odie.
I think in some ways, maybe I can share like an observation. I've seen you almost like not question yourself, but like they filled your head with so many lies
fucking fake tears watching herself. The dramatics.
about yourself to the point where you've been like, did I do this? Could I do this? And you know,
Maybe we should redo this. I know it's 9 hours, but we could do a 5 or 6 segment of it, because this is, and the fact that this is still up and she hasn't apologized and her bullshit is still continuing a year later, this drives me nuts.
things like messages where they've like told you that you talk badly about these victims and things like that. And like, I'll be the first person to say it. Like, this may never go out, but like,
I just don't know if I have time, because JLR 857 and that crew is so problematic.
I went through 6 years of your private messages. It took me
Pistol Annie.
40 to 50 hours. I think I know you better than anybody in the world does.
You guys,
aside from John.
Imagine 6 years of Facebook Messenger messages.
Text messages.
Maybe we should, Faye. Maybe we should. Maybe we should do it. Krista, if you have any questions, let us know. Maybe we should. I don't know how she's gotten away with this. And the videos defending her by Duty Ron and Trisha and all of them are still up. It drives me fucking batty.
Messages,
everything,
and finding out that people are saying horrible things about me because I said horrible things in private messages that are leaking, and I'm like,
we could.
what the fuck? And like, I want to be the first to be honest, like.
But just so you know, a 9-hour breakdown for me, even breaking that into 3 hours, those 3-hour segments are going to end up to be 6 hours. So we do 3 6-hour. I mean, that's not terrible. We could do that. Yeah, I can help. Absolutely. I could absolutely do that.
Like 6 years of messages. I hope all of you would be afraid. I hope you'd be afraid too. And so 6 years of messages talking every day. A lot of it's sort of like bar talk, right? Like even drinking, like having like a glass of wine and sitting and talking to friends, and then these friends get angry at you, they turn on you, and they clip them in weird ways. And so I was like, Grayson, like I couldn't get a hold of it. I was so confused. I finally was like, Grayson, because I kept hearing things I said and I couldn't find them, or then I figured out and I was like, that's so taken out of context. Like, come on. And so I said, Grayson, you have a new job. That was not in your job description. You are to go through 6 years of my messenger messages and texts, everything I have ever sent since, not 6 years, was it 5.5, 5 years?
Started in what, 2019 or 2020? 2020.
He said, you're about to know me better than my husband, John, because John wouldn't want to do this. And these are like probably like journals that you'd want to burn. You know what I mean? And you're like, I said that one night, but I only felt like that for an hour, but it's now there forever.
Right.
So, and so you did it. You did it. She knew the assignment. how many days and how many hours?
Took a lot of days. There were a lot of nights I was up until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning going through,
All of this was planned out because the court didn't go her way. So the next best thing, to use the court of public opinion to defame somebody. So Sleuthy Goosey provided all of these amazing, well, it's actually like a Google Doc of everything that you can imagine. I'm going to put an overlay up because it's just the audio. So you know what it is. It's from 9/22 or 9/22. Jesus, I can't even talk anymore. 9/22/2025. This is a accurate. You like my little thumbnail here? But we're going to jump into the court hearing because that's what I really want people to understand is how LawCows maneuver. And you've got Machado, Skolnick. I don't think we're going to get into Betty today. In fact, I know we're not. But she has done the same thing, whether it's trying to get ROs on attorneys, whether it's being a part of injunctions, whether it's suing sheriff's departments and counties and all of it. It is insane what these people do. And it's JLR. There's ROs around him. In fact, I just kind of looked. Maybe now this week would be appropriate to do Lauren Matthias coverage and rehashing this 9-hour stream, considering that JLR is doing the Charlie Kirk trial. So the Nancy Guthrie stuff might slow down some. I do expect 857 Criminal Network Ted to take up the bulk of it while JLR is streaming the Charlie Kirk preliminaries. But I don't know. We'll see. So moving on. And I'm not going to play the entire thing. I'm going to pick up about 40 minutes into it. 39:02 to be exact.
Like I kind of can't remember because I don't do it that often. I kind of don't really like social media for myself because I'm
hold on.
As another count, she wanted, why did the respondent, to your knowledge, create?
Hold on.
Okay, I'm going to check to legal conclusion, Your Honor, about threatening. What constitutes threatening language?
Actually, 43 minutes.
Did they refer to Lauren by name?
No.
Did they depict Lauren by photograph with her face showing?
No.
Have you ever threatened Ms. Matthias or her associates?
Never.
Have you ever purposely stood in their space in order to menace them or intimidate them?
Never.
Have you ever seen Ms. MacArthur stand close purposely to Ms. Matthias to threaten or intimidate her?
No.
You mentioned some conversations that you'd had with Ms. that were about Ms. Matthias.
Mm-hmm.
During those conversations, did you ever hear Ms. MacArthur threaten Ms. Matthias?
No.
Did you ever hear Ms. MacArthur talk about encouraging someone else to threaten or menace Ms.
No.
Matthias? Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything else?
And I want to quickly remind you of something. When she did this 9-hour stream, she confidently stated this, knowing that she was lying to her audience.
Here we go. I'm going to start, by the way, when I say everything, not to get you guys scared, but.
What did we see Julie do? We saw Julie hold up a bunch of papers the same exact way. The same exact thing. Like this handful of papers means something. But they both did it. Both of them. Look at me. I got all of these papers.
These are all the court filings. And we got exhibits and we got evidence. So,
and we got exhibits and we got evidence. We got exhibits and we got evidence. What? What? And I want to remind you of one other thing.
Somehow, someone decided to let Law and Crime know about my civil stalking injunction.
Oh my God, how dare they? How dare they let them know that you're trying to weaponize the court system? How dare they? Even though it played out very publicly at CrimeCon and you made a spectacle with your little temporary order of protection, exactly what you wanted to do. You were trying to make a spectacle because you knew you didn't have anything in the court of law. So you were using the court of public perception, in my opinion. Knowledgeable idiot, you will get a little bit of a history lesson of Jess Machado at the beginning of this. I'm going to start calling her Jess Mathias.
And Law and Crime decided that they deserved to have cameras in the courtroom while I am explaining what my family has been going through for months.
Oh, you liar. You lying bitch.
The Law and Crime, I don't know, is it a slow true crime month? They thought that my family's pain should be live streamed on their trial channel. I am a limited public figure. I'm just a mom who has a YouTube channel. And yes, I've become a limited public figure. I'm not Johnny Depp. I'm not Amber Heard. I'm not Gwyneth Paltrow. I am a mother trying to protect my family and my little boy. And I am a journalist who has never, ever in my life heard of anyone streaming a civil stalking injunction. Ever. It is not something you do. And why? Because it's someone that is being abused, that is attempting to escape something dangerous. I never wanted to do this live. But because of what Law and Crime did, I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction because I am never, ever going to let my child's mental health be live streamed for entertainment. And I find it disgusting that anyone.
The fucking shock brows, man. Look, and there is something wrong with these people. I got to go here. I'm sorry. I got to do it. Hey, Joe. Good to see you. Good to see you, Kirk. Look, I get scared that I agree with myself at times too. I argue with the wall, Kirk. It's a thing over here, okay? But why do they all have bad brows? I'm an equal opportunity brow hater, okay? It's a thing. If you're a new Islander, welcome in. I adequately shame everyone's brows. When I went to get my brows redone, I showed a picture of this bitch, and that's not a joke, and said, as long as they don't look like this, I'm good. Thank God they don't. They look nothing like this. But why do they all have fucking terrible brows? Julie's got one shock brow. Jess Machado has hockey sticks, and this one has the McDonald's fucking arches. What are we doing here? Like, is it just a fucking sign of a LawCow to have bad brows? I need some Botox, Casper. I'm not even going to lie. I am going to get me some Botox, but it's a thing. It's a fucking thing.
Who would want to do that to me or my family? A civil stalking injunction.
Oh my God, not a civil and stalking.
My 8-year-old's mental health is not your entertainment.
We're swimming. Oh, yeah.
I
Sure.
wanted to keep this private.
This is who Pika just talked about. Look, she was missing one. She wipes one off occasionally when she gets flustered with the internet. This is Smiley. There's something about these tragedy vultures that have bad brows, and the males have bad hairlines. They all rock skullets. Some of the females do too. I don't know what's going on. And I don't think I'm all that in a bag of chips at all. I just have pretty decent brows, and I have thinning hair, which I handle appropriately. But this one wipes her brow off, Smiley. That's why she's got a missing flyer for her eyebrow. The other one's got the McDonald's arches. Like, what is going on here? I feel some.
I wanted to keep my pain and the bullying and the abuse and the harassment and the defamation and the pain that I have been dealing with behind the scenes for months. I wanted to keep it private. Not live streamed to millions of people watching Law and Crime.
Oh, God.
And so, if Law and Crime...
Oh, Joe, you know they're going to amp up insane after this preliminary hearing. You know that they're going to be the depths of hell to wade through. And at the end of the day, a man lost his life. But we've known that the tragedy vultures have just been waiting. And do I have a lot of questions? Yeah. Do I have a lot of things that don't make sense? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah, there are. But the tragedy vultures take that to a whole different degree.
Thinks that my family's pain and emotional turmoil is worthy to be on their channel, that they're going to be pool, which means they can share it to all media platforms.
Okay, wait a second. How many of you have not seen this? Put a 1 in the chat if you have never seen this 9-hour segment from Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime. Put a 2 in the chat if you have seen it, please. A 1 if you haven't, a 2 if you have. Seems like a lot of you have not seen it, actually. Hey, Nolan. Go, you haven't seen it? Faye, I know you have. Cher, you haven't. Oh no, I'm intentionally mispronouncing her last name, Demon. When you get here, you'll hear me say that. Okay. So overall, this is okay. I gotcha. So you're good. You're good, Nolan. Ask anything you want. Today's segment is all about LawCows. I'm introducing people to what LawCows are. They moo and they sue. Basically, they're tragedy vultures on steroids. So what that means is these people have made YouTube channels or careers exploiting tragedies. Another person's, whether it's a tragedy like the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, horrific crimes that they committed. Lauren Matthias has made an entire YouTube channel and a career off of exploiting the victims and their horrific story. Julie Skolnick, it's not a career for her, but she built an entire YouTube channel and platform exploiting a missing child and going after the parents of a missing child. And Jess Machado, whatever you want to call her, Macchiato, stupid ass, she built a YouTube channel covering Officer John O'Keefe's horrific death. But she, associated, people call her more free Karen Reed than Justice for John O'Keefe. So all of them have built an online presence exploiting other people's tragedies. And then as soon as the case kind of slows down, resolves itself, there's a lot of creators that start fighting in these communities that form off of these cases. Then they start using the court systems themselves, trying to get ROs, claiming that they're the victims. It's a shit show. And it happens in every one of these true crime adjacent communities that forms. They're toxic as fuck. And as soon as the case information kind of dwindles down, they start getting ROs and misusing the courts themselves. So we did Jess, the first one, Julie Skolnick, the second one, and now Lauren Matthias. And you can easily see a correlation between all of them, and they all come from different spaces, but have done very similar things. This is what a LawCow is. Thank you, Packwalker Sue. Yes, Kresha is one of the victims. Yeah, and a lot of them move from case to case. They just go from community to community. And so like a lot of people from the Delphi case, because that case resolved, now they are inserted into the Nancy Guthrie. These people just latch on to the next trending social media case. And another thing that happens, Machado, shit my pants, that one. Liz in Somerset. But they have a tendency of doing this and then following the next true crime, like trending case, and doing the same thing. And another thing you'll find very similar, a lot of them are using that open panel concept of getting people to come in and join panel to have these speculation panels of just complete bullshit, anything goes, running with wild narratives, concocting wild stories, targeting people that have nothing to do with it. That's a thing that continues to happen. The call-in shows have become more prevalent, especially in the Nancy Guthrie space. That's becoming a thing. But all of these people do the same thing. So they become LawCows. They're LawCows. We milk them for laughs. But unfortunately, they become LawCows. Does that make sense? Am I explaining that appropriately? It's so hard to consolidate all my thoughts because there's so much to this and there is actually so much more overlap. A lot of these people use religion, aka faith manipulation. Some of them inlay politics, but they tell you they don't. But they push a political agenda in this bullshit. Jess Machado does. Lauren Matthias is a little bit slicker on hers. Julie does. All of them do that shit too. And then they weaponize their own beliefs. And if you criticize them, they're, oh my God, you're targeting me. Is it the one that he was on until wild hours in the morning, Bog? With that, the chick. There was a chick that joined that the chat was losing their minds about. You're welcome. I hope this makes sense. It's hard to consolidate everything because they're way more similar than they are different. They're just packaged differently. It's just different cases that they've got their start on, but the same thing continues to happen. And I'm hoping people start realizing what's happening in the free Karen Reed Turtle Boy space with the community and Jess Machado. Look, it's just Machado right now. It's going to be another creator in that space. And it's going to be another one and another one. This will continue to happen. This is just how these spaces work. They're toxic from surface level, and they get more in depth as it goes. Trying to make sure I've gotten everything. Okay, Bog, I gotcha. Okay, that is the one. Okay, yep. I don't know if I've learned a lot. My head hurts right now. Sue cows, yep. They moo and they sue. LawCows. We call it LawCow on LawCow crime. Because a lot of the times, in this situation with Lauren Matthias, though, I wouldn't say that this is LawCow on LawCow. Christina is not a creator like that. She is involved, but on a very minimal level and not to the degree like BJ and Julie or Altman and Machado. Does that make sense? Like Christina was not, she had a tiny TikTok channel. Like I can't even explain it. Christina was so in the background when this happened. It's wild to know that she did this. Yep. Sue cows, LawCows are the same thing. Any other questions before we go on, though? It's hard to explain this stuff and make it make sense. But I think what I'm realizing is we probably do need to watch this because this is such a prime example of weaponizing a massive following to attack based on zero evidence. Okay, I'm going to play this and watch for questions.
This is just for everybody. Then I'm going to take back my narrative. And I'm going to own.
I did go through quite a bit of it, Gen X. It's just been a while. I don't remember how much we actually got through, if we did the entire 9 hours or not. But I want to go through. I think what we should do is do a true nonsensical breakdown where I bob and weave the court docs into this. Because now that we have all of them, Sleuthy Goosey has done an incredible job. Now we could bob and weave all of them. We didn't have those at the time of the 9 hours, but we could do that now. If you guys want me to, we can do it. But it's just going to be committing to like 4 or 5 segments. Yeah. Jen. Yeah, we did. Gen X. Yep. But I think we could bob and weave the court docs and the legal filings now because we actually have that. You guys want to do that? I mean, that's your call.
Own my narrative.
I know how to do it.
And I'm going to tell you everything tonight. We're going to go through every filing. We're going to go through a lot. So get ready. My hand has been forced. I am very uncomfortable sitting here. But the reason and where I have found my bravery to do this is really, again, for my little boy.
Oh my God, I'm muted. Damn it, I was muted. I was like going off. Not in a bad way. Carl, I think they're trying to get us. No, I muted. Sorry. It was me. I'm sorry. Look, it's the first time I've done that today. I think they're trying to get us. he's actively like provoking because he wants to strike people. He's threatening to strike channels, and they're irrelevant. They're completely irrelevant. So what Truth is doing is trying to cause and spin. He's just fucking lying, guys. The guy is so irrelevant. It's painful, like the stupidity. And he said the other day in that stream Earth and I reviewed on her channel that they were working on round 3. I want nothing to do with him. Nothing to fucking do with him. So as much as I understand what you're saying, Carl, I just can't be bothered. They're buying fucking views. They want to be relevant. If nobody entertained them over here and they didn't have panels to go on, nobody would even pay attention to them. Yep, she absolutely did, Ski Utah. She did. Carl's talking about Truth. He's attention seeking. Yeah, he's absolutely, and I refuse. The man called me a fucking predator, encouraged people to strike me, and accused me of sexual assault. On top of so many other lies. What? Like, I'm not giving that guy any fucking attention. Plus, 99% of the new people would be like, who the fuck is this loser? I don't even want to give him any attention, if that makes sense, Carl. I know what you're saying, but at the same time, like, ugh.
Do you want to know a wrath of a mother? Here I am.
Oh, really? The wrath of a mother. Okay, there's a good pause. There's a good pause. Okay, back to this. I want to get the court hearing in this today. Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly, Carl. You guys get what I'm saying. Okay, let's listen to the court hearing. Okay, so I agree. I can touch this woman. I agree. And I'm glad that you guys... Yes, absolutely she is. So I think what we're going to do... Ski, no, you're good. I think what we're going to do... I'm going to play the end of the court hearing here, and then I think Faye has talked me into... Faye, it's not Faye's fault, but I always have to have somebody to blame for my bullshit. I think what it'll do is tomorrow I'll check in on the tragedy vultures in Nancy Guthrie and do a JLR, wrap that segment around and really highlight that Telegram chat once again. So we'll do that tomorrow. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll dedicate to redoing the 9-hour stream, breaking that down and bobbing and weaving all of the police interaction, the police reports she filed, and the buildup of what she tried to do in the court hearing. So it might be longer than a 3-part segment, but I can bob and weave all of the police reports, just like we did with Julie's, into Lauren's. Yeah? Sound good? So we'll check on the tragedy vultures around Nancy Guthrie's tomorrow. Then we'll tap back into Lauren Matthias and bring that back front and center so people can see it, because we do have enough crossover right now that people might be able to kind of make the connection and the correlation between the tragedy vultures too and what's on the horizon with some of them. And then we'll just kind of go back and forth. Sound like a plan? Grounds, all of the above. Yes. Revival, what time does she start? Do you know? And we need to drop that. By the way, I got to figure that out. I tried to restream to Rumble because I am going to start restreaming to Rumble. But I have some error on my StreamYard side. That reminds me, I need to ask for help because it's saying that I have to set up a stream on Rumble beforehand, and they tell me that I'm not supposed to have to do that. So I need to remind myself to ask Earth or somebody that's familiar with Rumble how to do that. No, she's on Rumble, but she'll be streaming about Betty tonight. Let me go find it. Okay, here we go. This is the court hearing, the last little bit of it. Okay. I know I hate Kick, but I want to be able to put my stuff somewhere
So, Your Honor, if I may, based on the foundation that
I want to have a backup, Pika, of that 10 minutes and 10 minutes. Is that right? Hold on. Fuck. If she's starting in 10 minutes, I need to get the hell off here. Gosh dang it.
it's in the Janice declaration, I'd like to move for the admission of defense exhibits 11 through 13. Foundation's been laid, and would like the court to receive those.
What are exhibits 11, 13?
Yes, Your Honor. So there's one photo that depicts some of the people that are referenced in the declaration. There is the Boise police report, defendants 12, and then there's also a video that shows a proximity issue that was raised in Ms. Mathias' declaration.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I haven't had the opportunity to review any of these videos. They haven't been produced or presented here today. The declarations themselves have been produced, but they were only produced on Friday.
Well, Your Honor,
So I would object to them being introduced at this point.
I sent counsel a copy of the videos. We actually sent a link to their, we sent a link to our exhibits within an hour or so of receiving their exhibits for the first time. And so, yeah, these have been provided ahead of time. They've had the opportunity to see.
Right ahead of time, you guys both exchanged exhibits on Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And we that's the first time that we had received them as well, even though they're referenced in the August declarations. And so again, that's done in anticipation of trial. If you'd like me to play for the court or show the court the exhibits, I'm happy to do so, but they should be admitted at this point.
What's your objection? Do you have a foundation objection, or is it just that you think?
Okay, I posted on my community tab. I dropped it in the link. She'll be starting in 8 minutes on Rumble. So I'm going to haul ass through this.
Well, I don't know what the videos are, so I'm not sure if they lack foundation.
Did you review the declaration?
You know what? We're going to skip, since we were going to do this whole thing, this whole breakdown. Now that we decided to do that, I'm just going to go to what the judge says.
Communications relating to or referring to the petitioner, her immediate family and extended family members.
Is that portion subject to the court's clarification on the other bit that you just made?
Yeah, now I think I was clear before that I expect her not to post anything necessarily that she's running a risk. If she posts something negative about her, that's something she can, I guess, theoretically do. But she needs to be careful in walking that line.
Is there any clarification you could give us on what might be qualified as negative?
Well, if she's threatening her, again, we have to go back to the purpose of a stalking injunction. If she's threatening her, if there's a harassment that would cause emotional harm. I mean, all of us run the risk that somebody's going to say something bad about us. Whether that turns into harassment I think that's a high bar.
Is there any evidence?
Let me be clear on this, Mr. Dale. This civil stalking injunction was in no way meant to silence what Ms. is doing. And I want to be very clear on that. And any permanent stalking injunction will not be for that purpose. That is not what a stalking injunction is for.
And this is why she withdrew, in my opinion, because the court wasn't going her way. She was not going to be granted a permanent order, just like Julie. So she too withdrew. When people don't get their way in the courts and their adversaries are not silenced by their bullshit filings, they tend to withdraw.
I guess I'm looking for clarity on what it is the court is basing its ruling on when it says what she does or what she's doing. And
what do you mean?
So the respondent isn't a true crime investigator. She's a photographer. She has an art channel on Instagram. She has separate media accounts, social
Thanks, Ange, for your continued support and being a member for 20 months. Appreciate it.
media accounts that discuss solely the flaws of my client, to air them, to cause her harassment. I guess I'm not sure that, but we haven't had a chance to provide all that evidence yet. It's So we'll do that at the next hearing. My concern, though, is that based on just the testimony today, that has not been challenged or refuted. And so there is still an outstanding
Kirk, do you know who delete laws is?
concern that the activity we've alleged that is happening online and in person and to other contacts has not been refuted properly and is not.
Yeah, and I'm not making a final ruling. I'm making a temporary order.
So the order, if the order is to remove this online protection from specific directed, harassment, embarrassing things that would cause my client emotional distress, I guess that's what I'm looking for clarification on. Is the court withdrawing that based on something it saw today? Because there isn't anything we've seen today that would.
Well, I think what the court is looking at is we're trying to get more clarity than a one-sided order that was initially signed. That was based on one-sided information.
Sure.
Another order a temporary order based on one-sided information, similar to Julie Skolnick.
We don't mean to interfere with her public or First Amendment rights. But to the extent she has made specific channels titled Objection, Your Honor, that are about my client, we would ask that protections or restrictions on those accounts be held in place until we can have
seems to be directly a freedom of speech issue.
They're directed at my client.
Right, which is a freedom of speech issue. You can say things about people. We may not like them, but we can say things. What she's prohibited from doing, let me be clear because you're asking for clarity. She cannot threaten. She can't threaten her physically or her family. She cannot defame her. If there's a defamation,
None of which Christina was doing.
then that's something that's illegal and would fit under a stalking injunction. I think that's what we're looking at is that she can't do.
I can represent to you that there are many, many videos that defame my client.
Okay.
So I would ask that temporary protection be in place until such time as we can review you.
Many videos such as using audio that says, nobody likes me, everybody hates me, I guess I'll go eat worms. Fucking loser.
The court can review the defamation nature.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm amending it, saying that she won't threaten. We're going to be very clear online. She won't threaten. She won't defame. Okay?
Thank you. Whether online or otherwise.
Well, she's not talking to her in person. I expect zero communication as far as she can't talk to her, she can't email her, she can't text her. Mr. Donkelbarger, I want to be clear. She can't do that through a third party. She can't send a message.
But Lauren still, as of May, was still pulling shit on Christina at CrimeCon and her little cronies helping her do it.
Through a third party. There is to be no communication there. The other parts of the civil stalking injunction remain intact as well. I don't want her near her house.
Does the 500 feet specifically remain?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, as to her house. Now, like I said, the only exception to the 500 feet is if they're in a public space that they cannot be 500 feet apart. And then I expect them
Look at you guys all making up and shit in my chat. I love
to be as far apart as reasonably possible. That's language I want in there, Mr. Dunkelberger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, Aunt Kathy. I'm feeling the pressure now.
But otherwise, that is 500 feet. So Mr. Dunkelberger, if they're in a mall, your client needs to move away 500 feet. If they're in a restaurant and if your client comes in second, then your client needs to not go in and needs to leave.
What if it's the other way around? What if she was there first?
Well, and why would your client go in if she's worried? Maybe she's worried about her health if she knows her there.
That's the key. If she didn't know she was there, but the respondent says, "Well, I was here first." What should my client expect to do in that circumstance?
Well, I would expect if your client is worried about her safety, when the reason we got a stalking injunction, and she goes in there, she would leave. Now, if by chance we've got Miss McCoy is in there, I'm assuming your client's not going to go over and approach her. I'm assuming Miss McCoy is not going to approach her and that she will leave, provided she's finished her meal. But I expect
Lindsay, we've got a new plan, just so you know. We're going to tap in and check on the tragedy vultures tomorrow. And then the rest of the week, we are going to go back through and bob and weave all of the Lauren Matthias court docs and police filings and stuff into the 9 hours. So the rest of the week will be dedicated to rehashing all of the shit that Lauren Matthias did, because sounds like she's not getting the attention that she deserves, and we're going to bob and weave it back. So we're going to take the 9 hours as our base and bob and weave all of the police reports and everything back in, just kind of like we did with Julie, and bring her front and center again. So Faye talked me into it, and we're going to do it. Yeah, I will. I'll text her. Faye, I'll text her for sure. Lindsay's excited about it too. Okay. All right, fine. This is Faye's fault. No, I'm just joking. Faye and Lindsay. Now we can blame the two of them. We'll do it though. I have no problem doing this shit.
There would be no communication. There would be no, again, facial gestures, anything of that. They'd finish their meal, they'd go on their way. We got to be careful how we're using the tools of the law in this courtroom. And I expect the parties to use common sense. Okay, Mr. Dale, anything I missed on you that you want else addressed?
Let me review the language, Your Honor. Oh, these clarifications you're making, I assume they apply also to the other protected individuals, her husband, her son, coworkers, etc.
Went through that, yep.
Okay, I think we did. Professional associates, other known professional associates of my client. Can we retain that language?
They're not covered under this list. So no, so you can have contact with them. What I did prohibit is third-party communications. You can't send a message through one of them.
Understood.
They were really trying to cause Christina issues.
With respect to,
go ahead.
Sorry.
Finish up.
With respect to the online posts, I think that's the biggest concern for my client. In addition to defaming statements, is there any other clarification the court can give on what would constitute a defamatory statement? So that there's no argument. So there's no like.
What's legally defined as defamation? It's got to fit the legal definition.
Okay. What about harassment?
I don't know what that's going to qualify as, and I can't get into everything. I would say, Ms. MacArthur, I'd be careful in the way you do that. But again, if she's just saying negative stuff, this is not, again, a stalking injunction is not a remedy for shutting down speech that a person doesn't like somebody saying about them. And it seems like that's what you're trying to do in this case.
Did we catch that? A stalking injunction is not, these LawCows need to learn this.
What would constitute a defamatory?
I'm going to play that once again because this is the best way to end today's stream. So all of these creators, and we'll do a heavier deep dive into Lauren. So I'm not even going to do this as in depth tonight as I intended. We'll do that in the review of the 9 hours. But this is a very common theme that they all misuse the courts and cry victim over things that they don't like said about them.
Defamatory statement.
Not actual threats, not actual defamation. If there was defamation, that's a civil case.
So that there's no argument. So there's no like.
What's legally?
And if you ask me, Christina is the one who has a case for defamation.
Defined as defamation. It's got to fit the legal definition.
Okay. What about harassment?
I don't know what that's going to qualify as, and I can't get into everything. I would say, Ms. MacArthur, I'd be careful in the way you do that. But again, if she's just saying negative stuff, this is not, again, a stalking injunction is not a remedy for shutting down speech that a person doesn't like somebody saying about them. And it seems like that's what you're trying to do in this case.
Well, again, Your Honor, I would argue that we're not asking to restrict her speech. She can still go anywhere else.
That is speech. Online speech is every bit as protected as anywhere else.
Go judge, go judge. That right there should be exactly what all these LawCows hear. This judge finally saw through it, just like the prosecutor in New Jersey saw through it, just like the judge in Massachusetts saw through it. These are not remedies, and they should not be used, especially by people who claim that they're advocating for victims and justice seekers and First Amendment advocates. They should know better. Grown adults should know better. Cher, I'm not ending early. We've been here for 6.5 hours, but Kyle's going to be home in a few minutes, and I'm going to send you guys over. I can't redirect you to Burnt Toast, but I'm going to post the link again. Burnt Toast is going to cover Betty tonight. And if you don't know, Burnt Toast does the best Betty coverage of anybody. She's amazing. If you don't have Rumble, suggest getting it to watch Burnt Toast. It's great. She's wonderful. And I'm so excited she's covering Betty.
Some forms of speech, like threats and defamation, no, are not protected.
And that's what I put
And if that's the
specifically.
best we can do, like that's most clear we can be, I understand. I just thought I'd ask for any additional clarification you can give to be instructive to both parties.
Yep. Okay. I think I've been clear on that.
And Cher, you haven't seen this entire 9 hours, so I'm going to bob and weave the legal filings alongside, or the court, I can't even say the police calls, the law enforcement calls that Lauren and Grayson did building this up and what they tried to do. It's very similar to Julie Skolnick in very many ways. And we'll bob and weave that this week, and you'll get a better overview of how concerning it is with what Lauren did and how she weaponized court.
Mr. Dunkelberger, anything from your side?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, with that, we'll plan on seeing you. We've got the two witnesses.
I'm going to play that one more time, and that's how we're going to finish out today. Because this right here is exactly what all of the LawCows need to hear.
What would constitute a defamatory statement, so that there's no argument, so there's no like.
What's legally defined as defamation? It's got to fit the legal definition.
Okay.
I know.
What about harassment?
I don't know what that's going to qualify as, and I can't get into everything. I would say, Ms. MacArthur, I'd be careful in the way you do that. But again, if she's just saying negative stuff, this is not, again, a stalking injunction is not a remedy for shutting down speech that a person doesn't like somebody saying about them. And it seems like that's what you're trying to do in this case.
Well, again, Your Honor, I would argue that we're not asking to restrict her speech. She can still go anywhere else.
That is speech. Online speech is every bit as protected as anywhere else.
Some forms of speech, like threats and defamation, no, are not protected.
And that's what I put specifically.
And if that's the best we can do, like that's most clear we can be, I understand. I just thought I'd ask for any additional clarification you can give to be instructive to both parties.
Yep. Okay. I think I've been clear on that.
Extremely clear, Your Honor. LawCows are LawCows doing what LawCows do. Why in crime? All right, y'all. With that, we're going to end out for the day. I think that was a good overview. We didn't get into Betty, but I'll leave that up to Burnt Toast tonight. And Betty's antics, I don't know what she's covering on Betty, but right, Cher, a very good judge. And, oh God, the fucking bullshit that Christina has done. I need to refresh myself on some of that and go through and make sure I know where everything goes. So I'll do that. We'll touch base with the tragedy vultures and keep tabs on that this week. And we'll start going back down the Lauren Matthias rabbit hole and look, this is still publicly available. It's got 460,000 views, 9 hours of her repeatedly calling Christina a stalker. At the time when she knew, she withdrew this because she didn't have evidence of any threats or anything. She just didn't like what Christina had to say. And they tried to silence Christina, and they tried to use the court of public opinion because the court wasn't going to validate her bullshit. She didn't have evidence. Right. I agree. It needs to come down and an apology needs to be given. It really does. Yeah, with the attorneys and the families and shit. Yeah, there's a lot. You got a Tinder ad on YouTube? Nolan? Oh, God. You're getting Tinder ads? It's probably because I'm on the market again, Nolan. I'm just joking. That's funny as shit, though. It's probably because we've all been saying I'm single again and you guys are all getting Tinder ads. Fuck. All right. I'm going to log out of here. I hope to see you guys over at Burnt Toast. And that's hysterical. Now that's funny as shit. We're having pizza tonight for Kyle's birthday. Shh. Don't tell him. Nolan. Nolan's like, look, I'm not interested. I don't like you. That's okay. My significant other is cute too. Single and unemployed. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I know this was a lot. These people are a lot. It's a lot in one day to like, I need to go decompress now and take a shower because I feel just filthy after listening to all these guys. Nolan, good God. Just wait for the GOP convention to come around. You'll get plenty of Tinder ads. I mean, Grindr ads. Good night, Lady Lexi. All right. I will see you guys over at Burnt Toast. Have a good night. Bye, y'all. See you tomorrow sometime. Bye.